1542. The hidden emperor builds a ferry boat. Instantly subdued, Li Fan was alarmed, but his words remained defiant. He retorted with the same question, reversing boat. His eyes were fixed on the dilapidated man's shoulder, on the wooden boat that appeared to have been completely renewed. The dilapidated man chuckled and released Li Fan. As expected of a disciple of Lord Shukyu, your knowledge is truly extraordinary. He made no attempt to conceal his words, openly acknowledging the identity of the treasure in his hand. Lord Shukyu, Li Fan murmured the familiar yet foreign name in his heart, numerous images flashing through his mind. At the same time, Li Fan also noticed the abnormality of his body. After entering this painting, recalling the past no longer brought the piercing pain he once felt. It seemed he could freely browse his past memories. However, an inexplicable intuition told Li Fan that doing so would not end well. The intense sense of contradiction made Li Fan instinctively feel the strangeness of this place. Seeing Li Fan's silence, the dilapidated man was not annoyed. Instead, he changed the subject. As a disciple of Lord Shukyu, you shouldn't be interested in my reversing boat. Why would you come here, young friend? I thought I would never see another person again in this life, the dilapidated man said with a sigh. Li Fan noticed that although he had transferred a large amount of vitality into the painting, it all seemed to have been absorbed by the reversing boat. The dilapidated man, as the owner of the reversing boat, had not received even a fraction of it. He remained as he was before. His appearance was that of a middle-aged man, yet it revealed an indescribable aura of death. Li Fan, who possessed a large amount of vitality within him, was naturally extremely sensitive to it. During his silence, he finally confirmed that the dilapidated man before him was not a real living being. He was merely a projection-like existence. However, Li Fan did not let his guard down because of this. After all, the strength the dilapidated man had just displayed was truly terrifying. Even as a mere illusionary projection, he possessed such oppressive power. It was hard to imagine what realm the dilapidated man was in during his prime. The great Tao of longevity, a disciple of Lord Shukyu. Could this be the source of the endless vitality within me? Li Fan vaguely recalled more. Since the other party did not show any particularly obvious hostility, Li Fan decided to push his luck and probe further. He said in a deep voice, "Senior, you are being somewhat biased. How can a disciple of Lord Shukyu not covet a treasure like the reversing boat? Reversing time, what a great opportunity. It may not necessarily be inferior to the great Tao of longevity." Upon hearing this, the dilapidated man looked at Li Fan with some surprise. Then, after thinking about something, he smiled in relief. He then directly threw the wooden boat in his arms over. Lord Shukyu must be trapped in the eternal silent void, hence he can only pass on the Tao and has no time to teach his disciples. Take a look at this reversing boat. See if it's as miraculous as you imagine. Since the other party dared to throw it, Li Fan dared to catch it. With the treasure reversing boat in hand, he carefully examined it. As if sensing the endless vitality within Li Fan, the treasure boat became even more greedy, trying to extract it like a black hole. Li Fan did not completely cut off the transfer of vitality, but consciously continued to send out thin streams of vitality. At the same time, he used this wisp of vitality to sense the internal condition of the reversing boat. He had always been very curious as to why this treasure, said to be able to reverse time, needed vitality to maintain its existence, just like living beings in the world. The palm-sized wooden boat was as heavy as a mountain. Li Fan used all his strength to barely hold it. His mind followed the flowing vitality and entered the interior of the treasure boat. He discovered that the state of the reversing boat's interior was even worse than its exterior. Shocking cracks covered every corner of the treasure boat, like terrifying scars. Through these cracks, Li Fan vaguely saw countless scenes that did not belong to this time and space. Li Fan faintly understood that this was not his illusion. These scenes were definitely not just illusory images. If he accidentally fell into these cracks, he might really get lost in the turbulent flow of time and space. Avoiding these extremely dangerous cracks, Li Fan's mind attempted to lock onto the destination of the vitality within the entire reversing boat. Affected by the ubiquitous spatial temporal cracks, his perception of vitality became chaotic. It took him a lot of effort to finally figure it out. Reversing. Li Fan squatted down, gently stroking the deck of the treasure boat, lost in thought. Although it seems to be just an object, it is actually a living being. Going against the current also requires consuming its own lifespan. And under the scouring of the power of time, the consumption is thousands of times more than that. Moreover, in addition to vitality, it seems to consume something else. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. From his perspective, this reversing boat was like an old man on his deathbed. Although he was trying his best to maintain his life by absorbing vitality from the outside world, he could only barely hang on. Moreover, it was hard to say how long this kind of life extension could last. If Li Fan hadn't come here today and contributed a large wave of vitality, perhaps one day, this shocking immortal treasure would have disappeared silently along with this painting. How could it be like this? Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He originally thought he had found news of a treasure that could reverse time, but he never expected that this treasure was in a state of severe overdraft and almost complete destruction. After checking it several times, confirming this fact, Li Fan's mind withdrew from the reversing boat. How is it? Even if I give you this treasure boat, would you want it? I'm afraid you would have already drowned in the river of time before you even returned to the target time node, the dilapidated man said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Unexpectedly, Li Fan didn't play according to the script and said directly, yes. Of course, I want it. Even a reversing boat that is about to break represents a chance to survive in a desperate situation. Even if the hope of success is so slim, it is the only hope of survival when you are in a truly desperate situation. Li Fan said with a serious expression. The dilapidated man was stunned, and the smile on his lips slowly disappeared. After a long silence, he said in a faint tone, what you said is indeed correct. If Zhan Yuanong had had this realization back then, he wouldn't have left the reversing boat here. Li Fan heard the familiar name and immediately followed up with the other party's words. Zhan Yuanong, is that the Xuantian king in the Xuanwang realm? His past achievements, could it be thanks to this reversing boat? The dilapidated man's eyes showed a look of reminiscence, and he shook his head slightly. In my opinion, Zhan Yuanong's ability to reach that point relied on 3 parts luck, 3 parts his own state of mind and effort. The remaining 4 parts, the reversing boat only accounted for half. As for the remaining half, the mountain and sea fishing ground has made an indelible contribution. The dilapidated man's gaze drifted outside the painting. Mountain and sea fishing ground. Li Fan was stunned at first, and then he realized that the other party was probably talking about the fishing pond. However, what is the meaning of calling it mountain and sea? In a trance, the image of endless oceans and continuous mountains suddenly jumped into Li Fan's mind again. Along with the mountain and sea phenomenon, there was also endless light and heat. The scene of countless possibilities being melted in the blazing light. It seemed that he was one step closer to fully recovering his memory. At this critical moment, the dilapidated man pressed his palm on Li Fan's shoulder again, pulling Li Fan back to reality from the fantasy of memories. Li Fan was only then startled to realize his dangerous situation in reality. Whether it was the clone in the Xuanwang realm or the main body in the Great Zhan small world, their heads had already exploded. Even most of their bodies were gradually evaporating from top to bottom due to the shock brought about by the mountain and sea phenomenon. Even the Great Tao of Longevity in their bodies could not stop this trend of disappearance. If the dilapidated man hadn't woken him up in time, Li Fan would have become an illusionary existence like them before long. Your state seems a little off. The dilapidated man sized up Li Fan with some uncertainty. Li Fan cupped his hands. Senior, you truly have discerning eyes. To be honest, Senior, I seem to have gone wrong in the process of cultivation, and most of my past memories have disappeared. I can barely recall some of them, but my body has to endure extremely strong backlash. I have struggled all the way from being immortal, and rebuilt myself to this day. It's all thanks to my instinct and the help of the Great Tao of Longevity in my body. As for what you said, Senior, about Lord Shukyu, I do have some impressions. But I also remember some vague images. As Li Fan spoke, he showed the dilapidated man the lonely figure of Lord Shukyu gazing at the sea. When the dilapidated man saw Lord Shukyu, his expression immediately became solemn to show his respect. Then, after carefully observing Li Fan again, he slowly said, the Great Tao of Longevity in your body is indeed controlled by Lord Shukyu. Since Lord Shukyu is here, it can't be fake. However, I only had the good fortune to hear Lord Shukyu explain some of the mountain and sea Tao back then. I don't know much about the specific situation. I can't help you too much. But don't worry too much. With the protection of the Great Tao of Longevity, even if this world is annihilated, you will be safe and sound. There was a hint of envy in the dilapidated man's tone. Li Fan nodded upon hearing this. Thank you for your guidance, senior. By the way, I don't know your name yet. The dilapidated man waved his hand. A dead man's name is like passing smoke, why bother mentioning it again? Li Fan replied. When I recover my memory one day and return to my master's side, I will definitely explain today's events to my master. Although senior has fallen, there is still this illusion in the world. With my master's divine power, it may not be impossible to reverse death. The dilapidated man seemed to have no hope for this. But after a moment, after thinking about something, he changed his mind again. I am the Titan Emperor of the Immortal Realm, governing for 1,000 years, undisturbed by it, and then retiring into seclusion. Waiting for the advent of Tao annihilation, as it intensified. I then secretly sought a good method of salvation. This Rotten-K Taoist temple was built under my leadership. The disheveled man spoke calmly. Hidden Emperor of the Immortal Realm, Rotten-K Taoist temple, tribulation of Tao annihilation. Each time he said a keyword, it correspondingly triggered large segments of memories in Li Fan's mind. It took him a long time to barely recover from the severe blow. Li Fan's expression towards the disheveled man was different at this moment. Since senior was once the immortal emperor governing the immortal realm, you must have achieved great feats. Why have you fallen to this state? Although the words were a bit harsh, Li Fan spoke frankly, full of doubt. Raising the retrograde boat in his hand, is it because of this thing? Emperor Tai Tian nodded. This is one reason. But the main reason is that my cultivation was insufficient and I fell short of success. He sighed, seemingly lost in the memories of the past. After a long while, he continued. Just now, your divine sense also entered this treasure boat. Did you notice the vitality of this boat? Indeed, I noticed something. This treasure seems to be a spirit in the guise of a material object. That's because this retrograde boat was built using my body as the material. Emperor Tai Tian smiled. Upon hearing this, Li Fan couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. Looking at the disheveled man in front of him, he confirmed that the other party was not telling a joke. But the world says that the retrograde boat was created by the so-called rebellious immortals. Oh, rebellious immortals. I have never heard of that. But there may not be only one retrograde boat in the world. As long as one understands the Tao of retrograde, even if a new one is built, it is not impossible. Emperor Tai Tian's expression was calm. Understanding the Tao of retrograde. Li Fan seemed to have thought of something. Zhan Tian Wang. Emperor Tai Tian was noncommittal. I am just a lonely ghost. How can I know everything about the outside world? However, if there is anyone in this world who can recreate the retrograde boat, I think Zhan Yuanhong is the most likely one. After all, when we parted, his understanding of the Tao of retrograde had already become quite established. Li Fan was silent. Some things can only be understood after experiencing them. For example, most things in the world can be changed by reversing time. But it is precisely the very small part that cannot be changed that ultimately determines the final outcome of the river of time. No matter how the flow of the river of time is changed, in the end, the turbulent river will still flow into the calm and vast ocean. Without the power to change the entire ocean, even reversing time is just a futile struggle. Emperor Tai Tian said calmly. Listening to the other party's words, Li Fan faintly felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed that he, too, had similar thoughts. Irrelevant to the final outcome. 4 large characters involuntarily emerged in his mind, corresponding to the scene depicted by Emperor Tai Tian. Although I was once the immortal emperor, how many immortal emperors have there been in the immortal realm throughout history? How many people can transcend like Lord Shukyu? You are a disciple of Shukyu, and you have obtained the great Tao of longevity. You already have the foundation for transcendence. You are countless times stronger than ordinary immortal emperors. Although he was constantly praised by Emperor Tai Tian, Li Fan not only did not feel honored but felt uncomfortable. It was as if he did not particularly approve of his identity as a disciple of Shukyu. Strange. Could it be? Li Fan suppressed the strange thought in his heart and asked, following Emperor Tai Tian's words, a person like Master should have the power to change the entire ocean that Senior spoke of. It's just that there is a slight possibility. In the eternal silent void realm, even Lord Shukyu would have difficulty moving forward. 1543. Sparks save the world. Eternal silent void realm. This was the second time Li Fan had heard this term from the mouth of Emperor Tai Tian. Despite losing most of his memories, in Li Fan's impression, Lord Shukyu was still a rare powerhouse in the world. And such a figure would actually fall into a state of difficulty in moving forward. What exactly is this so-called eternal silent void realm? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. What place? Emperor Taitian's expression was a little strange. He pointed to the surroundings. Here, there, anywhere you have ever seen, can actually be called the eternal silent void realm. Even if it is not now, it will eventually be destined to fall into it in the future. This is the fate of all living beings in the mountains and seas. Emperor Taitian's words made Li Fan even more confused. However, this former immortal emperor, who had already fallen and only had a remnant of a phantom, seemed determined to play charades with Li Fan, continuing to say these seemingly unrelated words. Back then, I transformed myself into a reverse-flowing boat, going against the current in the river of time and time again. At first, with my strength that was almost able to transcend, I was only barely able to return to 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years seems like a long time, but in reality, it is only a blink of an eye. With foresight, I did make a lot of arrangements in advance for the arrival of the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. But in the end, it was all in vain. I could save more true immortals, but I couldn't save the immortal realm. So I tried again and again, trying to return to the more distant past in order to gain more preparation time. As my understanding of the reverse-flowing Tao became more profound, the upper limit of the time I could rewind also continued to increase. From 3,000 years, 5,000 years, to 10,000 years, 50,000 years. Although Emperor Taitian's tone was calm, the content of his words revealed the demeanor unique to a peerless powerhouse. Even though the reverse-flowing boat was full of cracks, I still had hope in my heart. Until that day, I finally saw the end of the river of time. In Emperor Taitian's eyes, infinite reminiscence surged. The end of the river of time? How is that possible? Li Fan's body shook upon hearing this. His eyes were full of disbelief. Suddenly, some images flashed through his mind, causing a trace of stinging pain. After a moment, Li Fan finally understood somewhat. Emperor Taitian continued. Just like a torrential river formed out of thin air, no matter how hard I, who is going against the current, struggle in the river, I can no longer move forward. Tao Annihilation Tribulation, Li Fan slowly uttered 4 words. Emperor Taitian nodded. That's right. Tao Annihilation Tribulation, this terrifying disaster, not only devours our world at the current point in time. It will also erase all traces of our existence in history, letting everything in the mortal world completely return to nothingness. 74,876 years. This was the upstream limit of the river of time that I glimpsed when I went against the current. However, I haven't set off again for a long time. In these years of staying in the painting, I'm afraid this number will have to be greatly reduced again. Emperor Taitian sighed. Just by listening, Li Fan also personally felt the irresistible sense of oppression. What could be more despairing than not being able to change fate even by reversing time? He seemed to follow Emperor Taitian that year, personally experiencing the terrifying scene of the Tao Annihilation Tribulation forcing and pouring down step by step in the upstream of the river of time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration, Li Fan seemed to understand. So, the eternal silent void realm that you mentioned, Senior, refers to. Emperor Taitian nodded. That's right. The eternal silent void realm refers to these places that have already been swallowed by the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. Although he received the other party's explanation, even greater doubts arose in his heart. Since Senior said that the Tao Annihilation Tribulation has already swallowed everything that once existed, then how did my master, Lord Shukyu, open black lens bracket go close black lens bracket to places that shouldn't exist? Traveling through the void of time, even if my master will definitely face a crisis of life and death. What exactly is the purpose of taking such risks? Facing Li Fan's many questions, Emperor Taitian did not choose to hide anything but answered them all. With a wave of his sleeve, a surging river of floating light and shadows flowed between the two of them. Emperor Taitian used his finger as a sword and gently stroke. The river's brilliant image was directly erased from the front, leaving only the second half, continuing to flow in the time and space of the strange scene. Have you ever wondered why the river of time has clearly been completely swallowed, yet we, who are in the downstream, still exist? Without the past as a foundation, can we exist independently? It's like if I return to your mortal period and directly kill you. Would you still appear in front of me now? Li Fan squinted his eyes slightly. He had indeed thought about this question, and subconsciously felt it was impossible. But the fact that the entire mortal world still exists is here, so Li Fan had to believe this inference. It seems that the disappearance of the upstream of the river of time does not directly affect the downstream. Only when the Tao annihilation tribulation truly affects the now will the entire time and space completely disappear. Emperor Taitian looked at Li Fan deeply. The former me, including many powerhouses in the immortal realm, and even the three holy sovereigns, all thought so. Until later. We realized that we were completely wrong. Emperor Taitian did not explain in detail how the immortals in the immortal realm discovered the fallacy of their own cognition. Instead, he directly gave an unquestionable conclusion. He waved his hand again, and the image of the river of time, which was originally horizontal, suddenly stood up. The image suddenly shrank countless times, and the upstream part of the river that disappeared was able to be revealed. The foundation of the river of time still exists. The best evidence is that we are still alive and well in the world today. It is an illusion that it has been swallowed by the Tao annihilation tribulation. Li Fan looked at the spectacle that Emperor Taitian showed in front of him. A continuous, sky-reaching long river, emitting a faint blue light from bottom to top, was invaded by an unknown darkness. It became intermittent. The invasion of the Tao annihilation tribulation is not carried out in the order from ancient times to the present. Instead, it is synchronized, playing out in every part of the river. Some historical intervals were caught off guard and disappeared completely, and some places were temporarily able to survive. We are in such a segment, still within the existing node. Emperor Taitian's eyes looked at the extremely distant past of the river of time, still that question. The reason why we can exist is because in that seemingly completely swallowed piece of darkness, there are still people struggling. One day, if they are all completely lost, we will also cease to exist. We won't even have any perception of how we disappeared. It's as if we shouldn't exist in this world at all. At that time, no matter how powerful a powerhouse is, I'm afraid they will not be able to avoid the fate of destruction. Even Lord Shukyu, who holds the great Tao of longevity. Quote! Li Fan's heart shocked. As his thoughts raced, he still understood why Lord Shukyu would go to the eternal silent void realm. It is rescue. It is also self-help. When we understand this, the goals of all the powerhouses in the mortal world will be unified. Under the premise of maintaining their own existence, they will cross the desolate space-time and go to the next surviving node to give assistance. So back and forth, eventually. Return to the distant past where the Tao annihilation tribulation can be completely resolved. It's a pity that I have reached my limit. I have the heart, but I don't have the strength. Going against the current is already my limit. Crossing the desolate space-time is far beyond my ability. Emperor Taitian sighed again, his expression a little lonely. The truth revealed by Emperor Taitian far exceeded Li Fan's expectations. It seems that there is no such cognition in the past memories. The brain is in extreme shock, and it is difficult to accept and react for a while. After a long silence, Li Fan suddenly realized something and quickly asked, could it be that our sudden awakening, knowing the correct understanding of the current situation of the river of time, is because... Li Fan pointed to the top of where he was in the intermittent river of time in front of him. Guests from the future came to help us across the desolate space-time. Li Fan's voice trembled slightly. Emperor Taitian nodded solemnly. Li Fan stared at the scene in front of him, as if he saw the feat of all the powerhouses working together to save the swallowed river of time. His mood was surging, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. After a long while, he slowly calmed down. After a brief burst of passion, he stared at the scene in front of him, and many questions emerged in his heart again. How exactly can we cross the desolate space-time? And how can we be sure that returning to the most ancient moment will find a way to solve the Tao annihilation tribulation? If countless people work together, go through hardships, and finally find that everything is irreparable. What should we do? After thinking for a long time, Li Fan finally couldn't help but tell his many inner doubts. Emperor Taitian's expression was solemn. If we don't try, then all that awaits us is the ending of destruction. If we try, maybe we can strive for that glimmer of hope. We can only hope that the powerhouses in the ancient past can persevere until the reinforcements arrive. Emperor Taitian raised his hand and pointed to the sky. You must know that none of those who can go to the other shore are earth-shattering powerhouses. And those who are qualified to cross the desolate space-time and go to the eternal silent void realm are even 1 in a billion. Such figures, even without a trace of hope, can still fight hard. How can they be affected by the possibility of this crisis? Emperor Taitian's expression and tone were more solemn than ever before. Although you have obtained the inheritance of Shukyu, transcendence is almost a certainty. But if you are still in this state of mind, you may not be qualified to go further after going to a bigger stage. The great Tao of longevity can only protect you to live long and carefree here. Li Fan looked at the small section of the river of time pointed to by Emperor Taitian, and made an expression of being taught. Any of our cultivators, upon hearing of this plan, who would not be filled with enthusiasm and willing to dedicate themselves to it. I am unable to participate in it due to my own fate and fortune. It is a great pity. However, you still have a great opportunity. Accidentally entering here may also be destined. As Emperor Taitian spoke, he gradually muttered to himself. His expression was a little obsessed, as if he had thought of some extremely exciting idea. The phantom body originally shrouded in death slowly rose a special aura. It is meaningless to live on here. I might as well teach you the reverse flowing Tao that I have comprehended today. If one day, you can go to the eternal silent void realm to help on my behalf, then my sacrifice today will not be in vain. Emperor Taitian seemed to suddenly enlightenment. A bright light shone all over his body. The figure gradually floated into the reverse flowing boat, gradually merging with the boat. The reverse flowing boat suddenly floated up, and then, in a flash of lightning, it crashed towards Li Fan. Li Fan was deeply touched by Emperor Taitian's heroic words before, and was very moved. However, at this moment, the reverse flowing boat flew towards him uncontrollably, but he instinctively wanted to dodge. But Li Fan was not Emperor Taitian's opponent. Even if Emperor Taitian only had a phantom. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the reverse flowing boat flew into his body. Boom! The river of time that Emperor Taitian showed in front of him also crashed into Li Fan's mind together. Everything that Emperor Taitian experienced in the river of time and time again was now playing out synchronously in Li Fan's mind. It was exactly the same as the scene of being swallowed by his lost memories. But Emperor Taitian clearly took into account Li Fan's weak ability to withstand it. Under the constant washing of floating light and shadows, those unimportant things in pictures all slowly faded away. Only some key things, as well as Emperor Taitian's understanding of the reverse flowing Tao, were precipitated and left behind. Emperor Taitian's inheritance seemed to trigger the resonance of Li Fan's lost memories. The pictures he had experienced in the past were stimulated and could no longer be suppressed, gushing out from the depths of his mind synchronously. Still true, in many scenes, Li Fan grasped the most important thing. He finally remembered the name he had given to his most precious treasure. And the many uses of open black lens bracket still true close black lens bracket. What's the situation? How did still true become like this? Not to mention the disappearance of many functions such as samsara, even the anchor points I set at the beginning have all disappeared. Although he awakened some lost memories, Li Fan's mood did not stabilize because of this. Instead, it became more turbulent. In addition, Emperor Taitian's inheritance made the situation further deteriorate. In the Xuanwang realm, Li Fan's main body in the secret room of the Grand Master's mansion had already exploded into a pool of flesh and blood in his upper body under this huge pressure. The breath of longevity gushed out from the remnant body continuously, trying to repair the injury. However, the turmoil that Li Fan suddenly caused in his mind this time had exceeded what he could bear too much. Even the great Tao of longevity he held seemed unable to save him. Still true, still true, still true. Seeing that things could not be done, Li Fan had no choice but to shout quickly in his heart. But a familiar scene happened again. Still true didn't seem to hear it, and didn't react at all. Li Fan called out several times unwillingly. The result was still the same. Under the shock and anger, watching his body gradually being swallowed, Li Fan inevitably felt despair. But, in a trance, Li Fan recalled what Emperor Taitian had just said. Such figures, even without a trace of hope, can still fight hard. The panic slowly subsided, and only infinite perseverance remained in Li Fan's eyes. In an instant, he had found his way to survive. Reverse, flowing, boat. 1544. Anchor point across time and space. Although the upper half of his body had already become a pool of flesh and blood, Li Fan could still feel that the retrograde wooden boat given by the great Emperor Taitian was still quietly existing within his mind. At this moment, with Li Fan's extreme desire for reversal, the surrounding area of the retrograde boat began to emit a crystal clear, warm white light. Moreover, there seemed to be wisps of green accompanying the white light. The scene of the real world was like a painting that had been splashed with water, slowly dissolving and distorting. A wave of almost unbearable pain also appeared in Li Fan's mind. It was as if a billion chains had simultaneously pierced through his head. Then, with high-speed rotation, these billion chains were churning in Li Fan's brain. Ah, ah, ah. Even though he had lost his head, the remaining flesh and blood tissue of Li Fan began to convulse and tremble due to this indescribable feeling of pain. Although the great Emperor Tai Tian had fully imparted his insights on the Tao of retrograde, he had never mentioned that the side effects of activating the retrograde boat would be so terrifying. Li Fan vaguely remembered that in past simulations, he had also experienced various kinds of pain and torment. However, they were all far less than 1/10,000th of what he was currently suffering. The pain synchronized with flesh, soul, will, and memory. It seemed to spread to the true core of Li Fan. The faint sound of wind and rain gradually came from the surroundings, and countless, water droplets, struck head-on. Each drop was like the sharpest blade in the world, cutting Li Fan. Thus, Li Fan felt even more pain. However, the invisible, enormous power from his memories had completely crushed his remaining body. With his flesh and blood gone, Li Fan, who wanted to live, had no way out. In the boundless pain, he barely maintained a trace of clarity in his mind, continuing to maintain the power of the retrograde boat from dissipating. The sound of wind and rain grew louder and louder. The oncoming water droplets were no longer isolated, but connected into lines. The retrograde boat emitted bursts of booming noises in the constant collisions. It seemed that it would collapse and fall apart at any moment. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the hidden green lights bloomed and quickly repaired the damage on the boat. He persevered for 9 breaths. Countless lines of water droplets finally converged into a river. In an instant, Li Fan fell into it. All the pain he felt disappeared at this moment. He seemed to be detached from the entire world. His perspective rose from the Great Zan's small world in the Xuanwang realm. After pausing slightly, it began to reverse. Li Fan remotely saw the scene of himself entering the closed village under the mountain and sea fishing ground, saw the scene of himself suppressing and subduing the Xuanwang Ruimu. He saw himself as the Grand Tutor, dominating the world. He saw himself just awakening his memories, forced to drink the disgusting talisman water. The river of time was torrential, and the retrograde wooden boat trembled as it went upstream. It seemed that a slight carelessness could lead to overturning. However, precisely because of these existences that he had experienced in the past years, like anchors, Li Fan was able to borrow strength every time he went back in time, stabilizing his figure in the river. But when Li Fan had returned to anchoring at 1 year and wanted to go further upstream, things changed. At the moment of crossing this important time node, the scouring of the river of time was instantly 1,000 times more violent. It was as if he had entered a more turbid and turbulent area from the originally clear and rapid river channel. Li Fan could no longer see any scenes from the river of time. The surroundings were full of surging lines that seemed to be the fusion of thousands of colors, obscuring the perception of Li Fan, this retrograde traveler. The terrifying power that suddenly erupted in the river almost directly destroyed the unprepared retrograde boat. Compared with the Dao Dao River, the white light on the wooden boat was too weak. It was not even as good as any drop of water in the river. However, it tried its best to maintain the white light so that the hull would not be collapsed on the spot. Li Fan understood the consequences of retrograde failure. It was not as simple as just returning to reality again. He would completely disappear in history, and there would be no trace of his existence in the world. Li Fan tried his best to reverse his own destiny. But a tiny individual was too small compared to the vast river of time. Even if he had thoroughly understood the Tao of retrograde, at this moment in the river, he could only be helpless and resigned to fate. It seemed that he was already in a desperate situation. However, Li Fan still did not give up seeking survival, and still adhered to the Tao of retrograde, trying his best to control the retrograde boat. While struggling for his life, Li Fan also had too many doubts in his heart. According to the inheritance of the great Emperor Tai Tian, the retrograde journey should not be so difficult. At the very least, when backtracking time within a range of thousands of years, even a damaged and about to disintegrate retrograde boat was enough to cope with the storms in the river. But now, Li Fan had only gone upstream for just 50 years, and the storm that suddenly set off in the river was even comparable to the scale after retrograding for 10,000 years. It should be known that according to the experience of the great Emperor Tai Tian, the longer the backtracking to the past, the greater the pressure to be borne. It almost increased exponentially. But now, Li Fan had just started, and there was such a great resistance. It was hard to imagine how big the storm he would encounter when he backtracked 10,000 or 30,000 years. How could this be? Li Fan was extremely surprised and suspicious. Suddenly, he recalled those images belonging to his experiences that he had glimpsed in the river earlier. When these images were there, the river's performance was still within the normal range. But when the images disappeared, the river's waves suddenly rose, wanting to devour the ordinary. Could it be because I have never experienced this period of time? Without the anchor as a support, the resistance has increased by tens of millions of times. Li Fan suddenly realized, and such an idea emerged in his heart. However, even if he knew the reason for the river's sudden surge, Li Fan was already in a dilemma. The river of time was turbid, making it difficult to distinguish up and down, east and west. The huge scouring force was cutting Li Fan all the time, making it difficult for him to find a safe time node to land. In the storm, the light of the retrograde boat became increasingly dim, and it was about to fall. It seemed that in the next moment, the boat would capsize and the people would die. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, infinite green lights poured out for no reason. Like a wind-stabilizing pearl, it temporarily suppressed the storm in the river. This green light seemed to come from Li Fan's body, but in the endless river of time, there were also countless stars and green dots, shining simultaneously from ancient times to the present. Like a lighthouse standing tall, guiding Li Fan's path forward. Although it seemed to be somewhat inferior to the effect of its own anchor, there was no doubt that it was Li Fan's life-saving straw. The retrograde boat shuttled forward along the direction of the green light. 100 years, 300 years, 500 years. Until 1,000 years, 5,000 years. The green light on Li Fan's body had begun to be exhausted. The green lighthouse of the river also became dim and gradually reconcealed in the Dao history. However, Li Fan never found a safe landing point outside the green light. If at this moment, I forcibly leave the river of time and return to reality, there may be two endings. First, there's the unfortunate fall to one's death, with the body eroded beyond recognition by the passage of time, becoming mere dust in history. Second, there's the fortunate successful landing. Let's wait and see. Although Li Fan's experience with time reversal mostly came from the Tai Heaven Emperor's legacy, their encounters in the river of time were vastly different. Although Li Fan experienced more turbulent storms, he didn't feel much of the erosion or stripping sensation from the river of time that the Tai Heaven Emperor dreaded. You must know that the Tai Heaven Emperor's first time reversal barely lasted 3,000 years before he felt like he was about to completely dissolve into the river of time and had to return to reality. But now, Li Fan's first attempt has already reversed several thousand years. Moreover, Li Fan hasn't felt much of the so-called stripping pressure. If it weren't for the lack of the great Tao of longevity to protect and guide him, and the storms in the river being too turbulent to navigate against the current, Li Fan even felt that he could just keep going back like this. Although the pressure of erosion was minimal, the further back Li Fan went, the greater the pressure he felt. When time was reversed to about 8,000 years ago, the storms in the river were raging, and the conditions for navigation were completely lost. Li Fan was caught in it, and it was even difficult to distinguish the flow of time. He carefully observed all the details in the river, trying to find a glimmer of hope at the last moment. However, he was not a lucky person after all. Bang! The reversal boat had already begun to disintegrate. Without the protection of the treasure boat, Li Fan, directly exposed to the river of time, faced countless times the pressure. Li Fan finally understood what the Tai Heaven Emperor meant by the feeling of melting. Each time the river washed over him, Li Fan lost a part of himself. Cultivation, divine powers, insights into the Tao. All of these, like external attachments, gradually separated with the washing of the river. Only the core remained, struggling to persevere. When the true core was damaged, Li Fan instinctively felt an extreme, fatal threat. Knowing that he couldn't delay any longer, even a hasty landing would offer a better chance of survival than dying in the river of time. Manipulating the dilapidated reversal boat, Li Fan gradually detached himself from the insights of the reversal Tao. The scene of the river of time slowly faded from view, replaced by torrential rain. In an instant, Li Fan was almost lost. In the boundary between the river of time and reality, he was in a dilemma. Rushing forward might lead him back into the river of time. But continuing to stay here, still within the range of the river of time's erosion, with the core constantly being eroded, was also a dead end. Just as Li Fan was hesitating for a moment, he suddenly saw a familiar ray of light in the torrential rain in front of him. This perhaps meant that he had been in contact with this ray of light at the time note 8,000 years later. Although it didn't exist in the past, it formed a space-time anchor point through this contact. Li Fan knew how difficult it was to find something related to himself in this stormy weather 8,000 years ago. Opportunity knocks but once, and Li Fan didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately manipulated the tattered reversal boat and flew towards the fleeting light. With the anchor point as a guide, before the reversal boat completely disintegrated, Li Fan finally crossed the wind and rain of the river of time. And arrived in the real world. Xuanwang world, 8,643 years before the initial anchor point. That stream of light is the Medicine King sect. How dare they run? Quick, go notify the elders. Wait, although the Medicine King sect is not a large sect, their wealth is still considerable. They couldn't possibly have moved all the treasures in the sect in such a hurry. Hurry up, don't let others get there first. Wait, what is that? Why is there another stream of light? Could it be that the Medicine King sect had a disagreement and decided not to run? Let's go take a look. When Li Fan woke up from his coma, he was already surrounded. In a daze, Li Fan hadn't recovered yet. He only noticed that the cultivators around him were counting their gains while looking at him from time to time. You little brat, you finally woke up. Tell me, what exactly happened to the Medicine King sect? Confess honestly, and I might spare you. Otherwise, stop talking nonsense with him, just search his soul. You fool, these two streams of light are so conspicuous, we definitely can't hide it. How will we explain it when the elders ask? These people whispered to each other, completely ignoring the tightly bound Li Fan. Li Fan ignored them for the time being and first checked his current state. Although his body had almost completely disappeared in the river of time, as soon as he returned to reality, the great Tao of longevity in his body re-evolved into a new body. However, what Li Fan felt a little regretful about was that after this voyage, the great Tao of longevity seemed to have suffered a great loss. And this loss seemed to be irreversible. At least for now, it seems impossible to recover in a short time. After all, it doesn't truly belong to me, but was a gift from Lord Shukyu, Li Fan said with some self-deprecation. Lord Shukyu. After a moment, Li Fan reacted. Reversing upstream in the river of time for 8,000 years. Although his own cultivation, divine powers, and even the great Tao of longevity were washed away, correspondingly, his lost memories were also fully restored. The various events that happened in these two lives played out before Li Fan, and he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Greed for a moment leads to infinite variables. The consequences of the fusion of the three Taos of mountains and seas, longevity, and stillness are indeed far beyond what I can currently bear. Fortunately, my luck is still not bad. Even in amnesia, I found a great opportunity. The Tao of reversal. Li Fan lowered his head, recalling everything he had experienced in the river of time, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Stillness. After thinking about it, Li Fan first called out in his heart. The repeated failures of stillness made Li Fan feel extremely uneasy. There was still no response. However, after careful sensing, Li Fan finally confirmed that stillness was still on him. It was just that it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep for some reason. Recommend a new book, a simulator text. Those interested can click in and take a look. Simulator text. You were born into the world as the son of Emperor Yan. You met a competitive girl from the Ji surname in Zualu and easily defeated her. You promoted farming, forged weapons, and eliminated superstitions. You were given the contemptuous name of Kaiyu by the celestial gods of the heavens. You sacrificed your father and launched the final attack on the destiny. 1545. Simplified version of illusion and reality. Li Fan couldn't help but wonder if Huan Zhen had fallen into silence in order to help him break free from the influence of the three Taos merging. For him, Huan Zhen had accompanied his rebirth and cultivation all the way. The sudden loss of it as a trump card made Li Fan feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, the decades he experienced during his previous amnesia could barely be considered a buffer. It seemed to be telling Li Fan that even without Huan Zhen, he could still forge a path to cultivation on his own. However, compared to Huan Zhen, which could be activated with a single thought to reverse everything, the retrograde boat is far inferior. Without a life-saving trump card, I need to be even more cautious. Otherwise, if I die this time, it might be a true death. A trace of gloom flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Abandoning the attempt to rouse the sleeping Huan Zhen, Li Fan shifted his attention to the retrograde boat. Although weak, it was still the only means of self-preservation at the moment, and he needed to pay close attention to it. Having sailed against the current for 8,000 years, the retrograde boat, already dilapidated and on the verge of collapse, could only be described as miserable in its current state. After Li Fan forcibly landed, only a bare deck and some remnants of pillars remained. If he hadn't still sensed the faint aura of the retrograde Tao on the deck, Li Fan would have thought the retrograde boat was completely destroyed. Although Emperor Tai Tian said that as long as one comprehended the retrograde Tao, anyone could create a retrograde boat, it seems that only 2 retrograde boats have been created throughout the countless years of the primal possibility. Obviously, it's not as simple as Emperor Tai Tian said. At the very least, Li Fan sensed the retrograde plank, observed it for a long time, but ultimately couldn't figure out how to repair it. Not to mention creating a new one. Huan Zhen, the longevity Tao, and the retrograde boat were almost all out of service at the moment. Li Fan's current situation could definitely not be considered pleasant. So the goal of this life was temporarily clear. The most important thing was to find a way to help Huan Zhen awaken as soon as possible. Secondly, repair the retrograde boat and accumulate the power of the longevity Tao. Both were somewhat beyond Li Fan's current capabilities. Now there were several problems facing Li Fan. First, Huan Zhen had fallen into silence, so did the open black lens bracket transformation of truth and falsehood close black lens bracket and the open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket divine power he comprehended still have any use. Second, with the help of Emperor Tai Tian, he had returned to 8,000 years ago. So at this point in time, was there another Emperor Tai Tian in the sealed village beneath the mountain and sea fishing ground? If he existed, could he sense what had happened to him 8,000 years later? If he didn't exist. Third, when his strength returned to its peak and his condition was fully restored, what should he do next? Should he return to the anchored year 1, the safe time zone he was extremely familiar with, or continue to wander into the past until he found true safety? Even Li Fan felt quite troubled when faced with these problems for a time. He could only deal with them one by one. Faced with the encirclement of these disciples who seemed to belong to the immortal Tao 10 sects, Li Fan first tested the transformation of truth and falsehood. His current body had no cultivation at all. However, with the blessing of the remaining longevity Tao, it was enough to withstand the strength equivalent to his Tao integration stage in the past. When truth is taken as false, the false becomes true. Li Fan silently chanted in his heart. However, nothing changed, as calm as the clouds and wind. But Li Fan didn't feel alarmed because of this. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, at the moment of using the transformation of truth and falsehood, Li Fan did feel the unique fluctuations of the transformation of truth and falsehood. The fact proved that even without Huan Zhen, he could still achieve the transformation of truth and falsehood. After all, this was the path he had comprehended himself. As long as the Tao of truth and falsehood still existed between the mountain and sea world, he could calmly use it. The reason why there were no changes on his body was simply because the space-time 8,000 years ago was significantly different from the Tao environment 8 years later. Nearly 10,000 years of time, the birth and death of Taos, coupled with the shaping influence of the Tao annihilation tribulation from the outside world, could completely be regarded as 2 different worlds. Therefore, although Li Fan's illusion as reality divine power was successfully cast, his attempt to replicate the cultivation in his imagination into his body failed. As the saying goes, a miss is as good as a mile. The difference in details and the drastic change in environment led to the failure of Li Fan's illusion as reality divine power. To put it bluntly, the effectiveness of the transformation of truth and falsehood needed to be based on a detailed understanding of the world's Taos. The current situation was that the Taos had changed. Li Fan needed to re-establish his understanding. But this was not a big problem. Although it had been 8,000 years, it was still the same possibility and the same world. As long as Li Fan had some time to re-establish his understanding of the Tao environment, he could smoothly and freely use the transformation of truth and falsehood again. It's just a pity that the illusion as reality divine power, with the dormancy of Huan Zhen, seems to have disappeared from me as well. After carefully sensing it for a long time and finally confirming it, Li Fan sighed slightly in his heart. But he wasn't particularly surprised. After experiencing the gains and losses of the longevity Tao, Li Fan knew clearly that what was given to him by others was essentially different from his own. But even if he lost it, Li Fan didn't completely give up on the open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket, a life-saving divine power that could be called the strongest in the mountain and sea. Being able to transform and hide his identity in front of the infinite sea, once he had tasted its sweetness, how could Li Fan be willing to give it up? The so-called illusion as reality is just an extremely advanced way of using the transformation of truth and falsehood. Based on my understanding of the transformation of truth and falsehood, Li Fan carefully recalled the feeling of being under the protection of illusion as reality at the beginning. It was also thanks to the constant presence of the previous moments that left Li Fan with a deep enough understanding. This made it slightly easier for Li Fan to recall it now. Even if I can't reproduce the real open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket, it's not difficult to achieve a weakened version of it. Li Fan's gaze swept over the surrounding disciples with unkind faces, and after a moment, a change quietly occurred. You've been holding back for a long time, kid, and haven't even farted. I think you. Originally, one of the cultivators was already impatient and slapped Li Fan on the head. He was still cursing in his mouth, with a fierce light in his eyes. But with the use of Li Fan's illusion as reality divine power, the unkind expression on his face slowly disappeared. The same was true for the people beside him. They seemed to have forgotten the identity of Li Fan, the disciple of the Medicine King sect, who had fallen from the sky. They just regarded him as one of their own. The cultivator who had slapped Li Fan on the head, after a moment of trance, looked around blankly. After a long while, he came back to his senses. His expression changed drastically, and he slapped his thigh. Damn it! Where's that kid? The others also woke up from their dreams and exclaimed, how is it possible? He actually ran away under everyone's eyes. I saw that person didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. How did he run away? Everyone was incredulous. They searched the vicinity with their divine sense, but couldn't find any suspicious traces. At this moment, Li Fan spoke. Did you smell it? There seems to be a faint trace of medicinal fragrance left in the air. I heard that the disciples of the Medicine King sect are best at using medicine. They can heal the sick, and they can also kill. We should have been tricked. Li Fan's tone was full of regret and impatience. That's really the case. The other cultivators sniffed their noses and also woke up. They were all full of regret. They didn't notice the abnormality of Li Fan, who shouldn't have existed. Li Fan, who had temporarily turned the crisis into safety, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Currently, he could only do this step. The recovery of strength needed to be based on the observation of this past time. He could only take it slowly. Although I have lost my former Tao enlightenment feelings under the scouring of the river of time, as long as I see its Tao again, I should be able to recomprehend it quickly. Others need to open up the Tao path from scratch, but I only need to walk it again. Li Fan looked up at the Xuanwang sky at this time, and all kinds of familiar and unfamiliar feelings surged into his heart. However, he was still surrounded by enemies at the moment, and Li Fan's illusion as reality hadn't been able to completely rewrite other people's cognition. Therefore, he didn't show it particularly. He just accumulated strength according to Tao enlightenment. Just when a group of cultivators were at a loss because they had lost their target. In the distant sky, a stream of light flew over and quickly approached. Damn it, Elder Song is here. A group of cultivators changed their expressions. Brothers, we must keep our story consistent. We must insist that we didn't see another stream of light at all. Soon, everyone reached a consensus in their divine sense exchange. Li Fan looked up at the figure that was approaching. He could see clearly that Elder Song, who was feared by a group of cultivators, looked like he only had Yuanying cultivation. But the speed of his flight was not slow, and he quickly landed in front of everyone. He asked about the departure of the Medicine King sect and the other stream of light in the opposite direction. Everyone replied according to the previously agreed upon statement. Elder Song's gaze swept over everyone, especially on Li Fan, where it stayed the longest, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. But he quickly relieved himself. He didn't say much. The departure of the Medicine King sect was expected by the 10 sects, superior masters long ago. Humph, a group of ignorant things, let them go. Elder Song said disdainfully, making a final conclusion. Although they have left, the foundation of their mountain gate is still there. Although our Evergreen Valley is the closest, it is still somewhat difficult to swallow the legacy left by the Medicine King sect alone. We can only pick some of the most essential areas. You quickly follow me back to the mountain gate to prepare for the upcoming disputes. This world is going to be uneasy. Elder Song sighed. Everyone obeyed the order. They looked at each other, and a trace of rejoicing for surviving the disaster welled up in their eyes. Li Fan also mingled among them and followed them back to this so-called Evergreen Valley. Relying on the ability of illusion as reality, he felt like he was going home no matter where he went. After some inquiries, he quickly figured out the situation. Evergreen Valley was one of the Immortal Tao 10 sects, an affiliated sect of the Supreme Sect. Saying it was affiliated was just a formality. They couldn't enjoy many benefits, but the offerings they needed to pay every year couldn't be a penny less. If the 10 sects had any requisitions, they had to respond without any sloppiness. It could be said that they were slaves of the 10 sects. But the Immortal Tao 10 sects were powerful, and even if the Evergreen Valley disciples were all dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. They could only endure it silently. Evergreen Valley was adjacent to the Medicine King sect. The Medicine King sect helped the world and saved countless people. Evergreen Valley also relied on the convenience brought by the Medicine King sect to accumulate a considerable foundation. As a small sect, the strength of a Transformation God sect master and 3 Yuanying elders was considered really good within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Not long ago, the Immortal Tao 10 sects seemed to have noticed that the Medicine King sect had the intention to escape, so they issued an order to monitor them. If there was any abnormality, they should report it immediately. That's why the Evergreen Valley disciples discovered Li Fan falling from the sky. Elder Song, this disciple has important matters to report. Just when a tense atmosphere gradually enveloped Evergreen Valley in order to compete for the legacy of the Medicine King sect, Li Fan secretly approached Elder Song. Oh, what is it? Elder Song recognized Li Fan, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. You are the Mountain Guard disciple from that day. What was your name again? Replying to the elder, this junior is called Li Ping, and I have just entered the sect not long ago. Li Fan opened his mouth and spoke, and with the blessing of illusion as reality, the elder, who was only at the Yuanying stage, couldn't see any flaws. What do you have to report? That day, in fact, there was a stream of light from the Medicine King sect that returned to the Xuanwang realm. It landed right in our center. Although we captured it, the thief escaped by accident. Li Fan made a look of fear and anxiety. Elder Song narrowed his eyes instantly. Those people, they dared to unite and deceive the elder. They even threatened me. Although I agreed at the time, after thinking about it after I came back, I was always uneasy in my heart. You have a good heart. Elder Song stood up suddenly and walked out the door. But after a short while, he had already returned. It was just that there was a faint bloody smell on his body. Although you have deceived, you can repent in time. You have also revealed merit. You should be rewarded. What do you want? Elder Song asked faintly. This junior dares not ask for anything. I will let the elder reward me. Li Fan replied. A smile appeared on Elder Song's face, and after thinking for a moment, he rewarded Li Fan with a defensive magic weapon. As the upcoming disputes gradually arose, with this magic weapon to protect him, the probability of surviving would definitely increase a lot. This Elder Song, he's not a bad person. Li Fan played with the dragon-patterned fire cover in his hand and smiled. He naturally wouldn't care about any magic weapon rewards. The reason why he went to Elder Song again was just to test the quality of his illusion as reality. At the first meeting, Elder Song still instinctively had doubts. But now, he had been completely deceived and regarded Li Fan as an Evergreen Valley disciple. It will take some time to hide it from the Transformation God realm. The more I understand the Tao at this time node, the faster this time will be. The surrounding spiritual power seemed to be attracted and surrounded him. But Li Fan deliberately didn't absorb it. He just looked up at the sky as before. His brow furrowed, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. It was clearly the same Tao, but as a former true immortal, he felt a sense of powerlessness when he comprehended it. It wasn't that his previous comprehension memories had failed. But the Tao rules of the Xuanwang realm were instinctively refusing to be comprehended by him. Humph, Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. A gleam of light emerged from Li Fan's eyes. 1546. The Great Heavenly Venerable's Rule. The current Xuanwang Heavenly Tao has not yet undergone the transformation of the new method of imparting the law, which goes against the natural order. Especially since the former ruler, the immortal realm, has already been destroyed. It can be said that the current point in time is the most prosperous moment for the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. Although it may not be able to detect that Li Fan is from the future, it cannot hide the unusual aura of an outsider from him. When Li Fan wants to comprehend the Tao of the Xuanwang realm, he will naturally resist. However, with Li Fan's level of cultivation, it's not like the Xuanwang heavenly Tao can stop him just by refusing. Even if the current Li Fan has been washed away by the river of time and has become no different from immortal, he still has countless ways to properly deal with the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. Under the rejection of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, cultivation is hindered everywhere. The result is half the effort. But it's easy to solve. As the saying goes, if heaven doesn't give it, I'll take it myself. With rich experience in cultivating new methods, Li Fan can still forcefully comprehend the heavenly Tao even with a mortal body. Moreover, at this point in time, the transmission of the law should have only just begun, with only the immortal Venerable of law transmission. As long as he attains immortality before him, he can replace him and become another heavenly Venerable of law transmission. However, doing so also carries huge risks. The law transmission was achieved by Heavenly Doctor borrowing the heavenly demon to control the body of Xuanwang native, Zhan Yuan Tuo. When the 10 immortal sects investigated the identity of the law transmitter, this layer of disguise as a Xuanwang native prevented the 10 sects from initially regarding the law transmitter as a true great enemy, buying valuable time for the law transmitter to rise. But if Li Fan, a thorough outsider, jumps out to be the first to take the lead, he would probably immediately suffer the most cruel suppression from the joint forces of the 10 sects. Before Li Fan recovers his cultivation, he is still somewhat wary of the 10 sects in their heyday. Moreover, the old path of the new method also has many drawbacks. Even if it is perfected, it can only be used to flaunt power in the Xuanwang realm. Once it jumps out of this world, its strength will be greatly reduced. Far inferior to my myriad aspects Tao net. It's just a pity, Li Fan sighed slightly in his heart. Not to mention that the insights that constitute the Tao net have been lost and need to be reobserved and established. Most importantly, the power of the core ink slaughter immortal soul was also washed away in the crisis of the fusion of the mountains and seas. However, I may be able to use the power of illusion as reality to remanifest it, without the need to re-promote the Xuanwang realm to sublimate into an immortal domain. So, after going around in circles, the key returns to the comprehension of the great Tao of Xuanwang. Only by first creating the operating ground for the transformation of truth and falsehood can Li Fan's various methods be useful. Being rejected to this extent, even guiding qi into the body is extremely difficult. It is no easier than when I first started cultivating. However, there are still traces of the great Tao of longevity remaining in my body, perhaps I can use this as a breakthrough. When Li Fan officially restarted his path of cultivation and once again felt the extremely strong force of rejection from the Xuanwang realm, although he felt shocked and angry, he couldn't help but feel confused. Although it is an instinctive rejection of outsiders, being able to suppress Li Fan to this extent. It's not entirely the Xuanwang heavenly Tao acting alone. It's as if there is someone behind it manipulating and directing it. Li Fan suddenly looked up again, and a sense of understanding surged in his heart. Who could it be? Who could be in control of the consciousness of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao at this point in time? Several figures flashed through his mind in an instant, and finally, it stopped on a scene. That was the scene when Li Fan promoted the Xuanwang realm to sublimate into an immortal domain in the past simulations. At that time, even with the nourishment of the endless vitality of the star sea, it was difficult to support the sublimation required by the Xuanwang realm. So Li Fan performed a technique and summoned the illusory imprints left in the heavens and earth of the Xuanwang realm by the great heavenly lords of past generations. There were a total of 8 illusory figures standing in the heavens and earth. The last one was the nameless great heavenly lord, whom Li Fan had personally facilitated. Before the nameless one was Su Bai. And before Su Bai, it was not the Zhan heavenly king. Between the Zhan heavenly king and Su Bai, there was also a mysterious great heavenly lord of unknown identity. Only his figure could be seen, and his face was just a void. This great heavenly lord seemed to appear out of thin air and disappear out of thin air. Apart from the imprint of the great heavenly lord's illusory figure, he did not leave any other traces. Li Fan had also wanted to investigate, but even with the means of a half-immortal, he did not gain anything. Now, at this point in time before Su Bai comprehends the Tao and succeeds the great heavenly lord, it should be him in power, Li Fan thought thoughtfully. If a heavenly demon from outside invades and instructs the Xuanwang heavenly Tao to counterattack, it is also the duty of the great heavenly lord. But, in that case, wouldn't that mean that every time I forcibly comprehend the Tao, it would be very dangerous? Li Fan's heart trembled. Although he has not been exposed for the time being, every comprehension of the Tao can be seen as sending out a conspicuous signal to the outside world. When the realm is low, it's still okay. If it's at the nascent soul or transformation God realm, it will definitely be as conspicuous as a light in the night. It will inevitably attract that mysterious Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord. Of course, it's not that Li Fan will definitely be doomed at that time. As long as he says that he is from the future and shoulders the important task of saving the mortal world and the mountains and seas, according to the high moral standards required for the appointment of the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord, Li Fan will most likely be able to survive. It's just that Li Fan certainly doesn't want to take this risk. Entrusting his life to the moral standards of others is definitely not what a gentleman would do. I didn't expect that the simple path of recultivation would be so difficult. Li Fan couldn't help but press his brow. I also don't know how the other retrograde travelers solved this matter. After pondering for a long time, Li Fan finally settled on a temporary cultivation tone. Since he can't actively comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth himself, he can only borrow what others have already comprehended. At this time, it happens to be the time when the Changqing Valley is on the verge of storm, so it's good to experiment first. Relying on the means of illusion as reality, Li Fan borrowed a lot of materials from the Changqing Valley sect's treasury. Then, he went to the weapon refining workshop and coaxed the formation master Wang Yi to painstakingly create 100 palm-sized thin pieces for himself. Brother Ping, what do you want this thing for? It can't be used for self-defense, nor can it be used to defend against enemies. Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with confusion. Li Fan didn't answer the question of this talkative formation master, but just smiled and used illusion as reality to distort the other party's memory of himself. Who are you? Why are you here? Go. Don't affect me studying the sect's great formation. Wang Yi was very impolite and directly drove Li Fan, this stranger, out. There are many alchemists in the Changqing Valley, but weapon refiners and formation masters are very rare. Wang Yi's status in the sect is considered to be upper class, and he is used to calling around disciples like Li Fan, who look like they have just entered the sect. Li Fan quietly retreated, leaving only Wang Yi, who was sore and weak, unable to understand. Returning to his residence, Li Fan laid out 100 thin pieces in front of him in turn. Holding spirit stones, he began to reprocess them. After half a day, these 100 originally bare thin pieces have been greatly changed. In the center of the thin piece, the 4 characters open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Scripture close black lens bracket are engraved in a font similar to true Immortal seal script. Around the 4 Immortal seal characters, countless complex patterns and strange beast patterns fill the thin piece. And looking from the background, you can vaguely see continuous mountains and sea scenery. However, this mountain and sea scenery is extremely hidden within those complex and gorgeous patterns. Ordinary people, however, find it difficult to detect. After completing the carving of the 100 thin pieces, all the spirit stones on Li Fan's body have been exhausted. And Li Fan himself was almost exhausted, and even faintly felt dizzy. Although it is because of forcibly creating things with a mortal body. But the most important thing is that these 100 open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Scriptures close black lens bracket are actually the culmination of Li Fan's current formation level. Far surpassing countless generations today, although it is a mortal formation, it can be compared to an immortal formation. Because of the loss of Tao comprehension, Li Fan's actual formation Tao level has also been greatly reduced. The power is less than 1/10. But the ideas for arranging the formation are still there. So, with the help of Wang Yi, the formation master of Changqing Valley, he created many basic formations. Then, he reweaved and combined these formations, turning decay into magic. Finally, these 100 open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Scriptures close black lens bracket were created. Don't look at it as just a mere thin piece, it has infinite wonderful uses. The most important thing is to serve as a medium, even across high walls and star seas, it can communicate with Li Fan in real time. Although the 4 characters of the Supreme Tao Scripture are exaggerated, they are not completely false. Whoever obtains this scripture, if they feel confused in the process of comprehending the Tao and cultivating, can beg the scripture for help. Whenever there is a question, an answer can be obtained. With Li Fan's qualifications of reincarnating for many generations, recultivating as a true immortal, and personally experiencing the fusion of the 3 Taos of mountains and seas, longevity, and returning to truth. It's not that he's bragging, but looking at the entire primordial possibility, there is nothing he can't answer. not to mention a mere Xuanwang realm. In other words, those who obtain the open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Scripture close black lens bracket actually have an extra peerless powerhouse as a personal teacher. It goes without saying how much help it will be for cultivation. If Li Fan wasn't temporarily in a difficult situation, he wouldn't have come up with such a win-win solution. After resting for a while, Li Fan began to act. Of course, he didn't just send out all the Supreme Tao Scriptures at once. Comprehending the Tao is about quality, not quantity. Brother, please wait. Bai Li Shan, the chief disciple of Changqing Valley, heard the voice and couldn't help but look back. I saw a cultivator lead him to a hidden corner, and then mysteriously took out a thin piece. You are. Bai Li Shan felt that the other party seemed a little familiar and should be someone from the sect. However, he couldn't figure out his specific identity for a while. Before he could think deeply, Bai Li Shan was attracted by the thin piece in his hand. This thing is called the Supreme Tao Scripture and has infinite mysteries. Although I have obtained this treasure, I know that I am not blessed to enjoy it. Therefore, I offer it to you, senior brother, Li Fan whispered. Bai Li Shan felt a little amused. Judging by the other party's aura, their cultivation was merely at the qi refining stage. Yet, they dared to spout nonsense about some supreme treasure. However, the name of the Supreme Tao Scripture was indeed intimidating. He carefully examined the thin piece and couldn't help but become engrossed in the mysterious patterns on it. When he finally regained his senses, he realized with alarm that the treasure presenter had already disappeared. His name was, what was it again? Bai Li Shan frowned, realizing that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember. 1547. The Tao burning furnace burns Tao. Soon, he put the treasure offering person out of his mind. Bai Li Shan's attention was deeply attracted by the thin piece in his hand. Although common sense told him that this thing of unknown origin could not possibly be the real Supreme Tao Scripture. But for some reason, Bai Li Shan's gaze could not be moved away from it. But after studying it for a long time, he didn't discover any special features of this thin piece. He could only smile wryly and temporarily give up, taking it as his own unfounded fantasy. Until 3 days later, when Bai Li Shan returned from his master, his mind was still recalling his master's teachings, but unconsciously, he took out the thin piece named Supreme Tao Scripture to play with. 4th Season Evergreen Scripture, 3rd layer. What is the explanation of this sentence? Heaven has 4 seasons, follow it for evergreen, go against it for longevity. Isn't evergreen the same as longevity? As he was surrounded by such doubts, a mysterious green light suddenly surged out from the thin piece in his hand, engulfing Bai Li Shan's thoughts. When Bai Li Shan came back to his senses, he was already in a vast and boundless starry sky. He could vaguely see the continuous mountain and sea phantoms standing in the background of the starry sky. And above his head, countless mysterious characters floated, shining brightly, like stars. It was as if the great Tao had descended, revealing its true form. Bai Li Shan's mind suddenly roared, and his thoughts fell into a brief blank. Supreme Tao Scripture. It's actually real. Just as he was dumbfounded, a stream of light streaked across from the stars above his head and flew into his body. Green is the order of heaven and earth. Longevity is transcendence from heaven and earth. Heaven and earth have an end, but longevity is endless. A majestic and sacred voice also sounded in Bai Li Shan's mind at the same time. Echoing for a long time, Bai Li Shan was instantly enlightened and overjoyed. So that's how it is. Just as the first user of the Supreme Tao Scripture finally opened contact with Li Fan, its creator, Li Fan, also successfully peeked into the great Tao of this time and space from Bai Li Shan's mind. Although it was just like looking at flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water, Li Fan already knew the flowers and the moon very well, and only needed a fixed existence to assist in anchoring. At this moment, the veil covering the Xuanwang Great Tao was lifted with help, and Li Fan also followed the clues to the greatest extent to verify the Great Tao of this time and space reality with the Great Tao he had once comprehended. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the Great Tao scenes that Bai Li Shan had glimpsed in his cultivation career were known to Li Fan. Using the unreal Great Tao comprehended by other cultivators to reverse engineer the real Great Tao in reality. This was Li Fan's ability as a former half-step transcendent powerhouse. As a matter of course, Li Fan's realm completed a 3-level jump from mortal, qi refining, to foundation establishment in an instant. Synchronized to Bai Li Shan's late foundation establishment stage. Li Fan's late foundation establishment stage was definitely not the same as Bai Li Shan's. Even against a nascent soul, I can kill them easily. I can barely protect myself. Li Fan checked his body's condition and nodded slightly. However, this so-called realm is not very important. The key is the degree of comprehension of the great Tao. Bai Li Shan is just a disciple of the Evergreen sect after all, with limited vision. I still need to spread more Supreme Tao scriptures as soon as possible. Li Fan first checked the progress of his transformation of truth and falsehood. The Tao path glimpsed by Bai Li Shan was a drop in the bucket for promoting the transformation of truth and falsehood. However, it also proved the feasibility of Li Fan's plan. The Tao path perception reproduced by Bai Li Shan did not attract the attention of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, or even the Great Heavenly Venerate hidden behind the scenes. Next, I need to go to the place where the heroes of the world gather. Li Fan looked into the distance and left Piao Ran. A month later, the Great Tao sect was already faintly visible. Along the way, Li Fan was not stingy with the Supreme Tao scriptures in his hand. Whenever he met someone with a little talent, he would take the initiative to give it to them. And his strength also climbed from the foundation establishment stage to the late golden core stage. It's just that this seems to be the limit for ordinary disciples outside the 10 sects. During this period, Li Fan met no few cultivators. There were many below the golden core stage. However, there were very few nascent soul and above. Even if there were any, most of them were old and did not meet Li Fan's requirements. The ancient Xuanwang realm can barely be considered a great world of immortal cultivation. It shouldn't be such a desolate scene of talent withering. Could it be? Thinking of the impending chaos that Elder Song of Evergreen Valley said before, Li Fan guessed that perhaps at this moment, the 10 sects were launching a war to open up other immortal cultivation realms. The elite disciples of the 10 sects have all been mobilized. No wonder the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao's rejection is so strong. I just don't know if the one we are facing now is the Heavenly Law realm where Heavenly Doctor is located. After several calamities, the history of the Xuanwang realm has long been fragmented and distorted, as if hidden in a fog. Even with the records on the stone slab, it is impossible to restore its original true appearance. Only by returning to the past and experiencing it personally can one witness its original appearance. Li Fan came to the Great Tao sect this time, mainly to find Zhao Ruoxi in the Great Tao sect. Being able to eventually achieve the future eternal heavenly venerate, Zhao Ruoxi's talent can definitely be called the top of Xuanwang. Although he had already known Zhao Ruoxi's memories, he could not determine the specific node where she existed. However, I didn't see anything about the war against the outside world in his memory. Could it be that she hasn't been born yet? Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Li Fan was already familiar with the Great Tao sect's mountain gate. As for the mountain gate formation, after observing it for a while, Li Fan directly ignored it. Quietly sneaking into it, compared to what was seen in senior sister Zhao's memory, the Great Tao sect's mountain gate at this moment is still very different. The most obvious difference is that there seems to have been a melee everywhere in the mountain gate. The air exudes a faint, lingering bloody smell, and many shocking battle traces can be seen on the Earth's buildings. Has it already been fought to the Great Tao sect's gate? Li Fan was even more surprised. He seemed to have never seen this period of history in later generations. Sensing the place where the vitality gathers the most, Li Fan changed into the Great Tao sect's disciples' clothes and quietly sneaked over. It's simply a great shame. We were almost taken down by someone. If the other 10 sects know, I'm afraid we will be removed from the list from now on. Uncle Master doesn't need to get angry. After the war is over, I will invite the burning Tao furnace to write off this matter. The most important thing now is to find out the enemy's movements. Li Fan was a little familiar with the calm comforting voice that followed. It was the Great Tao sect master, Fang Dingay. At this moment, he was surrounded by about 500 cultivators. From Qi refining to Tao integration, all of them looked a little dignified. I have to say, we underestimated the other party a little. After all, it is. Only Fang Dingay had a faint smile on his face, speaking slowly. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the old man. I didn't agree with your plan in the first place. Xuanwang is the foundation of the 10 sects, how can you say abandon it and abandon it? Instead of fighting with others, it is better to work together to find a solution to the great calamity. Uncle Master is saying a little too much. Fang Dingay glanced slightly. The old man was still dissatisfied, but just snorted and said nothing more. Fang Dingay looked at the surrounding crowd and thought for a moment. A strange three-legged furnace floated out of his palm. Invisible fire rose from the bottom of the furnace. The image of the three-legged furnace suddenly expanded, covering all the surrounding people. Immortal spirit Qi. Li Fan was startled, and caught off guard. He was also enveloped by the three-legged furnace. However, the raging furnace fire did not pose a threat to Li Fan's life. It's just that Li Fan vaguely sensed that his memory of the conversation just now had become a little blurred. However, Li Fan is not an ordinary cultivator after all. He had even experienced the tribulation of the fusion of the three Taos and was able to survive safely. Although the three-legged furnace immortal artifact was a bit mysterious, it could not affect him. Before the invisible flames seemed to burn in Li Fan's mind, they suddenly went out for no reason. Burning Tao furnace. Li Fan was thoughtful. He had never heard of this immortal artifact before. Judging from Fang Dingyi's conversation with the old man just now, this time node should be when the 10 sects had internal disagreements. Li Fan was not surprised that the 10 sects possessed immortal artifacts. However, the power displayed by this burning Tao furnace was a bit unexpected. Fang Dingyi said, "Invite the burning Tao furnace to write off this matter." And there are no records of this battle in later generations. If it really has this ability, this burning Tao furnace is not an ordinary product even in the immortal world. I just don't know where this thing will fall in the future. While Li Fan was thinking, Fang Dingyi spoke again. But he omitted the concluding remarks and directly issued the order. Among the 500 people, another 100 people below the golden core stage were separated to go to support. The rest stayed in the sect to be responsible for repairing and defending. Below the golden core stage. Li Fan almost thought he had misheard. However, seeing that the other great Tao sect disciples were not very surprised, it was obvious that there was something mysterious about this matter. Therefore, he did not make a sound. It's just that his luck seemed to be a bit bad, and Fang Dingyi happened to choose him among the 100 people who went to support. Li Fan noticed that when Fang Dingyi was selecting support personnel, his eyes stayed on him for a longer time. It seems that illusion of truth cannot completely affect the powerhouses of the sect master level of the 10 sects. Li Fan had to temporarily choose to follow and find a good opportunity later. A golden chain appeared out of thin air above the great Tao sect. Then Fang Dingyi wrapped up the selected great Tao sect cultivators and shuttled along the chain. It seemed to cross an infinitely long starry sky. When Li Fan reacted, he had come to an extremely unique space. The upper limit of the momentum of this world is extremely low. Only the level of the golden core perfection of the Xuanwang realm. However, the suppression of the great Tao is no weaker than that of the Xuanwang realm for some reason. Therefore, all the cultivators who came here at this moment, the strength they can exert is all limited to the golden core realm. 1548. Lost Battle of Fallen Immortal. Li Fan looked up and saw a crescent moon hanging alone in the blood-red sky. It emitted an extremely strong bloody aura, as if it had condensed the lives of billions of living beings. This should be the culprit causing the abnormality in this realm, Li Fan thought to himself. Looking closely, one could even see scenes of endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the surface of the blood moon. Li Fan had seen scenes countless times more tragic than this, so he naturally wasn't affected in the slightest. However, the reactions of the other Grand Tao sect disciples were more normal. Their faces were pale, and many even vomited on the spot. Fang Dingyi didn't reprimand them, just swept his gaze across them indifferently. Li Fan also pretended to vomit to avoid attracting attention. After a while, when everyone had barely adapted, Fang Dingyi slowly spoke. This realm is called Blood Moon, named after the monster above. The group of thieves who attacked our Grand Tao sect fled here. Their blood must wash away the shame of our sect almost being breached. As the sect master, Fang Dingyi was undoubtedly qualified. In just a few sentences, he stirred up everyone's emotions. The look of panic was swept away, and the Grand Tao sect disciples immediately became filled with killing intent. Kill without mercy. With Fang Dingyi's command, everyone quickly scattered in all directions, each displaying their magical treasures and techniques. As expected of the 10 immortal sects, even the basic disciples below the Golden Core realm had profound foundations far exceeding those of rogue cultivators. To avoid being conspicuous, Li Fan only used the art of sword control, stepping on a water sword, following behind one person. This person was named Lei Fanji, whom Li Fan had seen in senior sister Zhao's memories. He was one of the future elders of the Grand Tao sect. Being able to survive until the future indicated that he should not encounter any fatal danger in this battle. Although with Li Fan's strength, he should be able to sweep through this strange world with his golden core realm cultivation. This had no practical meaning for Li Fan. Being caught in this place was purely an accident. Li Fan still planned to honestly get through this incident and quietly spread the supreme Tao scripture within the 10 sects. Junior brother, this sword control technique of yours is truly extraordinary. Li Fan had tried his best to keep a low profile, but with the knowledge and understanding he currently possessed, even a slight display could make ordinary cultivators' eyes light up and instinctively feel it was extraordinary. How about we team up? Lei Fangji greeted him and asked tentatively. It was evident that Lei Fangji was still relatively green at this time. Perhaps it was his first time leaving the sect to carry out such a killing mission. Li Fan could clearly feel the nervousness in his opponent's heart. Then I'll rely on senior brother's care, Li Fan said with a smile. The two of them followed Fang Dingyi's instructions and went deep into the Blood Moon world, sweeping away the enemy. As long as they saw a living creature that wasn't a Grand Tao sect disciple, they would kill it without mercy. Although the overall environment here was strange, the living beings within were not much different from normal humans. Their skin was just a strange purple color. After completing the slaughter of another gathering point, Lei Fangji stared blankly at the flames rising from the ruins, a hint of unbearable feeling flashing in his eyes. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different hearts. From the moment they attacked our Grand Tao sect, they should have foreseen this outcome, Li Fan said coldly, reminding him. Firstly, he genuinely believed this, and secondly, he said it deliberately because he sensed Fang Dingyi's divine sense monitoring the Grand Tao sect disciples. Lei Fangji sighed and didn't retort. As the two were about to leave, Li Fan suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "Senior brother, what is this?" Lei Fangji looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Fan digging out two shiny thin pieces from the black ruins. Complex patterns depicting mountain and sea anomalies were etched on them, indicating they were clearly not ordinary items. Lei Fangji's heart skipped a beat, and he flashed over, taking the two thin pieces to examine them. Although I don't understand the meaning of the words on these thin pieces, the moment I saw them, the 4 words Supreme Tao Scripture flooded into my mind. Senior brother, this. Li Fan's voice trembled. Lei Fangji held the thin pieces and observed them carefully. His expression was first confused, then filled with shock. Suppressing the trembling of his body, he instinctively scanned left and right, confirming that there were no other people around. He then took a deep breath and returned one of the thin pieces to Li Fan. This item should be a lost Tao scripture from the Immortal realm. It is an unparalleled opportunity for us. I've checked, and these 2 thin pieces are no different. You and I will each take one. What happened today was due to your kindness. I will repay it in the future. Although he directly took one of the 2 treasures, he at least returned the other half to Li Fan and didn't hide it. He wasn't a good person, nor was he an evil villain. It was just a normal person's normal choice. What surprised Li Fan was that the other party was able to discover the profoundness of the Supreme Tao scripture so quickly. The elites of the 10 sects are indeed incomparable to the disciples of second-rate sects, Li Fan thought to himself, feeling the corner of the great Tao that had reappeared in the mist, and couldn't help but nod. However, he still put on a shocked and hesitant expression. Such a treasure, shouldn't we hand it over to the sect? If we keep it for ourselves and the sect master finds out, will we be punished? Lei Fangji snorted and said dismissively, what nonsense. The inheritance of the 10 sects originates from the Immortal realm, with countless immortal treasures. It's just a Tao scripture. If the sect master were to come and snatch it, that would be too undignified. There's no need to worry. Besides, this matter is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. As long as we keep our mouths shut, we'll be fine. Li Fan sensed Fang Dingyi's divine sense sweeping over again and nodded in agreement. The cleanup of the Blood Moon realm didn't encounter any major surprises. Except for a large-scale battle that broke out in another area, the cleanup work in other places went smoothly. When Fang Dingyi held the Tao incineration furnace and absorbed and burned the Blood Moon in the sky, the suppression of cultivators in this realm returned to normal. Although the upper limit of strength that cultivators could withstand was still the Golden Core realm, cultivators could unleash their true strength for a short period. The price was being expelled after a moment. Since this realm has been conquered, it will serve as our Grand Tao sect's bridgehead for conquest. Fang Dingyi stood above the sky, looking towards the distant depths of the starry sky along the golden chains outside the world. His voice boomed, spreading far and wide. The floating crossing starry sky array. At this point in time, it hasn't been damaged yet, Li Fan thought thoughtfully. From Fang Dingyi's words, it seemed that the battlefield involving the 10 immortal sects was still far from its most intense phase. Such a large-scale war, yet there is no record of it in later generations. Interesting. The true battles of conquering other cultivation realms were clearly not something that Golden Core realm cultivators could participate in. More than 100 disciples who completed this mission were brought back to the sect by Fang Dingyi. The bloody aura within the Grand Tao sect had not yet completely dissipated, but some disciples had already returned from the battlefield. Their spirits were low, and deep fear occasionally flashed in the depths of their eyes. It was clear that the frontline battlefield had left them with deep psychological trauma. At night, Li Fan quietly infiltrated the minds of several Grand Tao sect disciples who had returned from the front line. However, perhaps to prevent the battle plan from being leaked, the memories of these returnees had all been subjected to varying degrees of cleansing. They were not very clear about the specific battle situation. However, judging from the tragic scene of countless cultivators perishing, the terrifying extent of this war was even higher than Li Fan's estimation. It seems that in the future, cultivators once again experienced this shocking war in the Immortal Fall realm. Triggered by these images, Li Fan recalled some distant memories. Only in the Immortal Fall realm could the records be preserved after cleansing. However, it seems that the outcome of this war for the 10 sects wasn't very good. Otherwise, if the final result was victory, there would be no need for such a thorough cleansing. Li Fan's eyes flickered as he looked towards the mountain where the Grand Tao sect's main hall was located. War was like still deep water, silently swallowing countless lives. And Li Fan's previous quiet arrangements had finally taken effect. A divine sense, relatively powerful, compared to Li Fan's current realm, suddenly intruded into the supreme Tao scripture. Tao integration realm. Li Fan's heart was filled with joy, and his attention instantly focused. Even a Tao integration cultivator was instantly lost in the vast starry sky of the great Tao created by Li Fan. They were even more quickly lost than the Golden Core disciples. Because only after reaching the Tao integration realm could one begin to glimpse a corner of the magnificent great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, upon seeing the supreme Tao scripture, they could truly realize its value. This new wisp of divine sense entered through Lei Fangji's thin peace. Just as his mind was lost, in the real world, a surge of majestic aura suddenly erupted from a certain mountain in the Grand Tao sect. A golden longbow was strung and an arrow drawn. The arrow pierced the sky, shooting straight out of the profound yellow realm and flying into the depths of the star sea. That is, trapped for 900 years, on the verge of perishing, Senior Uncle Fu has finally broken through. Congratulations, congratulations. Fu Ziwing is said to be the strongest in battle among the previous generation of prodigies in our Grand Tao sect, wielding unparalleled archery. When the bow is drawn, the setting sun falls, and when the arrow rings, the golden crow cries. It's just a pity that he was too focused on archery and delayed his comprehension of the great Tao, so his realm has always been stuck at the peak of soul transformation. Originally, he thought there was no hope in this life, but who would have thought today? Exclamations of surprise came from all parts of the Grand Tao sect. Li Fan also understood the whole story. Fu Ziwing is Lei Fangji's master. It should be Lei Fangji who gave him the supreme Tao scripture. However, this person's divine sense cultivation had already reached the Tao integration realm. He was just one step away. With the guidance of my supreme Tao scripture, breaking through was a matter of course. On the surface, the Grand Tao sect had a new Tao integration expert. But in the dark, Li Fan, with the help of Fu Ziwing, touched more of the profound yellow great Tao. Golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, Tao integration. Confined to a small room, the aura rising from Li Fan's body changed in an instant. It was like the demeanor of an ancient cultivator who had enlightened the Tao and ascended in one go, but in reality the inner workings were completely different. It wasn't that Li Fan had enlightened the Tao, but that the Tao had returned to Li Fan's body. The turbulent aura of promotion to Tao integration on the Grand Tao sect mountain lingered for a long time. But here with Li Fan, everything had long since returned to peace. Even with the eyes of a Tao integration expert, what he could see was still limited. But it gave Li Fan a sufficiently suitable point of leverage. In the current profound yellow realm, although the highest realm was the longevity realm, the actual combat power was not much different from Tao integration, relying entirely on the fruit of the Ruamu to attain longevity. Leaving aside the hidden monsters, Li Fan was now back at the peak of the profound yellow realm. But it's far from enough. Just one Tao integration is far from enough for me to restore the myriad form Tao net. Although there has been progress in the change between true and false, it is only a small step. The 3 consecutive leaps in cultivation realms, manifested in the myriad form Dao net, were only slightly better than a drop in the bucket. The vast difference between each realm from Dao integration upwards is evident. I need more Dao integration cultivators from the profound yellow realm to help me. Just as he was contemplating, a knock suddenly sounded. One should know that not much time had passed since Li Fan infiltrated the Grand Dao sect. The only person who could be called an acquaintance was Lei Fanji. Looking at the tangled and complex expression on Lei Fanji's face outside the door, Li Fan instantly understood the other party's intention. He smiled slightly and opened the door. Then, seemingly without any defense, he agreed to the other party's request to go out together. You also know that Master has finally broken through to the Dao integration realm this time. It's definitely a great happy event. So he asked me to go down the mountain to notify and invite other sects to come and observe the ceremony and congratulate. Lei Fanji said intermittently, "Congratulations, senior brother. With a Dao integration master, senior brother's position in the sect will be vastly different from today. When you become successful, don't forget about your junior brother," Li Fan said sincerely, seemingly completely unaware of the awkwardness of Lei Fanji's excuse. Lei Fanji just responded with a complex expression. As the two walked to a deserted place, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through Li Fan's chest. "Junior brother, don't blame me," Lei Fanji said sharply. Then, with extreme determination, he cut off Li Fan's head. Afraid that Li Fan hadn't died completely, after finding the supreme Dao scripture that Li Fan carried with him, Lei Fanji trembled and burned his body to ashes. He stood there in a daze for a long time. Only then did Lei Fanji recover and return to the sect somewhat awkwardly. However, he didn't notice that Li Fan, who was clearly dead beyond dead behind him, reappeared out of thin air. Destroying the body and erasing the traces, wonderful. Even if the 10 sects find some clues in the future, the trail will end here, Li Fan said with a smile, watching Lei Fanji leave. And the moment Lei Fanji's figure completely entered the Grand Dao sect mountain gate, Li Fan, who had been smiling just now, suddenly changed his expression. He suddenly looked up, sensing the arrival of danger. This crisis did not come from anyone in the profound yellow realm, but from this space-time. It was as if he had returned to the long river of time, with surging waves gradually rising. These waves of time washing had no effect on the space-time itself. However, they were only directed at Li Fan alone. Without the protection of the longevity Great Dao, the countercurrent boat was also completely shattered. At this moment, Li Fan could only rely on himself to deal with this sudden change. This is the storm caused by the change in the course of the long river of time. As a changer of history, I naturally have to bear the backlash. 1549. Time and Space Anchor Point. Even the most insignificant splash in the river of time is more devastating than any so-called heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm. The Xuanwang world remained silent, but in Li Fan's senses, it was as if space was being forcibly folded by an external force. The distinct dividing lines were like incomparably sharp blades, cutting through Li Fan's body and soul. Even though it wasn't the first time he had witnessed the storm originating from the river of time, Li Fan's expression still changed slightly. In this critical moment, Li Fan made the most correct choice in the first instance. He used his understanding of the transformation between truth and illusion to simulate the protection of open black lens bracket illusion as also truth close black lens bracket. Fortunately, he had just recovered his Dao integration cultivation, and his understanding of the transformation between truth and illusion had advanced a small step. The efficiency of illusion as also truth had also increased slightly. It was like putting on a raincoat in the wind and rain. At the very least, Li Fan could barely move and discern directions. The ripples in the river of time persisted for a long time, as if waiting for the changes caused by Li Fan to disappear before subsiding. Li Fan, under the baptism of the storm, was like a butterfly in a hurricane, at risk of being completely torn apart at any moment. In a flash of lightning, Li Fan thought of a way to save himself. He recalled how he had gone against the current in the river of time, almost lost his way, and finally discovered the familiar light spot representing the Medicine King Cauldron, which allowed him to land safely. Even if I have arrived at this point in time, I am still like duckweed in the wind, without roots. If I want to survive in the ripples of time, I urgently need to find my open black lens bracket anchor point close black lens bracket in this era and completely integrate into it. It's like drifting in a turbulent river and grabbing a reef to save my life. The folds in space became increasingly dense, and Li Fan was almost at the point where he could barely move. There wasn't much time to waste. Almost instantly, Li Fan had already found the most solid anchor point he could use at this time node. Originally, if that Lei Fanzi hadn't taken action, the Great Tao sect would have been the best choice. It's just a pity that the identity I'm playing is already a dead person, Li Fan thought with a surge of understanding. He pushed his escape technique to the limit, returning to Evergreen Valley at lightning speed. Tao integration speed was 100 times faster than when he was at the Golden Core stage. A month's journey was traversed in an instant. Above Evergreen Valley, he slightly sensed the location of Elder Song, restrained his aura, and quietly descended. Elder Song, it's me. Standing in front of Elder Song, Li Fan struggled against the ripples of time while trying to maintain his composure. You are. Elder Song squinted his eyes, sized Li Fan up, and was somewhat confused. Because of the previous effects of illusion as also truth, he didn't recognize Li Fan. Without an anchor point, the ripples of time showed no signs of weakening. The increasingly dense folding lines almost covered the entire world. Li Fan felt that, almost in the next second, he would be completely submerged by the river of time. At this critical moment, Li Fan was blessed with inspiration and took out the magical artifact that Elder Song had given him before. Fortunately, he had always had the good habit of being frugal. Instead of directly discarding the magical artifact because it was useless, he had always kept it with him. Taking it out now became a crucial lifeline. Although Elder Song didn't recognize Li Fan, he recognized the magical artifact he had refined. Therefore, he remembered Li Fan's identity. Oh, it's you. With these words, Li Fan's identity was finally confirmed. In an instant, he fell from the river of time back into real space-time. The ripples in the river of time gradually dissipated. Even though there were still some aftershocks, Li Fan could barely cope with them himself. Li Fan, who had taken a trip to the gates of hell, coughed lightly and quickly stepped forward. Yesterday, in a fight with someone, this magical artifact saved my life at a crucial moment. Therefore, I have come today to thank you, Elder Song. As Li Fan spoke, he quietly created a crack in the magical artifact. At the same time, he quickly compressed the surrounding spiritual energy into a piece of top-grade spiritual stone and handed it over. The actions of a Tao integration peak expert who was once a true immortal were naturally not something that Elder Song of Evergreen Valley could detect. He looked at the bright and shiny spiritual stone that was being handed over, which was obviously not an ordinary product, and smiled slightly. You are quite thoughtful. He readily accepted the spiritual stone. The relationship between the two became increasingly close, and Li Fan also noticed that the ripples of time outside of reality had become smaller. The crisis was temporarily resolved, and Li Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't be so nervous. We Evergreen Valley don't have many disciples as filial and sensible as you. Elder Song had a good eye and saw the huge change in Li Fan's emotions, so he couldn't help but comfort him. At the same time, he was also sincerely sighing. Since that magical artifact is damaged, I will give you another one. But you must not rely on the sharpness of the weapon to fight with others. These are troubled times, and stable cultivation is the right path, Elder Song said sternly. He took out another magical artifact from his storage ring. Or rather, a magical treasure. Its quality was obviously a higher grade than the one he had given to Li Fan, a simple and unadorned dark golden bronze bell. Elder Song looked at the bronze bell, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. This bell once followed me for a long time. However, due to the limitations of the refining materials, it is no longer of any help to me. I will give it to you today. There will be no problem in resisting attacks below the nascent soul stage. Li Fan was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly accepted the bronze bell. While thanking Elder Song, he had already refined the bronze bell in an instant. What Li Fan valued was naturally not the effectiveness of this bronze bell as a magical treasure, but the time it had condensed within it. It was associated with most of Elder Song's life, and now, after being refined, this bond was linked to Li Fan. The storm in the river of time completely faded away. The first backlash from rewriting history was safely resolved by Li Fan. I will definitely repay Elder Song's gift today in the future, Li Fan said solemnly. Elder Song waved his hand. It's good to have this intention. After speaking, he slowly left. Li Fan watched him leave, found a courtyard in Evergreen Valley, and temporarily settled down. First, he refined the dark golden bronze bell again. For Li Fan, the defects of innate materials were not a limitation at all. With the engraving of numerous complex formations, ordinary objects could also be comparable to immortal artifacts. While helping the bronze bell complete its transformation, Li Fan reflected on his previous rash behavior. Now it seems that those who go against the current and arrive in another space-time are most afraid of being rootless wood and water without a source. It's not to say that you can't change history. After all, the river of time is vast and boundless. There are endless possibilities within it. But rather, that while changing it, you must have the ability to bear the backlash of the river of time changing its course. In addition to one's own strength, the most crucial thing is the anchor point. In short, it is the connection with other people, things, and objects in space-time. The inheritance that the great Emperor of the Sky gave me before lacked such a crucial place. Li Fan pondered for a long time and ruled out the possibility that the other party was deliberately trying to harm him. The great Emperor of the Sky went against the current for at most tens of thousands of years, and he was once an immortal emperor of the immortal realm. Countless true immortals in the immortal realm can be regarded as his anchor points. Naturally, there is no need to worry about the storm of the river of time changing its course. And the profound Heaven King is also the same. The common people under the rule of the profound Heaven sect, and several Dharma kings who are suspected to be reincarnated nameless true immortals. And I, whether it is 10,000 years later or now, am always alone. The turbulence of the river of time is therefore justified. Li Fan's thoughts turned rapidly, and after completing the sorting, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't feel self-pity because of this absolute loneliness. Since there is no anchor point, then create one. First stabilize my own existence in this space-time, and then discuss other things, Li Fan decided in his heart. The next day, Senior Brother is mighty. Looking at Senior Brother's power, he's not far from breaking through to the nascent soul stage, right? It's really the fortune of our Evergreen Valley. HMPH, I'm afraid the Evergreen Valley Temple is too small to accommodate this great god. What nonsense are you talking about? Is Bai Li Shan that kind of ungrateful person? In the sky, Bai Li Shan displayed great power and repelled a group of petty cultivators who coveted the Medicine King sect. Below, the Evergreen Valley cultivators were secretly discussing. Bai Li Shan seemed to completely ignore other people's opinions and gracefully led a group of fellow disciples back to report. At the same time, he clearly stated to the Evergreen Valley sect master, Zhou Yunhao. Master, rest assured, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father, and Evergreen Valley is also my eternal home. Even if Bai Li advances to the nascent soul, transformation god, or even Tao integration in the future, he will not leave Evergreen Valley half a step, Bai Li Shan said resolutely. Zhou Yunhao stroked his beard and nodded very gratified. Then, he said with some disappointment, actually, with Bai Li's talent, if you could go to the immortal Tao 10 sects, you would definitely have a better future. Maybe you would have a chance to compete with the heroes of the world. Staying in our Evergreen Valley. Bai Li Shan said proudly. Master, rest assured, even if I stay in Evergreen Valley for the rest of my life, I will not be weaker than those so-called geniuses of the 10 sects. Zhou Yunhao sighed and didn't speak again. He only thought that Bai Li Shan was young and vigorous and hadn't seen the foundation of the 10 sects, so he said such arrogant words. Recalling the nervous look on his face when he had just adopted Bai Li Shan, but also looking around, Zhou Yunhao thought to himself, it's rare for our Evergreen Valley to produce such a dragon in its infancy, so we can't really delay him. Perhaps this trip to the Supreme Sect can find a better way out for him. The Immortal Law Orthodox is all in the 10 sects. The others are all side doors and left ways. Zhou Yunhao sighed secretly. Bai Li Shan naturally didn't realize what his master was thinking. The reason why he had absolute confidence in himself and was unwilling to go to the Immortal Tao 10 sects was naturally because of the open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Scripture close black lens bracket that he had accidentally obtained. After studying this treasure for a period of time, Bai Li Shan was sure that the name of this treasure open black lens bracket Supreme close black lens bracket was absolutely worthy of its name. He had only caught a glimpse of less than 1/10,000,000th of its brilliance, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. If I can completely understand the Tao scripture, I'm afraid true immortality is promising. What Immortal Tao 10 sects, it's not worth mentioning at all. Going to the Immortal Tao 10 sects would instead risk being discovered that he possessed a treasure, and in this Evergreen Valley, he was absolutely trusted. How to choose was self-evident. Bai Li Shan returned to his small courtyard and was about to retreat to further ponder the supreme Tao scripture. But he was surprised to find that there was inexplicably one more person in his room. Who is it? Thinking that his secret was exposed, Bai Li Shan didn't say anything and transformed Evergreen's spiritual power into a medical knife, stabbing out fiercely. Senior brother is really forgetful. It doesn't matter if you don't remember me, but you don't remember the supreme Tao scripture I gave you. Li Fan smiled slightly and casually resolved Bai Li Shan's attack. The 4 keywords of supreme Tao scripture awakened Bai Li Shan's memory that had already disappeared. It's you. In an instant, countless thoughts turned over in Bai Li Shan's mind. There was killing intent, fear, and doubt. Bai Li Shan was still young after all, and what he thought in his heart was all displayed on his face. Senior brother, don't think too much. Look at what this is. Li Fan smiled and slightly stretched out his palm. Bai Li Shan fixed his eyes and saw that there was a supremely mysterious thin piece lying in it. It was the open black lens bracket supreme Tao scripture close black lens bracket that he was extremely familiar with. Bai Li Shan's heart was startled, and his instinctive reaction was to first check his body. After finding that he hadn't lost it, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't a stupid person, and after thinking about it, he finally reacted. You picked up 2 thin pieces. Bai Li Shan suddenly realized. That's right, senior brother, you are really smart, Li Fan clapped his hands and praised. However, I vaguely know that this treasure is indeed extraordinary. But I can't find the correct way to open it, so I hardened my heart and gave one of them to you, senior brother. And senior brother's performance over the past month has also confirmed my guess, Li Fan said with a smile. Are these 2 thin pieces the same? Bai Li Shan squinted and looked at Li Fan, first asking. I don't know about this. But I guess there should be no difference. Senior brother, why don't you take a look? Saying that, Li Fan actually offered the thin piece he was holding with both hands. Amidst suspicion, Bai Li Shan still took it and checked it. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned the so-called open black lens bracket supreme Tao scripture close black lens bracket. You guessed right, your piece is completely the same as mine, Bai Li Shan said in a deep voice. I also hope that senior brother can teach me the method of using this supreme Tao scripture. After pondering for a while, Bai Li Shan slowly explained his understanding. Li Fan clenched the thin piece in his right hand, closed his eyes and meditated. After a moment, he opened his eyes and revealed a crazy expression. So it's that simple, what you seek hard is better than not seeking, just follow the Tao. Bai Li Shan snorted lightly, somewhat disdainful. Li Fan didn't think so, and asked with a smile, Senior brother, what are your plans for the future? With such a treasure by your side, you can go anywhere in the world, right? Holding the supreme Tao scripture together can also be regarded as having a common secret between each other. Although Bai Li Shan looked down on Li Fan, in order to prevent the other party from exposing it and implicating himself, he still solemnly warned, for you and me, as long as the open black lens bracket supreme Tao scripture close black lens bracket is in hand, it doesn't matter where we cultivate. Our strength is still too weak, once exposed, we don't have the strength to protect it. Bai Li Shan kept persuading. Li Fan felt that when Bai Li Shan regarded him as one of his own, there was one more anchor point left in this space-time. 1550. Taiyuan Resurrection Furnace. Li Fan could clearly feel that Bai Li Shan, as an anchor point, was much more stable than Elder Song. This wasn't just because his relationship with Bai Li Shan seemed closer now. But it was related to the thickness of the ink left by the anchor point figure in the river of time. If there are no accidents, Elder Song will only be in the nascent soul stage in his lifetime. He is not much different from the countless living beings in the Xuanwang realm, and his final ending will be to fall like an ant in the upcoming immortal cultivation cataclysm. And Bai Li Shan, who obtained that supreme Tao scripture, will undoubtedly reach the integration stage, the pinnacle of the Xuanwang realm. Living longer, the imprint left will be deeper. Li Fan's vision seemed to penetrate the mist of history, piercing through the vast river of time, glimpsing the scene 10,000 years later. With the confirmation of his guess, Li Fan changed his previous behavior of hiding his identity using illusion of truth and frequently appeared in public. Bai Li Shan is now the center of attention in the Evergreen sect. As Bai Li Shan's newly acquainted friend, Li Fan has also attracted the attention of many people. Compared to Bai Li Shan, this rising star, Li Fan is an unknown person with no advantages. Therefore, most evergreen disciples do not understand why he has such a good relationship with Bai Li Shan. After some disciples with dark hearts tried to shake the relationship between the two but ultimately failed, some sordid rumors began to quietly circulate in Evergreen Valley. Don't pay attention to these fools. You and I are ultimately not beings of the same world, Bai Li Shan dismissed it. Only feeling the insights on that supreme Tao scripture that Li Fan conveyed, she was overjoyed. As expected, the great Tao is like the sky, and what you see is different from different angles. Sharing our insights with each other and verifying each other, the efficiency of cultivation is several times higher than cultivating behind closed doors. At first, Bai Li Shan only regarded Li Fan as one of us, who held a common secret. However, after seeing Li Fan, who had comprehended the supreme Tao scripture, make rapid progress in his cultivation, Bai Li Shan's attitude slowly changed subtly. Regarding Li Fan as a fellow seeker who could help each other. Rumors are like floods, and if you don't go to the ultimate truth, they will only become more rampant. I don't care, but you, as the chief disciple of Evergreen Valley, will inherit the position of Evergreen Sect Master in the future. Letting these rumors spread, in the future, Li Fan shook his head slightly. The expression on Bai Li Shan's face slowly froze. After thinking for a moment, she frowned and said, "What you said also makes sense. I will report to my master." Li Fan waved his hand. "Brother Bai Li, you must learn to put yourself in the right position. The current situation is not that you are begging to stay in Evergreen Valley, but that Evergreen Valley needs you to stay. If you can't solve this little thing yourself, then this Evergreen Valley is not worth staying in." But, Bai Li Shan hesitated upon hearing this. What Li Fan said seemed very reasonable, but it was contrary to the way she had always acted. Seeming to see the entanglement in Bai Li Shan's heart, Li Fan took the initiative to volunteer. "Brother Bai Li, you only need to continue to play the role of the radiant senior brother. I will be the villain." Bai Li Shan was completely stunned as she looked at Li Fan's calm expression. In the next few days, a small bloody storm was set off in Evergreen Valley. Those who fabricated and spread rumors were publicly executed and their bones were scattered in front of all the disciples with thunderous means. The rumors stopped instantly. As for Li Fan's naked and rule-breaking killing behavior, the Evergreen Valley Master and all the elders chose to turn a blind eye. They all thought that Bai Li Shan cherished his feathers and was unwilling to take action himself, so he instructed Li Fan. Compared to Bai Li Shan, those rumor-mongers were not worth dying. Naturally, there would be no punishment. They even took the initiative to stand up and support the two. A storm gradually faded away. Li Fan's cold-blooded killing figure, however, remained deeply in the hearts of the Evergreen Valley disciples like a nightmare. As expected, this method of leaving anchor points is also effective. And the effect is even better than ordinary methods. In the secret room of closed-door cultivation, feeling the gradually stable connections between himself in this time and space and the mortal world, Li Fan's eyes slowly flashed with a dangerous light, not knowing what he was thinking. However, after thinking about it, he slowly extinguished it. But it can be used occasionally, but not as the main means. The most important thing is that there must be people and things in this time and space as anchor points. If they are all slaughtered, or if the number is too small, the anchoring effect will be reduced. Getting up and moving around, feeling the stability of the anchor points that had been set, Li Fan nodded with some satisfaction. Although Evergreen Valley is only a small sect, it radiates tens of thousands of miles. Now, my fierce name is well known in the valley. Based on this, the anchor points laid are temporarily enough for me to move around. Li Fan did not intend to stay here for too long. During this period of time, he also secretly inquired about some news about the ongoing tragic war between the 10 sects. The immortal cultivation world that is at war with the Xuanwang realm is called Taiyuan. Compared with the Xuanwang realm, the Taiyuan realm is not on the same level in terms of scale or overall strength of the cultivators. Because at the beginning of the war, the ruler of the Xuanwang realm, the immortal Tao 10 sects, did not take the opponent to heart, thinking that the war would end soon. As people expected, facing the sudden invasion of the Xuanwang realm, the Taiyuan realm suffered heavy losses unprepared. Several of the largest sects were almost wiped out. Only some survivors united to resist desperately. At first, the 10 sects did not pay special attention to these resistance forces that were not yet established, and only wanted to complete the invasion of resources in the Taiyuan realm as soon as possible. But no one expected that the surviving resistance army would grow very quickly, giving the immortal Tao 10 sects a heavy blow. Not only did they almost wipe out the Xuanwang vanguard cultivators, but they even counterattacked into the Xuanwang realm. And all this depends on a world-suppressing immortal artifact within the Taiyuan realm. Taiyuan Chaos Furnace. The following is the news that the Xuanwang realm obtained at a great cost. Any cultivator who falls in the Taiyuan realm can be reborn in the Taiyuan Chaos Furnace in full state by urging the furnace fire. It is said that the entire Taiyuan realm was originally used to experiment with the effects of the Taiyuan Chaos Furnace. Later, the Immortal realm was destroyed, and the Taiyuan Chaos Furnace was controlled by its own experimental subjects. The enemy will be reborn continuously, while we will die one less. How can this battle be fought? The moment the news spread, the morale of the Immortal Dao 10 sects plummeted. Almost everyone was about to give up the plan to attack the Taiyuan realm. However, Ku Yixing, the sect master of one beginning sect, revealed the secret at a critical moment. The news about the Taiyuan Chaos Furnace was deliberately revealed by the other party in order to force the people of the Xuanwang realm to retreat. It is true that the Taiyuan Chaos Furnace has the effect of resurrection, but all immortal artifacts need to be driven by immortal spiritual energy. There are no true immortals in the Taiyuan realm, and the general situation of this Taiyuan Chaos Furnace should also be the same as the immortal artifacts left in Xuanwang. Use it once, and there will be one less. The method of resurrection is not without restrictions. So much has already been sacrificed in the attack on the Taiyuan realm, so why give up halfway? Moreover, if the Taiyuan Chaos Furnace really has the magical effect of resurrection, after the attack is completed and it is occupied in the future, it may also be possible to resurrect the 10 sects cultivators who fell in the Taiyuan realm. Whether it is out of interest or righteousness, continuing to attack became the only choice for the 10 sects. So they chose to continue to invest in living forces and fight a war of attrition with the Taiyuan realm. However, perhaps they wrongly estimated the usable amount of immortal spiritual energy stored in the Taiyuan Chaos Furnace. The Taiyuan realm cultivators were resurrected wave after wave. But it seems that they can never be killed. So the war was completely deadlocked. After sorting out the news he had inquired about, Li Fan's expression couldn't help but become a little subtle. Not a true immortal, unaware of the infinite attribute of immortal spiritual power. Choosing to fill it with life. Not all so-called immortal cultivation worlds are as special as the Xuanwang realm. As one of the most important experimental sites in the Rodan-Kei dojo, it is strictly supervised. Even immortal artifacts are only semi-finished products with castrated functions. Using the situation of the Xuanwang realm to speculate on other immortal cultivation worlds, the result may not be very good. What Li Fan was curious about was the location of this so-called Taiyuan realm. Li Fan had once obtained the highest authority of the Rodan-Kei dojo as a tomb guard. However, he did not find the existence of this Taiyuan realm in the many experimental field star skies. Either it was occupied and then destroyed by the Xuanwang realm at this point in time. Or, this Taiyuan realm is not within the high wall. Li Fan had once been in close contact with and observed the horizontal sky golden lock represented by the floating starry sky array at the Great Tao sect. With the power it showed, it might really be able to break through the high wall and connect to the outside starry sky. It's a pity that it seems to be forcibly activated at some cost. It is now on the verge of damage. There is only one chance, no wonder the 10 sects are so desperate. It can only be said that their luck is really bad. An immortal artifact that can be resurrected infinitely. In Li Fan's cognition, this kind of immortal artifact, even in the original immortal world, was a top-grade item. Only the emperor who held the power of the immortal world could create it and then bestow it on the immortal ministers of each star field. Could it be that another hidden emperor left it behind? Li Fan looked remotely at the faint image of the floating starry sky array on the sky and pondered secretly. At this critical moment of survival, someone is needed to turn the tide and save the building from collapse, Li Fan chanted softly, already making a decision in his heart. After only sending a message to Bai Li Shan, Li Fan drifted away once more. Entering the Taiyuan realm battlefield wasn't difficult. With a shortage of manpower, the 10 immortal sects were forcibly conscripting soldiers. After obtaining proof of his registration from the Changqing Valley sect leader, Li Fan arrived at the Supreme Oneness sect's mountain gate. It was even more imposing than he had seen in the paintings. Mountain peaks floated in the sky, forming a vast array. The disciples of the Supreme Oneness sect were like celestial beings in the heavens, looking down upon the mundane world. It was just a pity that the current Supreme Oneness sect was rather desolate. "You've come to volunteer," Duan Yuxiao, a nascent soul cultivator of the Supreme Oneness sect, looked at Li Fan with a face full of astonishment. After carefully examining Li Fan and matching him with the figure described by Zhou Yunhao, the Changqing Valley sect leader, in his memory, Duan Yuxiao dispelled the doubts in his heart. He said solemnly, "Good. Now that the sects of the world change color at the mention of war, we need someone like you to set an example. Don't worry, our 10 sects will definitely not mistreat you. Follow me." Duan Yuxiao wasn't lying. He directly brought Li Fan to the treasure vault of the Supreme Oneness sect and, pointing to the vast ocean of cultivation methods and magical treasures, said generously, "You can choose any 3 from among them. If you can return alive, I will definitely report to my martial uncle, the sect leader, and accept you as a direct disciple of my Supreme Oneness sect." Li Fan cupped his hands and wandered around the treasure vault of the Supreme Oneness sect. Clearly, this was only the outermost layer of the treasure vault. It was said to contain countless treasures, but in reality, it was only for those below the nascent soul stage. With Li Fan's current perspective, he naturally couldn't see any of them. There was no scene of discovering any extraordinary treasures either. He only casually chose a cultivation method and 2 magical treasures to make a show. Li Fan was then personally taken to the battlefield by Duan Yuxiao. Within the Supreme Oneness sect, there were also golden chains of the Great Star-Crossing Formation. However, compared to what Li Fan had seen before, the situation seemed even more precarious. In Li Fan's view, these chains were clearly approaching their limit and could collapse at any moment. Duan Yuxiao, however, was completely unaware and happily led Li Fan along the golden chains, completing the space traversal. The moment he stepped into the Taiyuan realm, Li Fan keenly sensed the traces of immortal spiritual energy flowing between heaven and earth. Without the Shuangwang Great Heavenly Venerate causing trouble, it shouldn't resist my comprehension, right? Li Fan felt the manifestation of the Great Tao in this realm. After a moment, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the situation was much better than in the Shuangwang realm, it wasn't something to be optimistic about. This was because the Great Tao of this realm was incredibly solid and integrated as one. Li Fan almost thought that he was standing in front of a nameless enlightened true immortal. Moreover, the Great Tao of this realm is actually still in my blind spot. It's not familiar to my former myriad manifestations Tao network. Li Fan felt somewhat pleasantly surprised. In contrast, Duan Yuxiao wasn't so happy. Seemingly having discovered something, his expression turned serious as soon as he entered the Taiyuan realm. Grabbing Li Fan, he rapidly flew towards a building standing on the land ahead. This place originally seemed to be a base of a certain sect in the Taiyuan realm, but it had now been occupied by the Shuangwang realm. Having undergone countless cruel battles, it was almost impossible to see its original appearance. "Martial brother Duan, why have you come?" A somewhat surprised voice sounded, the speaker being a female cultivator exuding a strong bloody aura. The female cultivator had ordinary looks, but the heroic spirit between her brows was unforgettable. Duan Yuxiao pointed at Li Fan and explained the situation truthfully. The female cultivator looked at Li Fan and nodded slightly. Although his cultivation is a bit low, he can be announced to the public to boost morale. "How is the battle situation?" Duan Yuxiao asked. 1551. Long River Anchor Point. "It's still the same," the female cultivator named Cao Yingyu sighed. "We barely managed to fight off one wave, and I estimate they'll be back in 7 days. Duan Yuxiao comforted her. "You've worked hard, junior sister. From what I see, the situation at other strongholds isn't optimistic either. This place isn't even the front line." The two exchanged glances, both falling into silence. But there's also good news. It's said that through the combined efforts of various parties, they've finally deduced the specific location of that thing. They're preparing a surprise attack to finish it once and for all. Cao Yingyu quietly transmitted her voice. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuxiao seemed relieved. "I hope this time, we can completely end this war. We've shed too much blood on this land. But even if that thing is destroyed, the enemy's final counterattack will be even more frantic." "Junior sister, you must be careful," Duan Yuxiao reminded her. "I understand that principle," Cao Yingyu nodded. The two exchanged information secretly. Although it was a voice transmission, it couldn't escape Li Fan's prying. So much for secrecy. Such a confidential matter like directly targeting the Grand Beginning Furnace is being so easily revealed. After fighting for so long, the 10 sects, front line is still at this level. Li Fan mentally complained. Suddenly, his thoughts abruptly stopped. That's not right. At this point in time, the immortal Tao Ten sects are a colossal force jointly ruling the entire Xuanwang realm, and they're at their peak before the Great Calamity's destruction. Furthermore, with immortal artifacts like the burning Tao furnace, if they really wanted to keep something secret, it would be impossible not to be able to do so. So it's being deliberately spread, making it known to everyone. Li Fan's thoughts turned, and he instantly understood. The 10 sects have been unable to determine the location of the Grand Beginning Rebirth Furnace, so they released the news to deliberately stir up trouble. Hoping that the Grand Beginning realm would move the Grand Beginning Furnace, thereby exposing it. They've already reached the point of resorting to such a plan. It seems the 10 sects' situation is indeed not optimistic. From just a corner of the battlefield, Li Fan had already glimpsed the entire situation. However, at this moment, Li Fan still pretended to be completely ignorant, with a hint of apprehension and fear on his face. After delivering Li Fan, Duan Yuxiao quickly bid farewell and left. Cao Yingyu watched her senior brother's departing figure, her expression somewhat complicated. Just at this moment, a streak of light shot out from the depths of the Grand Beginning realm with lightning speed. In an instant, it pierced through Duan Yuxiao's body. Without even a struggle, Duan Yuxiao turned into a pile of flesh and blood, exploding with a bang. His soul scattered and vanished. Cao Yingyu was stunned at first, and then she realized what had happened. Senior brother. A heart-wrenching cry came from her throat, and Cao Yingyu hurriedly rushed towards the scene of the tragedy. But she stopped abruptly after only flying halfway. Enemy attack. Form ranks. Cao Yingyu's voice spread throughout the Xuanwang realm fortress. She seemed to have regained her composure in a short time, but her slightly trembling body still betrayed her inner turmoil. Shortly after Cao Yingyu issued the order, Li Fan saw hundreds of thousands of cultivators, fearless and undaunted, pouring out from the depths of the Grand Beginning realm. Countless streaks of light flew, launching an assault on the Xuanwang realm's defenses. The fortress where Li Fan was located also became an insignificant target impacted by this terrifying wave. The situation changed so quickly that Cao Yingyu and the cultivators in the fortress had no time to pay attention to Li Fan. With the addition of the illusion of truth divine power, Li Fan seemed to be forgotten by the battlefield at this moment. However, Li Fan's situation was not good. Because of him, Duan Yuxiao died unexpectedly. And the backlash from the river of time brought about by this chain reaction was more intense than he had anticipated. It seems that this Duan Yuxiao of the Supreme Sect had a pivotal role in the original future. But it's understandable. After all, the war has reached such a critical juncture, yet Duan Yuxiao could still stay in the rear without going to the battlefield. Li Fan looked at the surrounding storm that suddenly broke out, struggling to steady himself. Fortunately, he had the foundation laid in the Evergreen Valley, otherwise he might not have been able to withstand the erosion of this storm. If there are no accidents, the Xuanwang realm should be defeated in this battle and retreat in a sorry state. And then erase all records of this shameful defeat. From then on, the 10 sects' fortune will turn from prosperity to decline. After experiencing disasters such as the rise of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the incompatibility of cultivation methods, and the immortal mortal miasma, they will eventually be completely submerged in history. This keynote is exactly where I establish my foundation. A gleam of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. If it were an ordinary person, having almost died in the storm caused by the change in the river of time, they would definitely first use a safe method to stabilize the anchor point. And then plan other things. However, Li Fan went the opposite way, glimpsing a way to quickly build a stable anchor point from it. If this anchor point is completed, even if the river of time changes course and creates a completely different future, I can be safe and sound in the upheaval. Because all later Xuanwang cultivators will remember my deeds. Not only establish an anchor point in one time and one life, but let my name be passed down through the ages, penetrating the river of time from ancient times to the present. Li Fan had seen the power of the longevity Tao that resembled towering lighthouses in the river of time, which gave him inspiration. So in an instant, he made a decision. However, it is not appropriate to have large-scale actions from the beginning. Let the butterfly's wings start flapping from this fortress. Li Fan looked at Cao Yingyu in the distance battlefield, who was being besieged by 3 Grand Beginning Realm cultivators, her situation getting worse and worse, and was about to follow in her senior brother's footsteps. He flicked his finger. Cao Yingyu, who was already seriously injured and whose consciousness had become somewhat blurred, suddenly saw the scene of her admired senior brother's tragic death again. Having what should have been unlimited prospects, yet now dying in vain on this battlefield. A surge of ferocity suddenly arose in Cao Yingyu's heart, accompanied by endless power burning like a raging fire. Her body and soul seemed to be burning, and in a state of madness, Cao Yingyu killed the 3 grand beginning realm cultivators who were besieging her with a wave of her hand. Then, she continued to fearlessly counterattack the cultivators attacking this fortress. The 10 sects cultivators stationed here, after seeing Cao Yingyu's valiant performance, were also infected and all fought desperately. After a long and fierce day of defending, the grand beginning realm cultivators who were constantly attacking like locusts were finally temporarily repelled. The cultivators only thought it was the reward for their persistence. But they could not have foreseen that this was Li Fan's secret arrangement. Not only this fortress, but if you raised your eyes and looked at the entire Grand Beginning Realm, you could see that the originally unified Grand Beginning Realm's great Tao seemed to have been mixed with some impurities. It began to become turbid. An invisible thin line, like a gully, crossed the entire Grand Beginning Realm, dividing the battlefield. The Grand Beginning Realm cultivators, sensing the change, were forced to retreat. The 10 sects cultivators who survived the disaster lay weakly on the ground, enjoying what might be their last moments. And Li Fan was like them, almost exhausted. Not only because of the influence he exerted through his own enlightenment, and the formations he quietly laid down. This changed the overall situation of the Grand Beginning Realm. But also because he had to face the waves that the river of time stirred up again at the same time. This is the limit of what I can do now. The foundation I laid earlier is not enough to withstand such storms. Feeling his own precarious state, Li Fan deliberately released a strong wave, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding surviving cultivators. For a time, it attracted everyone's attention. This is a breakthrough. The nascent soul stage. It only barely increases the probability of survival. However, to be able to survive in the previous surprise attack war with the Golden Core stage, and also be able to have a breakthrough after the war. This person is not simple. What's his background? I don't seem to have seen him before. Between life and death, there is great terror. But there is also great opportunity. Master did not deceive me. As the crowd discussed, rumors about Evergreen Valleys, Li Ping, gradually spread. Just the fact that he volunteered to go to the battlefield was enough to impress these 10 sects cultivators who had personally experienced the life and death of the war. Before the changes in the world are completely resolved, the Grand Beginning Realm side dares not continue to launch attacks. Everyone was able to spend a relatively peaceful night. At night, Cao Yingyu, who was sleeping, suddenly fell into the nightmare of her senior brother's tragic death again. Senior brother, she exclaimed instinctively. Senior brother seemed to sense her call, and before disappearing, he looked at her affectionately. Then, a point of light flew out from his body, gradually entering Cao Yingyu's mind. Boom! The nightmare was immediately swept away, and a scene as brilliant as the starry sky suddenly appeared before Cao Yingyu's eyes. This incomparably magnificent scene made her temporarily forget the pain in her heart. Supreme Tao Scripture. Before this peerless beauty, Cao Yingyu could not help but be stunned and lost in thought. After Cao Yingyu woke up, Li Fan took the initiative to come to the door to apologize. Crime? What crime do you have? Cao Yingyu said very coldly. If it weren't for sending me to the battlefield, senior brother Duan wouldn't have. Li Fan said very guiltily, lowering his head. In fact, Cao Yingyu did have such thoughts in her heart. However, she also knew that this matter could not be blamed on the other party, so-called life and death are impermanent. On the battlefield, life does not belong to oneself. It all depends on God's will. His Duan Yushao's life is life. Is it possible that the lives of countless disciples of the Immortal Tao 10 sects are not lives? Moreover, Li Fan is also a loyal cultivator who volunteered to go to the battlefield. If she used this as an excuse to make trouble, countless 10 sects cultivators on this battlefield would not agree. Cao Yingyu knew this principle, and had already put it down. At this moment, Li Fan took the initiative to say it. It was like a gentle breeze blowing over, writing it off. Live well. For senior brother Duan, Cao Yingyu said expressionlessly. In the following 6 months, there were dozens of battles, large and small, between the Grand Beginning Realm and the Xuanwang Realm. The 10 sects side, although still suffering heavy losses. However, backed by Xuanwang, with a strong blood transfusion ability, it can still barely hold on. Although the Grand Beginning Realm cultivators can be resurrected, the Grand Beginning World occasionally changes, greatly affecting their resurrection efficiency. Before they have completely figured out the source of this change, they dare not launch a full-scale counterattack. So the battle situation was temporarily deadlocked. Faced with the future direction of the war, the 10 sects have gradually begun to have differences within. From now on, the immortal spiritual energy in the grand beginning rebirth furnace is obviously not something that will be exhausted in a short time. Although unwilling, they have to admit it. They had previously made a fatal misjudgment. But things have come to this: only after the war is over can the responsibilities of all parties be pursued. The key now is what to do next. Having missed once, the Xuanwang realm cannot afford the cost of another mistake. There are not a few who hold the opinion of withdrawing troops. And those who remain silent, even more countless who hold this idea. However, what allows the 10 sects to still maintain the reason for fighting to the end on the surface is the floating crossing starry sky array inherited from the ancient Xuantian sect. Originally as the sustenance for escaping the immortal ruins, the golden chains of the floating crossing starry sky brought them hope. But I don't want it to be a quagmire of bad luck. And now, they are in this quagmire, unable to extricate themselves. The so-called quagmire not only refers to the war itself, but also refers to the golden chains. The Xuanwang realm has naturally also noticed the changes in the grand beginning realm. They are not clear about the specific situation of the grand beginning rebirth furnace. However, the changes in the floating crossing starry sky array are seen in the eyes. The horizontal sky golden lock, which was originally in a state of extreme limit and was about to completely shatter, has slowly recovered. This was originally a happy event worth celebrating for the 10 sects. However, the 10 sects, up and down, can't be happy at all. Because the cost of the horizontal sky golden lock's recovery is that it is slowly integrating into the grand beginning realm. Why this strange and unusual thing happened, including the sect masters of the 10 sects, all the cultivators were at a loss. It's just a given fact in front of them. Now even if they want to withdraw, they can't. As part of the floating crossing starry sky array, the horizontal sky golden lock is connected to the Xuanwang realm. Even if they withdraw from the grand beginning realm, if they do not take back the horizontal sky golden lock, the grand beginning cultivators can also attack and invade along the chain. And if you cut off the chain, the floating crossing starry sky array has already reached the category of the immortal array. Although the 10 sects usually regard themselves as inheriting from the immortal realm, they have not been able to freely transform the immortal array. All they can do now is to activate and manipulate the array. More importantly, the Xuanwang realm is still in the abyss of the immortal ruins. If the chain is forcibly cut off, it is very likely that the Xuanwang realm will be severely damaged and fall into the immortal ruins. Therefore, the 10 sects collectively denied this plan. So there is only one way in front of the 10 sects. Next, even if they do not continue to attack the grand beginning realm, defense fortresses must also be set up to prevent the grand beginning realm from counterattacking. For this reason, more living forces need to be invested. Everyone, have you heard that organizations called Myriad Immortals Alliance have emerged everywhere in the Xuanwang realm? But some loose cultivators are just messing around. I originally thought that I would suppress them after the grand beginning realm was over. Now it seems. Perhaps we can pull them into the battlefield. 1552. 9 star beads in good condition. Sect leader Ku is right. After all, the Xuanwang realm isn't just our 10 sects Xuanwang realm, said Fang Dingge, the sect leader of the Great Tao sect, with a meaningful tone. Ku Yixing seemed oblivious and continued, the leader of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Chuan Fa, his methods do have their unique aspects. However, with the great celestial Venerable overseeing the world, he's destined not to amount to much. If he makes too much noise, we might not even need to act. This so-called Myriad Immortals Alliance will be annihilated in an instant. Since they're all going to die anyway, we might as well make the most of them. However, the Myriad Immortals Alliance's methods are special and not suitable for recruiting cultivators above the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, after they die, the Xuanwang realm's wandering energy will nourish the Taiyuan realm instead. Leave this matter to me. I will persuade them properly, a heroic voice sounded, taking on the task. It was Situ Yao, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. He gazed at a certain location in the Xuanwang realm, silently picked up the gourd in his hand, and drank it dry. The leaders of the 10 sects, with a few simple words, decided the fate of the Myriad Immortals Alliance in this space-time. And in a corner they couldn't see, there was also a master weaving their future. The Taiyuan rebirth furnace, so that's how it works. I knew it. How could there be a path in the original possibilities that I don't recognize? In the Darkblood Fortress, Li Fan sat cross-legged, a blurry and distorted image of a furnace flickering in his palm. In the past 6 months, he had used the void-crossing star array's sky-piercing golden lock as a medium to analyze and dissect the condensed Great Tao of the Taiyuan realm. The result was somewhat unexpected, but upon closer thought, it was quite reasonable. The so-called infinite resurrection in the Taiyuan realm was not true resurrection but manufacturing. It was the same as the situation in the Xuanlong realm. Deep within the Taiyuan realm, there was a magnificent and enormous ancient immortal realm array. 9-star crimson pearls, irregular rings, endless frozen sea of corpses. All of this was almost identical to the situation in the Xuanlong realm. The only difference was that the 9-star crimson pearls of the Taiyuan realm had not disappeared like those in the Xuanlong realm. They were still safely at the core of the ancient array, maintaining its operation. When a Taiyuan cultivator died, the 9-star crimson pearls, which recorded the data of all living beings in the Taiyuan realm, would use the immortal array to create new copies. Whether it was the resurrected, or those fighting against them, they would believe they had been resurrected. Only those who passed through layers of concealment and saw the immortal array behind the scenes could see the truth. As expected of an experimental Tao field presided over by a former immortal emperor. A complete ancient immortal array with the 9-star crimson pearls as its core has actually reached the point of drawing the Tao with an array. Taitian Emperor, oh Taitian Emperor, you didn't even remind me about something so important. Of course, this was just Li Fan's teasing. In the eyes of the Taitian Emperor, compared to the heavy responsibility of reversing time and space and saving the ages, the lives of all living beings in the experimental field were not worth mentioning. A mere array for creating simulated beings was naturally not important. So-called resurrection is a complete lie. This must not be known by the immortal Tao 10 sects. Otherwise, the belief supporting the Xuanlong realm's battle line, that they can resurrect their dead comrades in the Taiyuan realm, will instantly disappear, and the Xuanlong realm's battle line may collapse at any moment. Li Fan examined the illusory image of the furnace in his hand, gently stroking it. Even though it was just an illusion, it really rippled with Li Fan's touch. This was naturally because Li Fan, after completing the invasion and cracking of the Taiyuan realm's ancient immortal array, had begun to try to modify it. Even if the core of the immortal array was intact, it was still no match for a true immortal visitor from 10,000 years later. Li Fan did not expend much effort to invade the core of the Taiyuan realm's immortal array. However, so far, he still hadn't made any particularly big moves. The reason for only secretly modifying the details of the array was that there were still 2 immortal realm array guardians alive in the array. Under the cover of the boundary protecting ancient immortal array, Li Fan saw the true faces of these 2 figures. One was an immortal realm observer who had also appeared in the Xuanlong realm. However, this one in the Taiyuan realm clearly still maintained his complete and clear sanity. The other one might have existed in the Xuanlong realm, but had disappeared with the damage to the immortal array. It was the immortal array's repair official. A human body, but the head was replaced with a book that seemed to have countless pages constantly turning. The so-called observer and repair official were, in Li Fan's view, just immortal servants. Of course, in the eyes of mortal cultivators, even if it was just a servant, as long as it was associated with the word immortal, it was far beyond their ability to deal with. Even Li Fan, who had now recovered to the integration realm, would not be a match for these 2 in a head-on confrontation. It was just a temporary retreat. However, it was clear that the immortal servants stationed in the array did not understand the boundary protecting immortal array itself. They could only use it step by step according to the instructions of the former true immortals. They were completely unaware of the subtle changes in the array under Li Fan's leadership. It is necessary to solidify the idea that the Taiyuan rebirth furnace can revive the Xuanlong cultivators who died on the battlefield in order to maintain their belief in continuing to fight. Li Fan, who had been in the battlefield fortress for half a year, knew this very well. I finally managed to build the stage for the play. If the audience leaves like this, wouldn't it be disappointing? What the immortal array can't do, I will do. Li Fan gently waved his left hand, and the illusory furnace flew to the front. It spun rapidly in the air. Every time with Li Fan's movements, thousands of rays of light emerged from it. Without anyone knowing, changes were slowly taking place in the Taiyuan realm. When a cultivator's soul scattered, the Immortal array would actively capture their life data and record it in the 9-star crimson pearls. As long as they had this data, it would not be difficult to recreate them. Of course, after all, it was not recording the original template data. The life data captured by the 9-star crimson pearls inevitably had some deviations from the cultivator's true life data. After the Xuanwang cultivators were resurrected, they would have some slight deviations from their original versions. It was more like reincarnation than resurrection. But even so, it should satisfy the Xuanwang cultivators. After several days of careful polishing, Li Fan finally completed the initial modification of the Taiyuan Realm's Immortal array. And in this process, he also used the Great Tao contained in the Immortal array to complete a certain degree of deviation correction between the past and future time spaces. The Immortal Law boundary, which had originally seemed to be covered with a layer of blurry glass, became clear again. Li Fan could almost feel the infinite sea outside the mortal world again. After all, true immortals cannot be suppressed. Even with the resistance and suppression of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, as long as Li Fan had an opportunity, he could rise again in an instant. Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, I'll deal with you when I get back. First, I'll bring my carefully prepared play to a perfect ending here. Li Fan unhurriedly took the almost materialized illusory furnace in his hand and gently played with it. Now, as long as he was willing, he could return to the infinite sea at any time and ascend to the upper mountain. Return to the true immortal realm. However, the tragic consequences of the fusion of the 3 Taos still made him feel lingering fear. If he really fell into silence and entered the infinite sea alone, there would be great unknown risks. My current cultivation is enough for me to traverse within the high walls. Even if the starving immortal is awakened, I can retreat calmly. Becoming an immortal or not is not really important to me. The most important thing is the understanding of the change between truth and falsehood. If all actions went smoothly after returning to 10,000 years ago, then the influence of stillness returning was the only setback Li Fan had suffered. The understanding of the change between truth and falsehood had not recovered as well as he had hoped. Compared to half a year ago in the Xuanwang realm, there was indeed a great improvement. But Li Fan had a feeling that if he wanted to return to the level he was at before his 3 Taos fused and went against the current, the road ahead would be very difficult. Originally, my understanding of the change between truth and falsehood was said to be purely my own understanding. But in reality, it was still based on the state of stillness returning's possession. With stillness returning as the cornerstone, I could easily grasp the change between truth and falsehood that others could not detect at all. And now, with stillness returning falling into silence, I have almost lost the foundation I could rely on. If I want to return to the original height, I need to take it step by step, slowly and steadily. Although it will be much slower. But this time, a sharp glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. What's mine is mine. Even if I encounter such amnesia again, no one can take it away. After understanding this, Li Fan was not impatient at all. Reversing 10,000 years was originally a desperate act of survival. For Li Fan, it didn't make much difference which time-space he stayed in. And the disaster of the entire mountains and seas mortal world being eroded by the Tao annihilation calamity was not something Li Fan could consider now. It was already so difficult to reverse back to the same time period in the past. Li Fan could almost imagine how much danger he would face if he passed through the eternal silence void and went to a completely disconnected time-space. Just the upstream and downstream of the same river have so many great Tao deviations. Different time spaces that have been cut off by the Tao annihilation calamity are almost like 2 different rivers. It is foreseeable that if I easily reverse back, I will inevitably encounter the loss of all cultivation and supernatural powers. And at that time, it will not be so easy to recover in a completely unfamiliar time space. At this point, Li Fan could barely understand what Shukyugong's difficulty was. Perhaps after a long time, for his own safety, Li Fan would have to unite with the supreme experts from different periods in the river of history to resist the terrifying Tao annihilation calamity. But now, since they can still hold on, let them hold on for a while. I should take care of my own safety first, Li Fan said self-deprecatingly. With Li Fan secretly manipulating behind the scenes, the Taiyuan realm's battle situation seemed even more anxious. Even if the Taiyuan realm pushed the efficiency of manufacturing resurrected cultivators to the maximum. Even if Fang Dingge completed the persuasion of Chuan Fa, the myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators, whose realm was only below the nascent soul realm but whose actual combat power was extremely strong, also joined the battlefield. But the two sides still maintained a balanced state. It was like a bottomless quagmire. Once you stepped into it, you couldn't escape. A small piece of Taiyuan land had become a terrifying Shira battlefield that constantly devoured lives. The two sides had no choice but to continue to invest. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. In this battlefield, several extremely bright new stars rose unstoppably. Among them, Li Ping, played by Li Fan, was one of them. In half a year, he experienced more than 230 battles, large and small, and killed dozens of enemies in every battle. He would definitely have an epiphany after the battle. He was secretly called a natural killing machine and a conquering holy body by the Xuanwang cultivators. He had jumped from the Golden Core realm when he first entered the battlefield to the Transformation God realm. The speed of his progress was really a bit frightening. However, the cultivation world has the ancient legend of ascending to immortality in one morning after enlightenment. It was fast, but it was not so incredible to go from the Golden Core realm to the Transformation God realm in half a year. Especially since this progress was based on endless killing. Moreover, the progress of another cultivator beside Li Fan was even more eye-catching. He attracted most of the attention for Li Fan. Naturally, it was Cao Yingyu, who had obtained Li Fan's Supreme Tao Scripture inheritance. Perhaps the death of her beloved senior brother Duan made her lifeless, leaving only the idea of killing enemies and avenging them. Other people who obtained the Supreme Tao Scripture had to hide it. But Cao Yingyu didn't care so much and completely showed her progress to the world. In less than 3 months, she broke through from the Transformation God realm to the Integration realm. In the following 2 months, she continued to move forward in the killing without any bottlenecks. Now she has the strength of the Integration realm perfection. Compared to her, Li Fan's progress was not so exaggerated. Although many people in the 10 sects were curious about the reason why Cao Yingyu's cultivation could improve so rapidly. But on the one hand, this was a special time for the fierce battle, which was related to the future life and death of the Xuanwang realm. Even if they were greedy, they would not dare to act at this time. On the other hand, Cao Yingyu was originally a core disciple of the 10 sects. If the Supreme Sect's sect leader did not speak, others would never dare to act rashly. Many inquiries were dismissed by the old Taoists' faint sentence, supreme secret method, not to be passed on personally. Others had no choice. Li Fan knew that the Supreme Sect's sect leader did not lie. It must be said that Cao Yingyu was a smart person. After obtaining the Supreme Tao Scripture and understanding its magical effect, she immediately returned to the Xuanwang realm. She told the sect leader about the Supreme Tao Scripture. The old Taoist really had the demeanor of an immortal sect leader. Facing the great Tao starry sky woven by Li Fan, even if he had a moment of absent-mindedness, he didn't directly take it for himself. You got this thing, it's your chance. Take good care of it. He just gave a faint order and dismissed the stunned Cao Yingyu. That's why Cao Yingyu didn't hide anything later. Li Fan could understand some of the old Taoists' thoughts. Just like the longevity great Tao inherited by Shu Qigong. A true expert must walk their own unique path. What others teach and give is not truly obtained the Tao. 1553. Two-part immortal seed. The idea is right, but it's a pity he didn't put himself in the right position, Li Fan commented. The Tao starry sky displayed in that thin film was far too superior to the mortal realm. It had even exceeded the limits of what cultivators in the Xuanwang world could imagine. To the ants on the ground, the difference between the first and 33rd heavens is naturally indistinguishable. That old Taoist thought he had missed only the method of becoming an immortal, but in reality, it was a thoroughfare leading directly to the other shore. Right now, he still has his own unique arrogance. Perhaps only when he falls and nears his death will he regret it. Li Fan shook his head slightly. For Li Fan, walking his own path and learning from other strong individuals were not contradictory. He could learn the changes between truth and falsehood from Huan Zhen, understand boundless immortal techniques from Shanhai, and study the Tao of longevity from Guarding Mound. But none of this prevented Li Fan from ultimately walking his own path. Even the 10 sect leaders were, to Li Fan, nothing more than insignificant ants in a drop of water in the long river of time, not worth paying too much attention to. Li Fan cared more about the grand play he had carefully orchestrated. With a subtle flick of Li Fan's fingers, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the Taiyuan world. The abnormal malfunction of the Taiyuan rebirth furnace seemed to have finally been repaired. Moreover, the efficiency of resurrection was even greater than before. Although the reason for this strange phenomenon was unknown, it did not prevent the Taiyuan world cultivators from seizing this excellent opportunity to quickly counterattack in hopes of securing victory. The Xuanwang cultivators on the battlefield immediately felt the pressure. In the previous 6 months, the Taiyuan world cultivators' attacks lasted for 5 or 6 days at most before temporarily retreating. But this attack was unusually fierce. Enemies died wave after wave, yet they were inexhaustible. There were even shocking occurrences of 2 or 3 incomplete corpses of the same person appearing on the same battlefield. Even though the Immortal Tao 10 sects reacted quickly enough, rapidly mobilizing reserve support forces, the battle line was still forced to retreat continuously. The territory in the Taiyuan world that had been painstakingly occupied at the cost of countless sacrifices was lost inch by inch. The surviving Xuanwang world cultivators were gradually compressed within the final defensive circle. Having seemingly endured dozens of days of fierce fighting, the Taiyuan world had also reached its limit. A rare moment of tranquility arrived on the battlefield. All the Xuanwang soldiers were seizing this last chance to breathe, doing their best to recover their strength. However, under such high pressure, not even a trace of despair arose in their minds. All that remained was the firm belief that they would fight to the death when the enemy charged over again soon. In the center of the Xuanwang formation, Ku Yixing, the sect leader of the Yishi sect, sat in the void with a solemn expression. Above his head, the power of the 5 elements surrounded the yin and yang energies, rotating rapidly like a taiji. Mysterious ripples emanated from this vortex, influencing and changing the minds of the Xuanwang cultivators on the battlefield. Brother Yixing, this method of yours is wonderful, but it is not a long-term solution. At most, it can last for another month. Otherwise, they will all turn into monsters who have completely lost their minds, with only killing left in their heads, Situ Yao said with a heavy tone. 1 month, I don't think the situation can last that long. You might as well make a decision early, said Fang Dingge, the sect leader of the Great Tao sect. I have asked Stone Mother to perform 100 Jing calculations. There is a 56% probability of success. The advantage is on our side, so why not take a gamble? A 56% probability was, in Fang Dingge's eyes, as good as a sure victory. No one present responded. Of course, if any of you are confident that you can sever the golden lock in the sky while ensuring the safety of the Xuanwang world, you can ignore my plan. Fang Dingge's sharp gaze swept over everyone. The safety of the Xuanwang world cannot be completely guaranteed. But if it's just the safety of the 10 sects, perhaps it can be done. After a moment of silence, it was a wrinkled yellow paper doll that spoke. The paper doll sized up Fang Dingge with a strange and twisted expression, half smiling, half crying. Fang Dingge's face flashed with anger upon hearing this. Yi Ju, don't try to promote your crossing calamity plan again. It's already enough that none of you have contributed to this bloody battle. Are you still thinking of bewitching and shaking the morale of the army? If you continue like this, don't blame the burning Tao furnace in my hand for being merciless. Facing Fang Dingge's threat, Taoist Yi Ju of the Crossing Calamity sect was not afraid. He chuckled and said, Sect leader Fang, you are mistaken. The so-called plan for failure before planning for victory. You are always so fond of gambling. Perhaps you can win countless times, but as long as you fail once, the result will be death and the dissipation of the Tao. I ask you, who in this world can keep winning? Fang Dingge said coldly, it's useless to say more. Facts will prove everything. Furthermore, apart from my plan, is there a better method? Could it be that everyone should become a monster that is neither human nor ghost, like you? Neither human nor ghost, isn't that an immortal? Since you are unwilling, I won't force you. But don't count on our Crossing Calamity sect. This old Taoist is leaving. Taoist Yi Ju smiled with some ambiguous meaning. The vivid expression on the paper doll instantly solidified, and then it slowly fell to the ground. Taoist Yi Ju of the Crossing Calamity sect transformed into an ordinary piece of paper. The remaining people present were all silent. HMPH, I think that under the influence of this old madman Yi Ju, the Crossing Calamity sect will sooner or later have the signs of the entire sect turning into paper dolls. Perhaps, a dangerous light flashed in Fang Dingge's eyes. Situ Yao chuckled and quickly dissuaded him, the 10 sects have always been of one mind. In the past, we have experienced calamities far more dangerous than this. How can we ruin our friendship because of this matter? Fang Dingge did not give way at all. Today is different from the past. After several great battles, how much energy is left in the immortal artifacts in your hands? Without the chi of immortal spirits, how are they different from scrap metal? Relying on these immortal treasures, we have been lucky enough to survive in this starry sky until now. If we can't use immortal artifacts in the future, where should we go? The people of the 10 sects argued endlessly. In the end, it was a female cultivator wearing a black veil and with a graceful figure, but whose voice was as harsh as tearing metal, who ended the quarrel. Since everyone has a point, why not bet on both sides? Don't forget, we still have a captured immortal artifact. Xiahou Yan, the lord of the imprisonment, swept her gaze over everyone. The people felt as if they had been pierced by tangible swords, and they instinctively narrowed their eyes, avoiding Xiahou Yan's direct gaze. That immortal artifact is too strange. It's best not to use it lightly. Even Fang Dinggei hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in rejection. Xiahou Yan sneered. In front of the 10 sect leaders, she publicly mocked. The leaders of the 10 sects should be outstanding heroes in the world. But I didn't expect them to be cautious and two-faced. Although the words were unpleasant, she also scolded herself. The others just showed embarrassed expressions and couldn't accuse her of anything. But I can't blame you either. The more power you wield, the more you need to consider. What sects? The world, all living beings. It's far less carefree than when you were alone and roamed the world. Xiahou Yan said calmly. It seemed to evoke memories of the past, and the field fell into silence for a while. It was still Xiahou Yan who spoke. Think about it. Although the twofold immortal seed is treacherous, it can divide all of us into two without any loss. More choices, more paths of retreat, more chances of survival. It shouldn't be that serious yet. Zhang Yixing and the others still did not agree with Xiahou Yan's opinion. Although the twofold immortal seed is extremely mysterious, the corresponding side effects are also too great. We used it once that year, and it took us almost 100 years to digest it. Lu Chengheng and Yi Zhu, who were originally somewhat normal in the Crossing Calamity sect, have all become like this now. But didn't we win in the end? And those 3 cultivation worlds have long since turned into dust. Since we can withstand it once, we can withstand it a second time, Xiahou Yan insisted. Until the people looked at her with some suspicion, one after another. Xiahou Yan realized that she had lost her composure. Then she snorted coldly and stopped talking. After another long silence, Situ Yao drank the gourd of fine wine in his hand, feeling a little impatient. I think senior brother Dinggei's method is feasible. I witnessed the entire process of Stone Mother's deduction. I still have some confidence in ending the Taiyuan world's conquest. If you are unwilling, then let me do it. It's just death anyway. When have I, Situ Yao, ever been afraid? Good. Fang Dinggei was excited to have finally gained a supporter. When the opinions began to unify, the remaining people had to start considering. At this moment, a weak voice came from the corner. Master said that he agrees with sect leader Fang's plan. However, our supreme sect will only send 3 people to support. It was Zhang Yingyu who spoke. This female cultivator who killed countless enemies on the battlefield was like a child in front of the sect leaders, and had not dared to breathe loudly before. It was not until she received a message from her master that she spoke weakly. Originally, the people had some opinions about the old Taoist's absence. Now, upon hearing that the supreme sect was only willing to send 3 people to participate in the plan concerning the life and death of the Xuanwang world, their expressions were even more unsightly. However, after seeing the 3 names composed of starlight that appeared in Zhang Yingyu's hand, the people had no more objections. It was because these 3 people were already the most powerful combat forces of the Great Tao sect. The strength of any one of them would not be inferior to that of anyone present. After arguing for a while, they finally slowly reached a consensus. The 10 sects began to discuss the specific combat details, and Fang Dinggei reiterated, the reason why we have not been able to win and have been entangled by the Taiyuan world is because of the existence of that immortal artifact, the Taiyuan rebirth furnace. The Taiyuan world cultivators, whether in terms of scale or strength, are far inferior to our Xuanwang world. But it's a pity that they can't be killed completely. Even we have to recuperate well after being injured in exchange for the death of a dozen or so Tao integration cultivators. However, they can appear unharmed on the battlefield again after a few days. Obviously, having suffered a dark loss before, Fang Dinggei said with some gnashing of teeth. The key to breaking the situation is to destroy the Taiyuan rebirth furnace. We didn't act before because we were never able to figure out its exact location. Repeated attempts to use tricks had no effect. But now, a gleam flashed in Fang Dinggei's eyes. Perhaps it is because it truly involves the safety of Xuanwang that the great heavenly Venerate, who has always been silent and indifferent to worldly affairs, is finally willing to speak and guide us. With a wave of Fang Dingyi's hand, the illusory image of the Taiyuan world appeared in the field. Among them, constantly flashing light spots indicated the location of the Taiyuan rebirth furnace. According to the great heavenly Venerate, this so-called rebirth furnace is actually an ancient immortal level formation. As long as a few key nodes of the formation are destroyed, its rebirth effect can be affected for a period of time. Enough for us to completely pacify this world, Fang Dingyi said in a deep voice. The position corresponding here is, Zhang Yingyu looked at the image in front of her and suddenly froze. That's right, the depths of the Taiyuan world, the location of the former largest cultivation sect in Taiyuan, the Tianyu Dao Palace. The entire Taiyuan world is shrouded in an immortal level great formation. It is extremely dangerous to infiltrate deep and successfully destroy the formation. But we still have a higher chance of winning, Fang Dingyi said. Since the start of the war, all the cultivators who have appeared on the Taiyuan battlefield have been included in Stone Mother's deduction calculations. We have even added an additional third of our strength. Even so, we have a 56% probability of success. Accompanied by Fang Dingyi's words, hundreds of dense light spots suddenly appeared on the Taiyuan illusion. Each light spot represented a cultivator above the perfection of nascent soul realm who could pose a threat to everyone's plan. When divine sense was focused on these light spots, the cultivator's information represented by them also emerged. In addition to their appearance and strength, there were also various divine powers and spells that they had used on the battlefield. The ability to revive infinitely is their absolute advantage, but it is also their fatal weakness. They still know nothing about us, but we already know them like the back of our hands. The minds of the people in the field were attracted by the scene in front of them. Even Xiahou Yan and others, who did not agree with Fang Dingyi's risky plan, silently watched and thought. And not far away, Li Fan, who had a complete view of the 10 sects, secret discussions through Zhang Yingyu's eyes, shook his head slightly. Even without me, with the strength they have put out, don't even think about breaking through the heavy protection of the Taiyuan cultivators and destroying the immortal formation. Li Fan saw the fatal mistake in this plan at a glance. The protective immortal formation blessed by the 9-star red bead was not just about creating living beings. Leaving aside the other numerous abilities, the Taiyuan immortal formation's monitors and repair officials might not know how to activate them. But temporarily stimulating the potential of the created beings, causing their combat power to soar in a short period of time, was definitely something that could be done. Although the price was the rapid burning of the creation's lifespan, as long as they blocked the Xuanwang world adventurers for a moment, it would be enough to make their plan fall short. It was even possible to bury the Xuanwang world's elite here. It's just like the 10 sects, decapitation and transmission strategy back then. But it seems that if I don't participate, they will all lose the bet. 1554. Endless Life. Li Fan seemed to already foresee the end of the Immortal Sect. However, the Immortal Sect cannot represent the Xuanwang realm. As long as I am here, the Xuanwang realm cannot lose. It's just that this process will be a bit tragic. The role Li Fan played completed the final preparations before the Immortal Sect's surprise attack plan was launched. It was still being besieged, a sudden eruption on the verge of death, a breakthrough before the battle. At this point, the rumors of his Conquest Saint physique were completely confirmed. Advancing from the Transformation God stage to the Dao Integration stage, his status also underwent earth-shattering changes in an instant. No one dared to make any more jokes, replaced by a unified respect on the surface. Of course, his terrifying rate of progress, no less than Zhang Yingyu's, naturally attracted the attention of the 10 sects, higher-ups. Zhang Yingyu had the sect master of the Supreme Sect protecting her, while Li Fan was only from the ordinary sect of Chengqing Valley, without any background. Therefore, secret investigations were unavoidable. However, Li Fan allowed the people from the 10 sects to come and investigate. His strength was far superior to the overall strength of the 10 sects. After investigating, they could only conclude that Li Fan's body was special and his talent was extraordinary. After the investigation, the 10 sects simultaneously extended olive branches to him. Faced with the 10 sects' recruitment, Li Fan refused them all, citing the need to continue killing enemies on the Taiyuan realm battlefield. He even ignored the favorable conditions that would allow him to withdraw from the battlefield and return to the rear of the Xuanwang realm. I will not return until the enemy is defeated. My countless comrades have sacrificed themselves on this battlefield, so how can I fear death and escape? Li Fan said resolutely, then turned and left, leaving the cultivators of the 10 sects with a righteous and awe-inspiring figure. His decision moved all the cultivators present. So they no longer mentioned recruitment, but instead sent some magical treasures and divine powers, hoping to increase Li Fan's chances of survival in the upcoming final battle. After all, no sect would not want to recruit a loyal and righteous person like Li Ping into their ranks. He had both the powerful combat strength that had grown up in life and death battles and an absolute heart of sincerity. The key was that his growth trajectory and background were all clear and clean. Undoubtedly, he could serve as the most solid force in the sect. This was too important for the Immortal Dao 10 sects, which had suffered heavy losses in successive battles. Therefore, in the recruitment, all 10 sects spared no expense. Great Dao Sect, its Dao like mine, Heavenly Sword Sect, Shattering Sky Sword, One Beginning Sect, Myriad Forms Return to One, No Fixed Prison, Ethereal Divine Travel. Li Fan glanced over the divine powers presented by the 10 sects and couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Although these are still somewhat lacking compared to the 10 sects' secret arts, they are also top-notch important divine powers. They are really generous. Then, I can't let you down. In Li Fan's mind, he quickly deduced and improved these divine powers. Before long, enhanced versions of the 10 sects' divine powers were created. The fundamentals were still these divine powers, but after Li Fan's optimization, the actual power that could be displayed had doubled. Taking any one of them would not be inferior to the 10 sects' sect-suppressing skills. Li Fan waved his hand, and countless stars of virtualized text in his mind flew out like streamers. In front of him, they materialized from virtuality into reality. They turned into physical divine power manuals. Li Fan placed these manuals neatly in his room, under the pillow on his bed. Then, he pushed open the door and joined the battlefield again. A few days of calm passed, followed by a tsunami-like series of attacks launched by the Taiyuan realm cultivators. In the past, Dao integration cultivators rarely appeared on the battlefield, only existing as a presence. Now, they also appeared one after another, participating in the battle. Dao integration cultivators could only be resisted by Dao integration cultivators. However, the number of Dao integration cultivators on the Xuanwang realm's side of the battlefield was obviously insufficient. Therefore, almost from the beginning of this final battle, the Xuanwang realm fell into a disadvantage. Damn it, what are the sects thinking? Why don't they send more people? I have cultivated for 500 years, but I didn't want to die on the battlefield today, with no chance for the great Dao. I knew I shouldn't have stepped into this place of right and wrong for that little reward. Mistake, mistake, mistake. ... Faced with desperation, cultivators showed different expressions. However, most of them had negative emotions. The 10 sects' plan to raid the Taiyuan rebirth furnace was top secret. Therefore, the Xuanwang cultivators on the battlefield didn't even know that most of the 10 sects' sect masters had arrived. Thus, in this seemingly isolated and helpless situation, it was inevitable that their mentality would be unbalanced. Their overall strength was already weaker, and their morale was also falling behind. As a result, the battle situation quickly began to get out of control. Everyone, behind us is the Xuanwang realm. There is no retreat. We can only fight to the death. At this moment, a loud voice spread throughout the entire Taiyuan realm battlefield. Countless gazes in the world followed the direction of the voice. Accompanied by a dazzling white light, Li Fan shouted angrily in the blood mist formed by the instant kill explosion of 2 Dao integration cultivators. Li Fan held a sharp blade and pointed it at the countless enemies in front of him. He smiled contemptuously. Thieves, come and die. Such arrogant behavior naturally aroused the anger of the Taiyuan realm cultivators. Being able to instantly kill Dao integration cultivators, Li Fan's strength was undoubtedly powerful. However, the Taiyuan realm cultivators could be resurrected infinitely, so how could they be frightened by Li Fan? Only a moment later, no less than 20 streams of light flew from all corners of the battlefield towards Li Fan's location. On the battlefield, there was no such thing as a one-on-one fair duel. There was only life and death. Soon, Li Fan, under siege, seemed to fall into a dangerous situation. However, with Li Fan standing up to share the firepower, the pressure on other Xuanwang cultivators on the battlefield also dropped sharply. Encouraged by Li Fan, everyone barely recovered their normal mentality. At this moment, behind the main battlefield, A group of people was rushing towards the depths of the Taiyuan realm. The leader was naturally the sect master of the great Dao sect, Fang Dingge. He looked at Li Fan's figure, who was not afraid in the face of several people's siege, and even did not fall behind, and a hint of brilliance appeared in his eyes. This is, my great Dao sects, it's Dao like mine. I remember that I just taught him this secret technique not long ago, right? He has already used it so proficiently. The sect masters of the 10 sects naturally knew the situation of Li Fan, the shining new star on the Taiyuan battlefield very well. At this moment, witnessing Li Fan single-handedly fighting against more than a dozen Dao integration and more than 20 transformation god cultivators, they were all amazed. Although these Taiyuan Dao integration cultivators were only in the early stages of Dao integration, being able to do this undoubtedly proved Li Fan's unparalleled combat power. This sun's rise is still beyond our expectations. The chances of success for this trip are even higher. I hope he is still alive when we come back. Although they appreciated Li Fan very much, it was impossible to change the surprise attack plan in order to save him. The group did not look back and rushed to their destination at a very fast speed. Under the cover of the One Beginning sects, innate One Beginning Great Array, they concealed themselves from the investigation of the Taiyuan realm cultivators. They were getting closer and closer to the destination, the Tianyu Dao Palace. Soon, a 99-story high-rise building standing on a cliff of 10,000 feet appeared in the eyes of everyone. Everyone, the core of the formation is inside the mountain under this high-rise building. Once we enter the core of the high-rise building, this masking formation will probably be ineffective. At that time, we will need to rush in by force. In Fang Dingge's reminder, everyone had already sneaked into the Dao Palace. Perhaps because most of the power had already been invested in the battlefield, the defensive manpower in the Tianyu Dao Palace was much less than expected. However, the deeper they went into the core of the Dao Palace, the more cultivators there were. The good luck of the Xuanwang realm people ended here. Along with a shrill alarm, a thick blood-colored cloud instantly descended and enveloped the sky above the Dao Palace. The Taiyuan cultivators who were fighting on the battlefield were stunned. Then, in a very unified manner, they wanted to withdraw from the battlefield and return. At this moment, golden locks appeared in the void. Thousands upon thousands of figures rushed over from the Xuanwang realm. Xuanwang cultivators, listen to the order, hold back the thieves at all costs. The sect masters of the 10 sects have all arrived today. They have already locked onto the location of the Taiyuan rebirth furnace. ... As if prepared, loud announcements spread throughout the battlefield like rolling thunder. Seeing the Xuanwang army coming to support them, and also understanding the surprise attack plan of the 10 sects, clarifying that they were not abandoned, and it seemed that victory was in sight. In the battlefield, the Xuanwang realm cultivators were immediately greatly encouraged. In contrast, the Taiyuan realm cultivators seemed a little panicked. After all, the anomaly that appeared above the Dao Palace did appear only when it was under attack. If something happened to the rebirth furnace, they would no longer be able to be resurrected. Therefore, they instinctively wanted to rush to support it. However, soon, they seemed to have collectively received some notification. They instantly gave up the idea of supporting and instead turned around and launched a more ferocious attack. In the distance, the sound of breaking through the air roared, composing a roaring movement. Countless figures, like dark clouds pressing down, flew towards here at an extremely fast speed. This, are all the Taiyuan cultivators coming to attack. Such a terrifying scene made everyone present tremble. However, the motivation effect just now was still there, and they firmly believed that as long as the sect masters of the 10 sects took action, they would be able to reverse the battle. The Xuanwang cultivators also collided with this rolling dark cloud with firm beliefs. Explosions, wails, scoldings, the sound of gold and iron colliding. Mixed with the heavy smell of blood. This conquest battle ushered in the most intense moment. At this moment, under the Tianyu Dao Palace, only one step away from the core of the formation marked by the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate. However, looking at the 12 figures standing in front, Fang Dingge and his party involuntarily felt a sense of despair. Clearly, not long ago, everyone worked together, using their own blood essence as the price to display their strongest unique skills. They had already killed these 12 Dao integration cultivators in front of them. However, just as they were ecstatic and wanted to move forward again, a storm blew in the open space. In the turmoil, 12 figures reappeared. Completely unaffected, even their aura was stronger than before. Although Fang Dinggay and others looked extremely ugly, they were only one step away from the final victory, and it was impossible to give up easily. Everyone, fight! A circle of colorful rays of light emerged from Fang Dinggay's body, rushing forward again. The great Tao is like me. All the magical powers launched by the Taiyuan 12 Tao integration were swept and absorbed by this colorful light. Fang Dinggay, who had forcibly endured the combined attack, only looked slightly rosy, and was not particularly seriously injured. The others took this opportunity to unleash all their killing magical powers. The huge sword shadow was divided into two, and two turned into 10,000. Surrounding the Taiyuan 12 Tao integration, gusts of yellow sand blew in the wind, and every grain of sand seemed to imprison a god and demon. The sandstorm roared, the gods and demons roared. Sha Huyan's figure was hidden in this yellow sand. Above the battle between everyone, the aura of yin, yang, and 5 elements rotated like a roulette, separating the battlefield from the outside Tao Palace. All the attacks from the cultivators coming to support from the Tao Palace, as well as the formation restrictions, were all blocked out. After a very hard battle, the 12 Tao integration cultivators who were blocking the way finally fell. Quick! Fang Dinggay's aura was obviously a little disordered, he said in a deep voice. Everyone flew forward one after another. But after taking a few steps, that familiar storm descended again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Figures that they had just killed with their own hands reappeared out of thin air in the void. Even their flesh and blood remains were quietly lying not far away. The Taiyuan 12 cultivators, like an insurmountable high wall, blocked the Xuanwang people. With a mocking look on their faces. Feeling the gaze from behind, Fang Dinggay stabilized his mind and took a deep breath. Continue. Since they can be resurrected, then kill them faster. The image of a 3-legged furnace quietly appeared in his hand. A hint of heartache flashed in his eyes, and Fang Dinggay lightly tapped the furnace body. As the milky white flames flew out of the 3-legged furnace, the 12 Tao integration cultivators who were resurrected to block the way, who were even stronger than before, did not even have the slightest resistance. They turned into ashes in the milky white flames. Taking advantage of the flames, the Xuanwang people quickly went deeper. This sudden attack achieved excellent results. As long as the last layer of protective restrictions was broken, the core of the formation could be destroyed. The 10 sect members were full of hope. At this moment, the rebirth storm struck again. This time, the gestation took more time than before. And it seemed that because Fang Dinggay invited the burning Tao furnace, it stimulated some unexpected factors in the formation. When the Taiyuan 12 Tao integration stood up again after being reborn, the aura of the 10 sect members inevitably became rapid. This time, it was not just a simple resurrection. Just from the aura, the strength of these 12 people was more than twice as strong as when they appeared last time. Moreover, they all had some flowing and colorful protective gear and magical treasures on their bodies. They did not look like ordinary products. Sect Master Fang. Fang Dinggay gritted his teeth and did not speak. He just released another ball of milky white flames. 1555. Zhan Huang gave birth to a true immortal. Within the Xuanwang realm, there was first a deathly silence, followed by an uproar. What exactly is going on here? Does he still want to fight? Just give up, it's too tragic. There's no hope of winning. Where are the cowards from the 10 sects? Let me in, I want to go to the Taiyuan realm and die alongside the god of war. Most cultivators in the Xuanwang realm only saw Li Ping stand up again, seemingly wanting to continue fighting. Only a very few understood the meaning of the inexplicable aura erupting from Li Ping's body. They all looked horrified and stood up abruptly. Sect leader Fang, if I'm not mistaken, that's Sha Huyan, the lord of the imprisoning hell, asked in disbelief. Fang Dinggay also lost his previous composure, scrutinizing the scene with suspicion for a long time, afraid of being mistaken. But as the distorted scene above the sky became more and more pronounced, he finally confirmed, he's breaking through. Is that a sign of a breakthrough? He's already at the peak of the Tao integration realm, if he goes any further. Fang Dinggay opened his mouth, utterly astonished. An immortal. The few people in the hall looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock and incomprehension. But soon, they all looked up at the same time, afraid of missing any details. Above the sky, the distorted ripples intensified, all centered around Li Ping's towering figure. Like a stone falling into a large lake, causing ripples on the surface. The Taiyuan cultivators, who were still silently mourning, also noticed this anomaly. Ignoring everything else, they hurriedly launched another attack. However, a storm of extreme violence seemed to have risen around Li Fan. Any living creature that tried to approach was inevitably swept away by the gale, spinning uncontrollably in the air like an ant. Even Dao Integration Realm cultivators were no exception. Even with all their might, they couldn't get close at all, let alone harm Li Fan. In the very center of the storm, Li Fan's vitality and aura seemed to be rising endlessly, even transmitting to the Xuanwang realm through the horizontal golden lock. All the living beings gazing at the figure in the center of the storm felt an instinctive sense of oppression in their hearts, wanting to prostrate themselves in worship. Although they didn't know why, they knew that something extraordinary was about to happen. The Xuanwang realm was filled with silence, while in the Taiyuan realm, all the cultivators, driven by the fear rising in their hearts, still wanted to make a final struggle, wanting to stop Li Fan's transformation. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. When the storm finally subsided, Li Fan's intact body reappeared before everyone. Washed clean of the blood and gore from the previous battles, he was ethereal and otherworldly, like a being from the heavens. Immortal. All the living beings in both realms who saw Li Fan had this word pop into their minds at the same time. And so their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Since the immortal path was severed, there hadn't been a true immortal in the world for tens of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, today, an immortal was born before everyone's eyes. The Xuanwang beings couldn't help but kneel on the ground, worshipping fervently. The Taiyuan realm cultivators, although still fearful in their hearts, still fearlessly launched an attack on Li Fan, this, immortal. However, after Li Fan attained enlightenment, the situation on the battlefield immediately underwent a dramatic change. Originally, Li Fan had no way to dodge the Taiyuan realm cultivators' overwhelming divine abilities and spells. But now, he simply reached out silently in front of him. Countless dazzling seven-colored lights were all deflected and absorbed into his palm. Then he gently blew a breath. All these released killing moves were instantly rebounded, attacking their casters. Caught off guard, the Taiyuan cultivators suffered heavy losses. Especially since they were all gathered together, unleashing their divine abilities in unison, it brought them huge casualties. Originally, Li Fan's surroundings were completely surrounded, but after suffering the backlash of the divine abilities, a large area was immediately cleared. If Li Fan's method of repaying others in their own coin didn't frighten the Taiyuan realm cultivators too much, then what happened next made these cultivators, who could be resurrected an infinite number of times, feel deep despair. Li Fan gently raised his left hand upwards. Scattered across the battlefield, the relics of the Xuanwang cultivators all seemed to sense something, flying into the sky. As if summoned, illusory figures emerged from beside these relics. They were the original owners, the Xuanwang realm cultivators who had died on the battlefield. Even though their faces weren't particularly clear, the living beings in the Xuanwang realm still recognized these resurrected friends and family. Many people burst into tears on the spot. The illusory figures of the Xuanwang soldiers all respectfully bowed to Li Fan first. Then they grasped their weapons and launched a fearless charge towards the Taiyuan cultivators. One real and one illusory, the battle power of the two realms collided fiercely again. This time, the offensive and defensive momentum had changed. It should be known that whether in terms of overall or average battle power, the Taiyuan cultivators were far inferior to the Xuanwang realm cultivators. Only by relying on the Taiyuan rebirth furnace's ability to resurrect infinitely did they force the Xuanwang realm into its current desperate situation. But now, when the Taiyuan cultivators exhausted all their strength to shatter the illusory figures of the Xuanwang cultivators, a stream of light flew out from Li Fan, who was suppressing the formation. In just an instant, those illusory figures reappeared. The resurrected Xuanwang cultivators instantly killed the stunned enemies in front of them. Then they charged towards other opponents on the battlefield. Finally tasting the enemy's greatest reliance all along, the Xuanwang cultivators were as if encouraged 100-fold, slowly forcing the Taiyuan cultivators back. Those illusory figures who died in battle would soon be replenished by Li Fan. On the battlefield, streaks of light flashed continuously, like a grand meteor shower, blooming in the sky above the Taiyuan realm. When the meteor shower ended, the Taiyuan cultivators who had gathered nearby were either dead or had fled in panic. Kill. Li Fan didn't stop there. He pointed his sword forward and only said this one word. The direction the sword pointed was exactly where the Tianyu Dao Palace and the Taiyuan Rebirth Furnace were located. And so countless streams of light slowly approached the depths of the Taiyuan realm. Unstoppable, irreversible, anyone who stood in the way of this rolling torrent would be torn to pieces in an instant. This shocking scene made countless living beings watching the battle in the Xuanwang realm's blood boil. They couldn't wait to participate. Only a few people could see the true mystery behind the surface of this passionate scene. Although those resurrected Xuanwang cultivators were all illusory figures, the divine abilities, spells, and killing moves they unleashed undoubtedly had real destructive power. How many cultivators who died and were resurrected on the Taiyuan battlefield were there? Hundreds of thousands. And Li Ping alone could support their consumption. As if thinking of something, Fang Dinggei completely lost his composure, no longer able to hide the shock in his heart, muttering to himself, "Infinity, the infinity of an immortal. Could it really be an immortal?" All the cultivators who had any understanding of the nature of a true immortal all behaved like Fang Dinggei at this moment. And in this kind of shock, Li Fan had already led a million illusory figures, step by step, to the foot of the Tianyu Dao Palace. In the face of this magnificent army of a million, the Taiyuan realm's greatest combat advantage no longer existed. You can resurrect, I can resurrect even faster than you. Your will is firm, your orders are obeyed, and you won't collapse even in desperate situations. But our soldiers don't even have subjective will, only the obsession to avenge. Although the power of the immortal spirit is infinite, the operating efficiency of the immortal formation has a limit. With the continuous resurrection for a long time, the pressure on the ancient protective immortal formation of the Taiyuan realm finally reached the critical value. Visibly to the naked eye, the speed of resurrection of the Taiyuan cultivators slowed down a lot. In the Xuanwang realm, bursts of cheers erupted. However, the expressions on the faces of the 10 sect leaders and elites who had entered the Tianyu Dao Palace were still solemn. The combat power displayed by this half-immortal, Li Ping, was indeed beyond their imagination. But the immortal formation in the depths of the Dao Palace was equally despairing. However, Li Ping's next move once again exceeded their expectations. He didn't lead the crowd to attack the Dao Palace. Instead, he slashed down with his sword at the 99-story building standing on the mountain peak. The dazzling light illuminated the entire world, obscuring people's vision. The terrifying roar, like continuous thunder, resounded through the sky. The huge vibration even passed through the distant space-time, reaching the Xuanwang realm. Both worlds were trembling in this sword light that Li Fan slashed down. When they could see again, the Tianyu Dao Palace and the Taiyuan cultivators had all disappeared. Only a deep gully remained, embedded in the earth. Dark and deep, bottomless. Only Li Fan's ethereal figure stood. And a strange cauldron in his hand. The world once again fell into dead silence. Is this the power of a true immortal? All living beings, their brains were all blank. They were deeply shocked by the great power of a true immortal's sword. The people of the 10 sects, after recovering from the shock, thought of more. Now that a true immortal has descended, how should the 10 sects conduct themselves from now on? This question seemed to have no other answer. Even if the cultivators of the 10 sects were added together, they were probably not a match for this true immortal. Even if they used all the remaining immortal artifacts, they might not be able to gain any advantage. They just didn't know if this true immortal would blame them for their previous abandonment. The hearts of the 10 sects were wavering. In the Taiyuan realm, another change occurred. The cauldron that Li Fan held tightly in his hand suddenly bloomed with a soaring 7-colored glow, illuminating the entire Taiyuan skyline. Li Fan looked at the Xuanwang illusory figures below who had completed their mission of revenge and were somewhat at a loss. Then he smiled slightly. The 7-colored glow emerging from the cauldron, like waterfalls, poured towards them respectively. After receiving the infusion of the Taiyuan rebirth furnace, extremely significant changes were taking place in the million Xuanwang illusory figures. The illusory faces gradually became clear. The faint illusory figures became solid. The vitality that belonged only to living beings emerged on these illusory figures. They were truly being brought back to life from death, experiencing resurrection. Even though they had experienced too many shocks today, the Xuanwang beings were still ecstatic after seeing this scene. Especially when they saw their dead friends and family looking at their bodies in disbelief after being resurrected. They also shed tears of extreme joy. A million Xuanwang soldiers, resurrected from the dead, wept with joy. After the initial excitement, they all reacted. They all kowtowed and worshipped the true immortal above their heads who had saved them and given them new life. But after a long time, the true immortal still didn't move. The cultivators couldn't help but look up. They saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Specks of starlight began to emerge from the true immortal's figure. After a gust of breeze blew, these starlights floated out from the true immortal's body. At first, there were only dozens or hundreds of starlights. Then there were more and more, like stars in the 9 heavens, scattered in the mortal world. When the sky was full of stars, the true immortal was no longer in sight. The living beings of both realms collectively fell into a daze. It took a good half a day before they understood what had happened. Sounds of pain and wailing then resounded through both realms, lingering for a long time. A month later, the war that changed the fate of the Xuanwang realm had long since come to an end, but the living beings of the Xuanwang realm still hadn't emerged from the grief. Without the enemy of infinite resurrection, the Xuanwang realm successfully occupied the Taiyuan realm, successfully opening up another safe place to live at the other end of the starry sky for themselves. The threat of the immortal ruins outside the Xuanwang realm also began to be slowly known to the world. However, compared to the immortal ruins, the living beings of the Xuanwang realm were more concerned about what exactly happened to that Xuanwang true immortal. After the reasoning of the 10 sect leaders, combined with the observation of the scene, a preliminary conclusion was drawn. The immortal path has been cut off. This is an unchangeable fact. The immortal that Li Ping became was not a true immortal in the true sense. It's just that because of his earth-shattering talent, he forcibly overdrawn himself and raised himself to the realm between Tao integration and true immortal. Perhaps it can be called a half-immortal. If he became a true immortal, he should be able to reverse the matter of dying from serious injuries. It's a pity. Before falling, he held on. Not only did he lead the crowd to complete the revenge against the Taiyuan realm, he even used the Taiyuan rebirth furnace to resurrect as many of the Xuanwang cultivators who died in battle as possible. But in the end, he was unable to reverse the destiny and passed away. Compared to the true immortal who survived, it was obvious that this true immortal who sacrificed himself to save the Xuanwang beings would be even more remembered by people. Every household erected the tablet and statue of the Xuanwang true immortal, burning incense and praying, chanting scriptures and praying for blessings. Even in the large and small immortal cultivation sects, halls for the worship of the Xuanwang true immortal were erected. Originally, there were very few dissenting voices, but they soon disappeared. Although the true immortal has passed away, the aftermath still remains, lingering for a long time. The improved version of the 10 sects' unique skills, which Li Fan left under his pillow, was also found. It was listed as the highest secret by the 10 sects. On the day these unique skills were invited back to the Xuanwang realm, the 10 sect leaders gathered together to discuss and study them. As expected of someone who can prove the Tao to become a true immortal, this improved divine power is even better than the town's unpassed secret. The people of the 10 sects were all admired. And in the folk, there were faint rumors secretly circulating. One who obtains the supreme Tao scripture can attain true immortality. 1556. The identity of the great celestial lord. Those who obtain the supreme Tao scripture can become true immortals. This statement is not a vague fantasy but is indeed based on solid evidence. The evidence is none other than the esteemed profound yellow true immortal in the profound yellow world. It should be known that the profound yellow true immortal did not appear out of nowhere. He grew from a mere foundation establishment cultivator, fighting all the way to the true immortal realm, with a traceable path of growth. Therefore, when people discovered this fact, they felt an unspeakable astonishment. Because the profound yellow true immortal completed the journey from mortal to immortal in just a few short years. Although the 10 sects have determined that this is due to his extremely special physique, constantly transforming and reborn in battles and killings, it is still inevitable that some people have doubts. Even within the 10 sects, a detailed investigation into the true immortal's origins before his rise has secretly begun. No matter how sophisticated the great disciple of Evergreen Valley was, he couldn't hide from the 10 sects' methods. Therefore, his past with the true immortal was exposed to everyone. Supreme Tao Scripture. Zhang Yingyu of the Supreme Sect, who was secretly investigating this matter, looked at the familiar thin piece in her hand with a strange expression. Exactly the same as the one in my mind. According to Bai Li Shan, she also possessed the same thin piece when she was alive. No wonder I always felt that there was something strange about her. So that's how it is. A special physique, coupled with the guidance of the Supreme Tao Scripture. That's why he was able to complete this unprecedented feat of ascension. Zhang Yingyu clenched the thin piece, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. Since that one could ascend to the immortal realm, then I can do it too. Perhaps not so quickly. Without any mercy, Bai Li Shan was killed, in the hope of keeping the secret as much as possible. Zhang Yingyu had just brought the thin piece back to the sect when she received a message from the sect leader. The Supreme Tao scripture concerns the future of Profound Yellow. It must be shared among the 10 sects. The old Taoist, who had originally declined the brilliant Tao starry sky, hoping to walk his own path, finally couldn't maintain his original intention after witnessing Li Ping's feat of ascending to the immortal realm in a few years. Zhang Yingyu felt a little inexplicable loss, and a little relieved. Taking the captured thin piece of the Supreme Tao scripture, she slowly left. From then on, the Supreme Tao scripture became a treasure shared by the 10 sects. And combined with the experiences of Zhang Yingyu and others, the 10 sects concluded that there might be other thin pieces scattered outside. No matter what the reason, the 10 sects could not sit idly by and watch such a treasure as the Supreme Tao scripture be controlled by others. Therefore, the 10 sects formed a secret organization to search for it secretly. Within 3 years after the end of the war, the Profound Yellow world remained calm. Even though the Profound Yellow True Immortal resurrected most of the cultivators who died in the Taiyuan battlefield, the overall loss suffered by the Profound Yellow world was not particularly serious. However, that war undoubtedly left a very deep psychological shadow on the cultivators. It needs time to calm down slowly. The 10 sects and the Myriad Immortals alliance, which had gradually become tense, also temporarily eased due to their experience of fighting side by side in the Taiyuan battlefield. More importantly, after successfully occupying the Taiyuan realm, a port to another starry sky was opened. The Profound Yellow world is no longer a dead place trapped in despair. The outside starry sky has infinite possibilities. The contradictions between the two sides are no longer irreconcilable. The long river of history took a sharp turn at this time node and galloped towards a completely different direction. In the monstrous waves caused by the change of the long river, there was a figure struggling to support himself. If it weren't for the thin lines emerging from the long river, tightly entwining him, he would have been submerged by the extremely turbulent power of time. What is the way of reversing? How to define before and after, positive and negative, forward and reverse? Is the end of this long river already destined? Or is there still a different ending? In the torrential waves, Li Fan tried his best to maintain his figure while also making the most of his suffering. Meditating on enlightenment. Although he enjoyed the deceptive drama of proving the true immortal in front of countless beings in the two worlds, the price was also painful. After the river of time completely flowed to a different future, it was moving away from the original track every moment. Thus, the backlash never stopped for a moment. It was even 100 times more intense than the storms Li Fan encountered when he went against the river at the beginning. This is because he was previously in the same river basin, but now Li Fan's actions are pushing him parallel to the other end of the river of time. If it was reversing before, now it is crossing. Fortunately, his carefully prepared drama was wonderful enough, deeply imprinted in the minds of all beings in the Profound Yellow world. With so many sufficient and weighty anchors, no matter how big the storm, as long as this tributary of time still exists, as long as the Profound Yellow world is not completely destroyed, it is temporarily enough to guarantee Li Fan's safety in this river of time. This is the so-called eternal immovability, and the true name will last forever. Next, no matter what choice he makes, whether to continue to go against the current, or to stay still. First of all, there is a safe point to settle down. Just like the grates on to the Profound Yellow world, the Profound Yellow world to the Dark Star Sea, and the inner wall to the original possibility. Of course, with the general moral level of the Profound Yellow world cultivators, and the future heaven and earth catastrophe that is very likely to happen again, Li Fan does not expect that this stable anchor can be preserved forever. Therefore, in addition to the name of Profound Yellow True Immortal, he also left that Supreme Tao scripture as a backup anchor in case of emergency. Moreover, in addition to the beings of the Profound Yellow world, there is also the Taiyuan realm. In that earth-shattering white sword light, Li Fan did not destroy all the Taiyuan cultivators in the rebirth furnace. Instead, they were all temporarily sealed in the depths of that extremely deep rift. The respect of the masses is an anchor. Desperate fear is also an anchor. Li Fan will naturally not waste it. On the contrary, it would be of no benefit to Li Fan to slaughter them all. With the Taiyuan rebirth furnace, the Taiyuan cultivators who can be continuously resurrected and inherit their memories are destined to be more suitable anchor carriers than the Profound Yellow cultivators. Perhaps many years later, with the passage of time, the prestige of the profound yellow true immortal will be slowly forgotten by the beings of the profound yellow world. The sculptures erected everywhere and worshipped by the people will also be unattended. However, his figure of leading the crowd to counterattack in despair with one sword and destroying Taiyuan in one fell swoop will be forever engraved in the hearts of those Taiyuan cultivators. Even if they die, they cannot be erased. It took another 2 years, a total of 5 years, for Li Fan to barely stabilize from the storm of the river of time changing its course. Returning to reality again, Li Fan has a completely different feeling from the past. No longer like a duckweed without roots, relying only on a few anchors. Instead, he is deeply rooted in the river and has become a member of this time and space. As long as enough anchors are placed, you can get rid of the identity of a stowaway and become one of your own. Li Fan realized something in his heart. The benefits of completely integrating into this time and space are obvious. His cultivation level has almost completely returned to the level before going against the current, and even his understanding of the Great Tao has been completely calibrated by the constant washing of the time tide in this period of time. Li Fan has a hunch. The complete reproduction of Mo Sha immortal soul, the change between true and false, etc., in this period of time is not far away from him. In a good mood, Li Fan did not return to the profound yellow world immediately. Instead, he looked at the rift he had cut with his sword beneath him. In the past 5 years, the 10 sects have completely blocked this place. And they have also tried to go deep into the rift to explore many times. But how could the sealing methods Li Fan laid down before falling into the river of time be broken by the people of the Immortal Tao 10 sects? The people of the 10 sects are all destined to return without success. In addition to the Immortal Tao 10 sects, Li Fan narrowed his eyes, looking through the images recorded by the formation. The picture flashed quickly, and stopped suddenly when one of the figures appeared. "I found you, profound yellow great heavenly venerate." A trace of excitement flashed in Li Fan's eyes. As Li Fan expected, after the immortal road was cut off, a true immortal descended for no reason. This is an unbelievable thing for any cultivator. Especially the higher the cultivation level, the closer to the true immortal realm, the more curious they will be. The profound yellow great heavenly venerate, who held the position of immortal realm, was even more so. Therefore, she would rather take great risks to come to the Taiyuan realm in person, hoping to peep and comprehend something from the traces left by the true immortal. Unexpectedly, she was captured by the methods left by Li Fan. Even if this mysterious profound yellow great heavenly venerate instinctively hides herself, she is destined to be unable to escape the detection of the formation arranged by Li Fan. Wearing a pink and elegant long dress, with a thin veil covering her face. There is also a small red plum blossom-shaped scar on her temples. Li Fan is sure that this is the profound yellow great heavenly venerate who disappeared inexplicably in the history of profound yellow. Similarly, Li Fan felt a strange sense of familiarity with her. Not that I have really faced her. But in whose memory? After some recollection, Li Fan finally remembered. The figure in front of him gradually overlapped with the mortal lover of Mr. Bai in Ningyuan City. It was because his lover died tragically in the battle between Zhang Qinmo and Song Yisong, a rebellious disciple of the Purple Firmament sect, that led Mr. Bai to embark on the path of cultivation later. Now it seems that Song Yisong's inexplicable rebellion, and the guiding factors of this profound yellow great heavenly venerate are also involved. What a profound yellow great heavenly venerate, using such despicable means. Li Fan snorted coldly in his heart. However, he could understand. Probably because she held the position of great heavenly venerate, even if she wanted to run, she couldn't leave at will. At least she needed to find a suitable successor. And she couldn't just appoint anyone, she had to find someone who met the requirements for the great heavenly venerate's succession in all aspects. And Su Bai, perhaps, was the most suitable one she had secretly chosen. Sure enough, there are no coincidences in the world for no reason. Even if Su Bai is extremely talented, able to transform into a god in an instant with a mortal body, and unite with the Tao overnight. But the profound yellow great heavenly venerate is not something that can be done with just aptitude and cultivation. Just like Wu Ming's succession, Su Bai's succession was also full of shadows of being manipulated. Perhaps Su Bai also vaguely sensed something. But because the guide was his mortal white moonlight lover, he was willing to silently endure all this. Recalling the traces of memory he had glimpsed in the profound yellow evil thoughts and Su Bai's eternal last thoughts, Li Fan couldn't help but think. Shaking his head, Li Fan destroyed all the recorded images. Stepping out, he came to the bottom of the rift, where the Taiyuan realm cultivators were imprisoned. For the Taiyuan cultivators, death is not a terrible thing. It is worse to be unable to live and unable to die. The torment they have suffered in the past 5 years is 100 times greater than before. Even dying in the battlefield again and again is far less painful than it is now. Trapped in a square inch, unable to leave half a step. A dark place where the sun cannot be seen, full of silence. They have exhausted all methods and cannot break the restrictions here. Even if they commit suicide in despair, they will be resurrected immediately by the Taiyuan rebirth furnace above their heads. Compared to that battlefield, this seems to be the real eternal purgatory. Li Fan's arrival did not alarm anyone. Looking at the overall state of the Taiyuan cultivators below, he frowned slightly. Li Fan's fundamental purpose is to use the fear in their hearts to create anchors. But Li Fan found that these Taiyuan cultivators, in such a situation, were slowly reducing their fear of him. This is not a good thing. I need to remind them every once in a while. Li Fan gently pointed towards the Taiyuan rebirth furnace in the sky. The light suddenly bloomed, and then illuminated this dark and deep place. Like the shining light of the great sun, the Taiyuan cultivators seemed to see Li Fan's god of war-like figure standing with his sword again. It was as if they had returned to the battlefield of the past. In the originally lifeless square inch, bursts of screams of fear and despair suddenly erupted. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. He flashed into the Taiyuan rebirth furnace in the sky. The monitor, the repair official. These two immortal servants in charge of the Taiyuan realm's defense formation did not attack after seeing Li Fan. Instead, they respectfully knelt down and kowtowed. Admittedly, purely in terms of strength, Li Fan, who was previously in the Dao integration realm, was not the opponent of these two immortal servants. But no matter how powerful the immortal servant is, he is just an immortal servant. As a guardian of the tomb and the successor of Emperor Taitian's mantle, Li Fan has too many ways to directly obtain their control. This is also the reason why they have never appeared from beginning to end, even when the Taiyuan realm was forced into a desperate situation, even when the Taiyuan cultivators pleaded bitterly. Ignoring the two immortal servants, Li Fan went directly into the central hub of the ancient immortal formation. As expected, he saw the indefinite ring and the shining 9-star red bead in the center. Standing in the center of the immortal formation, Li Fan truly felt the inexplicable pressure from the mountain and the infinite sea above. A strange color flashed in his eyes. His purpose here was not the treasure bead that recorded the information of all the cultivators and creatures in the Taiyuan realm, but the complete immortal formation itself. Although I myself cannot access the infinite sea, but through this immortal formation, I can indirectly steal the infinite immortal power from the infinite sea. Just like I did through the clone before. Now that the Mosha immortal soul is gone, and the myriad manifestation Dao net no longer exists, I can only temporarily restore the true immortal cultivation level through this method first. 1557. The final chapter of the fable. Every true immortal artifact, immortal formation, even immortal servants, all have their own unique imprints connected to the infinite sea. These are largely the means by which successive immortal emperor rulers controlled their immortal citizens. Apart from outliers like Li Fan, who can smuggle themselves into the infinite sea, the vast majority of beings in the immortal realm cannot escape this fate. Because he carries stillness of truth and has experienced the fusion of the three paths, Li Fan would not recklessly connect to the infinite sea before recovering that illusion is also truth-protective divine power. Therefore, he needs to use other means. Following Li Fan's modification of the Grand Origin ancient immortal formation, wisps of silver-white light began to emerge from the indeterminate ring. Immortal spiritual energy, such a familiar and wonderful taste. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Still being a mortal body, he carefully poured all the immortal spiritual energy guided and generated by the immortal formation into the accumulation formation he had modified. Although the immortal spiritual energy within this reservoir does not belong to him in terms of ownership, it can be used by him without hindrance through the formation. Just like in his previous life, Li Fan borrowed the immortal power from the immortal skin given by the Lord of the City of Ultimate Bliss. Compared to power that belongs purely to oneself, mobilizing it is somewhat obstructed and not as effortless. But the impact is not too great. In just half a day, Li Fan skillfully completed the accumulation and circulation of immortal power within his body. At the same time, some situations beyond Li Fan's expectations arose. They were definitely good things, not bad things. Perhaps it was the experience of the three paths fusion that made Li Fan instinctively bind the immortal power of mountains and seas, the boundless of stillness of truth, and the impression of the great Tao of longevity together. When he tasted the flavor of immortal spiritual energy again, in his mind, he seemed to naturally touch the other two. However, Li Fan was not overwhelmed by momentary greed. After pondering for a while, he decided to temporarily put the great Tao of longevity aside. He only took the change of truth and falsehood represented by stillness of truth. As the immortal power slowly returned, Li Fan's understanding of the change of truth and falsehood, which had been washed away under the fusion of mountains and seas, also slowly recovered. However, Li Fan did not feel much joy in his heart. Instead, he became more solemn. It seems that the impact of the three paths fusion on me has not completely disappeared. Clearly, they are three completely different great Taos, but on me, they seem to be bound together and closely related. Even though Li Fan was deliberately abandoning the great Tao of longevity, as the other two Taos rose, Li Fan also keenly realized that the lifespan of his body was uncontrollably becoming longer. Although he is not a true immortal, he already has a lifespan comparable to immortals. It is like a calm and slow rise, the water level has gradually submerged his knees. It is really frightening. Seeing this, Li Fan had to temporarily stop the pace of comprehension of the other two Taos. While feeling helpless in his heart, he had to comfort himself. At least, compared to being directly fused without any struggle in the previous life, this life has a barely tangible marker. As long as I control the speed at which the three paths, insights climb, I should be fine for the time being. Li Fan knew that he had to completely solve the hidden dangers of the three paths fusion. But he currently had no clue. He couldn't even ask others for advice. Obtaining one great Tao of mountains and seas is already a blessing from heaven. Obtaining two is already like a figure like Shou Chu Gong. And those who can obtain all three have never been seen before. Even stillness of truth itself suffered heavy damage in the three paths fusion. Li Fan can only explore his own way to save his life. Perhaps the source of this river of time, the primordial mountains and seas of the immortal realm before its birth, will have the answer. Or perhaps, it is easier to find the result at the end of the river, the final world where everything merges. At this moment, Li Fan stood in a node of the turbulent river of time, looking back at the past and looking forward to the future. For a time, he was lost, not knowing where to go next. He was immersed in it for several days before he broke away from the countless illusions and thoughts. Thinking too much is useless. Let's deal with the matters in this time node first. Barely regaining most of his abilities, in fact, Li Fan didn't care much about this Xuanwang world now. Let's take them one by one. Li Fan stepped out, and the next moment he followed the golden chain across the sky and returned from the Taiyuan realm to the Xuanwang world. Sensing the departure of the master, the Taiyuan monitor and the repair official slowly got up. Ignoring the Taiyuan cultivators who were still wailing in pain below, they joined hands to build a statue of Li Fan to remind and commemorate him forever. This was not Li Fan's instruction, but their initiative under the drive of the servant instinct. Returning to the Xuanwang world, Li Fan did not directly look for the Xuanwang Grand Heavenly Lord. Instead, he first returned to the Evergreen Valley. As compensation for killing Bai Li Shan, Zhang Yingyu, in her capacity as the chief disciple of the Supreme Sect, provided some material assistance to the Evergreen Valley. Although Zhou Yunhao, the Valley Master of the Evergreen Valley, was heartbroken by the death of his disciple whom he had almost raised single-handedly. But it was impossible for him to ignore the lives of everyone else in the Evergreen Valley for his sake and directly confront the Supreme Sect. Therefore, he could only silently endure it. Although they lost a peerless genius, with the support of the Supreme Sect, the Evergreen Valley's atmosphere became even better. A thriving scene, it seemed to have a sign of promotion to a first-class sect. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other, and fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. But it is precisely because of one's own weakness that one can only go with the flow and be at the mercy of fortune and misfortune. If the Evergreen Valley Master had my strength, he would have the final say on whether it was a blessing or a curse. This principle also applies to me. Although the three paths fusion is a great disaster, it is also an unparalleled opportunity. Everything depends on how strong I really am. Having personally experienced the changes in the Evergreen Valley and witnessed the changes before and after, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in his heart. After noticing the idea of revenge hidden deep in Zhou Yunhao's heart, Li Fan smiled slightly and sent an item out. Then he quietly flew into the Evergreen Valley's sect treasure vault. Zhou Yunhao, who was looking at Bai Li Shan's relics, thinking of the past and secretly grieving, suddenly felt a sting in his hand. Taking a closer look, he found a thin piece emitting a mysterious aura that he had not noticed before. Supreme Path. Zhou Yunhao barely recognized the words on the thin piece, and his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Subconsciously putting away the thin piece, he vigilantly looked around. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In the Evergreen Valley's treasure vault, Li Fan scanned with his divine sense and indeed found his target. I almost forgot about this. With a gentle wave, he took a yellowed book into his palm. Turning through the first few pages, there was no difference from what Li Fan had seen 10,000 years later. It was the mountain and sea fable left by Sun Piao Miao of the Medicine King sect. Previously, although Li Fan had already found this fable collected by the Supreme Sect in the 10-sect migration site named Thousand Crossing Dojo outside the High Wall, it was missing a few key pages. Therefore, Li Fan wanted to see if this mountain and sea fable still had any missing parts at this time node. It's actually complete. Interesting. Then who tore it apart? Li Fan's heart moved, and several suspicious objects flashed through his mind. Putting it aside for the time being, he first carefully read the missing chapters of the fable. Consisting of several short stories. The first one solved Li Fan's previous doubts when reading the fable. Once, new creatures were born in the sea. The sea even gave infinite lifespan to these weak lives. It even argued with the mountain because of this. But in the later chapters, these creatures were never mentioned again. There were still only mountains and seas between the mountains and seas. Li Fan read with interest the ending of these creatures recorded in the fable. Since the birth of creatures in the sea, mountains and seas had not spoken for many years. But mountains and seas always snuggled together, never leaving each other half a step. Suddenly one day, a creature, along the waves of the sea, crossed the boundary and came to the mountain. The sea was worried that the mountain would be furious, breaking the silence of many years, and took the initiative to say, "Hello, mountain, don't be angry. How can these little guys have any malice? See, do you see me like this? Since they can live in the sea, they can also live in the mountain. Let them go." The sea was very happy, thinking that the mountain was finally willing to accept these creatures. So he took the initiative to set off waves and sent more creatures to the mountain. The mountain just watched silently without expressing any opinion. Creatures spread between mountains and seas. Like the link between mountains and seas, all over the mountains and seas. If so over the years. One day, the calm tide surged and suddenly rose straight up. Caught off guard, it swallowed countless creatures between the mountains and seas. The sea was stunned, but the mountain expected it. Mountain, clearly they were born in the sea, why were they drowned by the sea instead? The sea was very sad, but there was nothing it could do about the creatures that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The mountain sighed, "You and I need to slowly run and to merge. How can they bear this kind of power? If they had stayed in the sea all the time, they might have been able to survive with you forever. Unfortunately, they mistakenly went to the mountain. The waves were turbulent and did not stop for a long time. I killed them. If there were no you, they would not exist in the first place. How can you say harm?" The sea did not answer. Since then, there have been no more creatures in the mountains and seas. Li Fan read this first story carefully dozens of times. In the end, his expression was a little inexplicable. These creatures in the sea, or rather, the creatures of the mountains and seas. Are they referring to everything in the mortal world, except for the mountains and seas? The fusion of mountains and seas is the general trend. It is the root cause of the birth of the doom of annihilation. If you can't bear the fusion of mountains and seas, you will be completely annihilated in the mountains and seas. So, Li Fan pondered, and came to a rather absurd conclusion in his heart. It seems that most of what is recorded in this fable is before the birth of mortal civilization and things after destruction. In Li Fan's view, an extremely long time is only the two most insignificant chapters in this fable. Doom of annihilation is the end of the mortal world. But it is not the end of the mountains and seas. The appearance of the stars, the disappearance of the mountains and seas. And even what is not recorded in the fable, is. There was a sense of loss in his heart, and Li Fan carefully read this fable again. Finally, he affirmed his judgment in his heart. At the same time, inevitably, more questions arose. Who is the author of this fable? If my guess is true, then to be able to record the anomalies of the mountains and seas from the perspective of the complete annihilation of the mortal world. This. Li Fan suddenly thought of what the Tai Heaven Emperor mentioned, going against the current from the end of time. Joining forces with past practitioners, crossing time and space. Saving the mortal world. Could it be left by that strong man from the future, from the end of time? What kind of identity does Sun Piao Miao play in it? There were too many questions that could not be answered, and Li Fan had to put them aside for the time being. First, continue to look at the remaining chapters of the fable. Most of them are meaningless records of the relationship between mountains and seas. One of them made Li Fan especially concerned. Suddenly one day, the mountain was bored and unhappy. The sea asked but did not answer. After asking again, there were faint rumbles of thunder in the mountain. The sea was pleasantly surprised. Mountain, you have also changed. This is a good thing, why are you unhappy instead? The mountain sighed. Sea, for you and me. Changes may not be something to be happy about. Have you forgotten the results of our initial changes? The sea still retorted. Didn't it also create the current you and me? Mountain, don't resist. Try to accept them. The mountain was silent in response. Since then, the thunder in the mountain has become louder and louder. Finally one day, the mountains and seas trembled. The sound of thunder disappeared. The change of mountains and seas. Li Fan vaguely felt something from this fable, but he couldn't say it. It was as if there was a layer of lingering white gauze between him and the truth. Extremely uncomfortable. These torn notes seem to represent some major events that have happened between the mountains and seas. The demise of mortal civilization only occupies a small chapter in it. Then what does this change of mountains and seas refer to? Could it be that there were once existences between the mountains and seas that were the same as today's mortal civilization? But they all died one after another. Li Fan couldn't help but think. In addition, there was another one that Li Fan found very interesting. And even a little bit of fear, and inexplicable, if the entire fable is about recording the events of the mountains and seas. And this one seemed a bit out of place. It was as if it was forcibly inserted. It tells exactly how the first creature that crossed the mountain from the sea discovered the existence of the mountain in the sea. The mountains and seas are vast, and being in them, one does not recognize the true face. Living in it, but carefree, without disaster or misfortune. But one day, a creature came to the edge of the sea and suddenly looked up. It seemed to have caught a glimpse of the mountain's figure. That figure, which was as boundless as the sea, filled its heart, making it instinctively tremble, fear, be curious, excited. Since then, it has tried everything possible and finally succeeded in crossing over to the mountains with the help of the sea's wind and waves. Born in the sea, standing on the mountain, its vision suddenly became extremely high and far. So, its vision went beyond the mountains and seas. Looking beyond the mountains and seas. 1558. Capture the great celestial lord. Trembling with excitement, shivering with agitation, despairing with fear. Finally vanishing above the mountains and seas, transforming into a bridge. Shaping a path for the clan to enter the mountains from the sea. Li Fan carefully read this passage in the allegory dozens of times, trying to comprehend the scene it depicted. Unfortunately, the allegory only vaguely described the details, only explaining the ending of this first living being. However, it is also understandable. The Shanghai past recorded in this allegory is already a secret far beyond the mortal world. If it also involves things beyond the Shanghai, then Li Fan would first have to doubt the authenticity of this allegory. After all, the allegory records that the ending of the first living being who looked beyond the Shanghai was to perish and become a bridge, connecting the Shanghai. So, unless this deceased living being could be resurrected and record what they saw. Otherwise, no one else in the Shanghai mortal world would be able to know what exactly they saw. In fact, Li Fan is not particularly curious about things beyond the Shanghai. Because it is too far away from the current Li Fan. Reckless speculation is of no use, it will only increase worries. Li Fan is more concerned about this passage in the allegory. Born from the sea, standing tall in the mountains. Therefore, their vision can surpass the mountains and seas. It seems to clarify the way to transcend the mountains and seas. Li Fan pondered secretly in his heart. The allegory's record of the past of this first living being is similar but not the same as the deeds of the two holy sovereigns, Lianshan and Guihai, of the immortal realm. If viewed according to the deeds of connecting the mountains and seas, it seems to possess the characteristics of both holy sovereigns. However, the two saints are still in the Shanhai, and do not perish and transform into a bridge as the allegory says. If there is really some connection between them, perhaps it is precisely because of the existence of the bridge transformed by this first living being before the ancient times, that the two holy sovereigns Lianshan and Guihai were able to achieve enlightenment countless years later. Also, it was from this corpse named bridge that the two holy sovereigns also glimpsed the past of the Shanhai. Li Fan made a reasonable guess in his heart. Then the author of this allegory is worth pondering. Knowing the future apocalypse, and also knowing the beginning of the ancient times. And having a close relationship with the two saints. An invisible fire rose in his hand, completely burning the allegory. This allegory was indeed not made of any special material, and it turned into nothingness in a moment. Even though he had already verified it once in his previous life, Li Fan was still somewhat disappointed in his heart. It seems that there are no other hidden secrets. Although the physical object is gone, the words of the allegory are still deeply imprinted in Li Fan's mind. After careful recollection, Li Fan tried to deconstruct a part of the content of this allegory based on his own experience. If being born from the sea and standing tall in the mountains already possesses the qualifications to transcend the mountains and seas, then in fact, any immortal after the creation of the immortal realm by the two saints Lianshan and Guihai actually meets this condition. Its essence is the fusion of two paths. It's just that most of the so-called true immortals only achieve enlightenment by borrowing the power of the two holy sovereigns. They have not truly comprehended the way of the Shanhai. The ultimate of the two paths is to transcend the mountains and seas. In my previous experiences, the Shanhai Great Tao, along with the Great Tao of longevity, the change of true and false, should be existences of equal level. Doesn't this mean any one side, cultivated to the extreme, will possess the power to transcend the mountains and seas? Then my previous actions of fusing three paths. Li Fan shook his head slightly. Judging from the content of the allegory, the Shanhai itself needs to be constantly honed in the process of fusion. I am afraid that even the infinite sea and the upper mountain cannot withstand the consequences of fusing three paths in a short period of time. This is also why this time Wanjun injured so severely. I was indeed too reckless before. After trying it, I was still able to survive by luck. It is really all thanks to Wanjun's protection. So-called ignorance is fearless. Looking back at his past actions from the current perspective, Li Fan did feel fortunate and afraid. What exactly is the purpose of Sun Piaomiao leaving this allegory behind? According to common sense, the content involved in this allegory exceeds the Xuanwang realm too much. Even a true immortal may not be able to recognize the true face of the Shanhai. Most cultivators who see this allegory will only treat it as a simple story. And will not think too much. Except, Li Fan raised his eyebrows. Except for me, there is also the person who will tear off a few pages of this allegory in the future. With a thought, a book exactly the same appeared in Li Fan's hand. It was placed back in its original position in the treasure house by Li Fan. Although after Li Fan's actions, the historical trend of the Xuanwang realm has undergone great changes. Li Fan could not be sure whether the mysterious person who tore off the pages of the allegory would appear again. But the necessary backup plans still had to be left behind. Maybe it will bring Li Fan unexpected surprises. Having resolved the matter of the Shanhai allegory, Li Fan next planned to find that Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord. Previously in the Taiyuan realm, the immortal array had already captured a trace of her aura. Even if she deliberately concealed her existence in the Xuanwang realm, she could not escape Li Fan's control. Silently locking onto the other party's location, Li Fan smiled slightly and took a step. In the next moment, he appeared out of thin air near the other party. Without rushing to alert the enemy, he first hid in the dark and observed carefully. This place is a quiet and ordinary mountain in the Xuanwang realm. Because it is located in a slightly cold area, the mountains and fields are not covered with tall trees, but with emerald green short grass. Stretching continuously, reaching the horizon. Like a grassland in the sky, it is refreshing and the mind is unconsciously broadened. That Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord was sitting quietly on the top of the mountain. In front of her, stood an easel. The Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord was slowly recording the beautiful scenery in front of her with brush and ink. For the Great Heavenly Lord who could search and save all the scenes of the entire Xuanwang realm with a single thought, such behavior seemed meaningless. But Li Fan could see that this Great Heavenly Lord seemed to be enjoying it. Every stroke was very serious. From time to time, she would be a little dissatisfied, frowning slightly, and hiding the ink marks to redraw. A clear breeze gently brushed over the mountain, and time slowly passed. Just as the painting in the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord's hand was about to be completed, the joy and satisfaction between her eyebrows were visible to the naked eye. In the painting, countless corpses suddenly appeared between the mountains and fields. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the air filled with baleful energy. A blood moon rose in the sky, completely destroying the original fresh and beautiful artistic conception. Who is it? The Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord was both surprised and angry, suddenly turned around, and scanned the surroundings. She happened to see Li Fan's expression that was like a smile but not a smile. Considering it rationally, being able to approach her without her noticing. And also being able to arbitrarily alter her painting. The strength of Li Fan, this suddenly appearing person, is definitely far greater than her. If Li Fan were her, she would never easily launch an attack on such a strong person. But the Great Heavenly Lord in front of her seemed to have lost some reason under the rage of having her painting ruined. She still chose to attack Li Fan. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually faded, and Li Fan only said a word faintly. Freeze. The Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord, who had brazenly attacked in a fit of rage, was instantly unable to move. At this time, she slowly came back to her senses. The look of horror on her face was beyond words. You must know that as the Xuanwang Heavenly Lord, she could freely mobilize the power of the entire Xuanwang heaven and earth. But now, in front of this person, her connection with heaven and earth seemed to be severed. Or rather, even if the power of the entire Xuanwang realm was added, it was still firmly suppressed by this person. The Great Heavenly Lord was not a dull person, and almost instantly associated it with the Xuanwang True Immortal who had descended inexplicably before. Only immortals can have this kind of strength. Compared with true immortals, the Great Heavenly Lord was obviously not an existence of the same level. Inheriting the duty of the Great Heavenly Lord, she knew very well that the so-called Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord was just an immortal servant acting on orders. Therefore, she instantly put away the arrogance in her heart. Even if the actual age of this true immortal in front of her should be far less than her. Li Fan only froze her actions, and did not restrict her words. After discovering this, the Great Heavenly Lord asked aloud, "Why is Senior making fun of me?" As the voice floated out, Li Fan already vaguely understood why Mr. Bai would be unforgettable about Immortal. Even if he later knew that he had been calculated, he still did not change his ambition. It's just a pity that this kind of method will not work in front of Li Fan. The Xuanwang soldiers are fighting desperately on the front line. You, as the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord, are here indulging in poetry and painting. Li Fan snorted coldly. Using the power of the change of true and false to simulate the power close to the Mo Sha immortal soul, he poured it into the Great Heavenly Lord's body. Originally, the Great Heavenly Lord's expression was quite calm, and she explained in a clever voice, "The duty of the Great Heavenly Lord is only within the Xuanwang realm. The matter of attacking the Taiyuan is not what I." She only said half a sentence, and her voice changed uncontrollably. The power of the Mo Sha immortal soul can annihilate everything. The connection between the Great Heavenly Lord and the Xuanwang realm could not escape either. Even though her body and soul did not feel any pain, she was still sweating profusely. Although she actually no longer wanted to hold the position of Great Heavenly Lord in her heart, and had already begun to look for a suitable successor. But actively losing it and being passively deprived of it are two different things. The strong sense of fear that she hadn't felt for a long time almost completely overwhelmed her. However, she endured the fear in her heart and did not directly beg for mercy. She just persevered and told the reasons why she did not go to the Taiyuan front line one by one. Objectively speaking, it was indeed reasonable. But Li Fan was just here to find trouble for her, so these reasons were all useless. The means of weakening continued unabated. Seeing this, the Grand Heavenly Venerate sighed softly, "This junior knows she has failed in her duty. I will accept any punishment the senior deems fit. I am only concerned that the next Heavenly Venerate of the Xuanwang realm has not yet been decided. If there is no Heavenly Venerate to manage the affairs of Xuanwang, there may be chaos in this world. Of course, if the senior has the leisure and inclination to handle these trivial matters of billions of mortals and the 10 immortal sects, then this junior will consider her words unsaid." Seemingly truly willing to accept punishment, until the last moment before her connection with the Xuanwang heaven and earth was completely severed, she did not reveal any hostility towards Li Fan. She simply endured silently. This did make Li Fan look at her with new eyes. Leaving a final thread of connection, Li Fan finally stopped. How long have you held the position of Grand Heavenly Venerate? He asked, staring intently. Since the departure of the Zantian king, it has been 16,342 years, the Grand Heavenly Venerate answered swiftly. According to the Immortal Realm's regulations, each Heavenly Venerate of Xuanwang should not serve for more than 10,000 years. In reality, I have already exceeded my term. It is just that the Immortal Realm has been destroyed, and the normal appointment and removal procedures have long been ineffective. And I have been unable to find a suitable successor. The Grand Heavenly Venerate said softly, her tone somewhat helpless. Senior, please understand, during my tenure, I have been diligent and conscientious. I have maintained the stability and prosperity of the Xuanwang heaven and earth, fulfilling my duties and responsibilities. The 10 immortal sects can all attest to this. Quickly, her tone shifted as she began to speak of her contributions. But I see that you have the intention to leave, Li Fan glanced at her and said indifferently. This was the most confidential matter in the Grand Heavenly Venerate's heart, yet Li Fan had spoken it out in one sentence. The Grand Heavenly Venerate's mind was shaken violently. However, she reacted quickly, admitting on the spot, after 10,000 years of hard work, I do feel a sense of weariness. Having fulfilled my responsibilities, wanting to withdraw is only natural. Even the first Grand Heavenly Venerate was not there from beginning to end. Although this action of mine is somewhat inhumane, it is within the rules, she defended herself. The first Grand Heavenly Venerate. Upon hearing this, Li Fan instantly thought of the nether race people under the Xuanwang earth. Because they possessed the bloodline of the first Grand Heavenly Venerate, these nether race people were transformed by the Zantian king into a non-human, non-ghostly appearance, to accompany the Sea of Darkness forever, as a form of punishment. Li Fan speculated that the matter committed by the Grand Heavenly Venerate had deeply angered the Zantian king. Hence, this action was taken. But Li Fan did not know what the first one had actually done. Therefore, he asked this question. The woman explained softly, the first Grand Heavenly Venerate foresaw the calamity of the immortal realm early on, and thus took the initiative to transform from immortal to mortal. In the Xuanwang realm, he established an immortal dynasty on the ground. Calling himself emperor, he caused chaos in the human world. Immortals who have shed their immortality are still not something that ordinary mortal cultivators can resist. Therefore, they can only obediently listen to his orders. Although the first one was no longer an immortal, he still regarded mortal cultivators as ants. He summoned and dismissed them at will, treating them like slaves. At that time, although the major immortal cultivation sects had grievances, they were powerless to resist. Later, it was still by relying on the connecting means of the major sects directly reaching the immortal realm that this matter was reported to the immortal realm. The immortal realm sent down an edict, and the first one only then showed some restraint. He only took the initiative to reduce the scope of the immortal dynasty on the ground, but his behavior remained the same. Within the immortal dynasty, cultivators were also like livestock, left to be slaughtered at will. After transforming from immortal to mortal, the first one's temperament became increasingly tyrannical. He often vented his desires through lewdness. Countless mortals, and even cultivators, could not escape his clutches. However, he did not allow himself to have any mortal bloodline descendants. If he discovered anyone pregnant, he would kill them on the spot. Only one branch, by chance, escaped. They lived in seclusion and did not appear in the world. Only after the first one left did they take the initiative to reveal their identity. Relying on the immortal bloodline, they had a strong momentum to establish a second immortal dynasty. Fortunately, they were united by the other sects in the Xuanwang realm and stopped in time. The Grand Heavenly Venerate softly narrated the first one's atrocities in detail. These were all matters not recorded in later history, and Li Fan listened with great interest. 1559. The past of the great celestial being. Before the advent of the Zantian king, the families established by the first-generation bloodlines were among the top families in terms of strength on the Xuanwang continent. They were even comparable to some ancient sects. People speculated that, in addition to the true immortal bloodline, perhaps they also stole some immortal treasures when they fled from the side of the first generation. The voice of the immortal Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord could indeed be described as pleasant. It was like the sound of a clear spring flowing in the mountains, a gentle breeze blowing. It was silently moisturizing, while also giving a sense of intimacy. In that case, I'm afraid the ending of the descendants of the first generation Great Heavenly Lord was not very good. Senior is indeed insightful. Back then, when the Zhang king returned from the Immortal realm and led the 12 Dharma kings to sweep across Xuanwang, it was these first-generation bloodline families who took the lead in resisting, wanting to use the position of alliance leader to reproduce the foundation of their ancestors. Strictly speaking, they still had some strength to command the heroes. In the beginning, they really brought no small trouble to the Zhang king. However, this was also due to the Zhang king's unnecessary compassion. After he later made up his mind, there was no one in the world who could resist him. The great heavenly lord seemed to have a different kind of feeling for the Zhang king, and her tone showed a slight fluctuation when she mentioned him. Li Fan keenly heard that this was not pure admiration. There was also a slight hint of complaint. However, this great heavenly lord seemed unaware of it, and continued, these first-generation bloodline families did not inherit the strength of the true immortal, but their style of doing things was strikingly similar to that of their ancestors. After their territory was breached by the Zhang king and his entourage, the evil deeds that occurred within were revealed to the world. In order to ensure the purity of the true immortal bloodline, only close relatives were allowed to intermarry within the family. They secretly searched and collected gifted children, using secret methods to strip them of their talents. They used restrictions to enslave and control other cultivators, forcing them to work for them, and even sacrificed a large number of living beings at fixed intervals to maintain the stability of their own bloodline. It can be said that their crimes were too numerous to mention and were outrageous. In a fit of rage, the Zhang king transformed and suppressed all the members of the first-generation bloodline family. The great heavenly lord spoke eloquently. Who would have thought that Li Fan would suddenly wave his hand and interrupt her? Don't get sidetracked. Let's talk about that first-generation great heavenly lord. If I guessed correctly, the first generation's mortalization was not done using ordinary methods. Instead, he retained his immortal body, leaving himself a way out. Is that right? If the time is right, he can also use this immortal body to ascend to immortality again from the mortal realm. As expected of someone who can be entrusted with important tasks by the immortal realm, able to advance and retreat freely between the immortal and mortal realms. And in your description, the reason why you described him as worthless is to make me ignore him as much as possible, in order to conceal the existence of the great heavenly lord's immortal body. Li Fan's gaze gradually turned cold. Although she was exposed, the female great heavenly lord in front of him did not panic in the slightest. She just looked at Li Fan calmly, remaining silent. Li Fan also didn't mind. Actually, I can see that you are saying all this seemingly to delay time. A method that can still escape under my imprisonment. Li Fan's gaze glanced into the distance. The female great heavenly lord's expression changed slightly for the first time. Li Fan continued, and the reason why I am willing to listen to you say so much, isn't it also waiting? The time had come, and Li Fan no longer hesitated. The suppressed power of the Mo Sha immortal soul suddenly emerged and exploded. In an instant, it swallowed the body of the female great heavenly lord. The shocked expression on her face was still there, but in the next second, she was like a petrified sculpture. Completely losing her vitality, Li Fan didn't kill her, still retaining a trace of activity in her body and soul. He just adopted the method of sealing the heavenly pillar, temporarily freezing her. Asking questions one by one, how can it be as convenient as watching it yourself? Li Fan shook his head slightly. He never lightly trusts what a woman says. He treated everything this great heavenly lord said just now as entertainment. He needed to see for himself what the specifics were. The reason why he didn't act earlier was because of the other party's position as the Xuanwang great heavenly lord. The Xuanwang great heavenly lord was closely related to the safety of the Xuanwang realm. If he rashly severely injured or killed her, it might cause turmoil in the Xuanwang realm. And turmoil in the Xuanwang realm was not what Li Fan wanted. After all his anchors in this period of time were established here. How could he destroy his own foundation? So, during the time he cut off her connection with the Xuanwang realm, he first used the power of a true immortal to temporarily obtain the authority of the Xuanwang acting great heavenly lord, ensuring that removing the female great heavenly lord would not cause any damage to the Xuanwang realm. Then, he acted decisively. Li Fan had not forgotten her and the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao's hostile behavior towards him when he first arrived in this time and space. Let me observe it. Li Fan squinted his eyes, and the female great heavenly lord was like a book, being turned page by page and carefully savored by him. During Li Fan's review, the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao showed an instinctive caution and curiosity about the female great heavenly lord's inexplicable disconnection and Li Fan's sudden replacement. There was also incomprehension and questioning. Above the sky, dark clouds were densely covered. A wave of consciousness that was absolutely huge compared to ordinary cultivators descended on the mountain where Li Fan was. It was as if the heaven and earth had instantly overturned, and the weight of the entire Xuanwang realm was pressing on his shoulders. Li Fan just snorted coldly and stomped his foot fiercely. In the next moment, the upside-down sky was immediately reversed. Divine thoughts rushed into the sky, suppressing the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, which dared to show its consciousness fluctuations, on the spot. The current Xuanwang heavenly Tao had not yet experienced the later catastrophe and the erosion of other immortal cultivation worlds. Its temperament was not yet so strange. Even the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, whose personality was distorted in later generations, could be subdued by Li Fan. Let alone the current one. The oppression of true immortal strength, the life-giving nourishment of immortal spiritual energy, the revelation of the Mo Sha immortal soul devouring all power. Under a series of coercion and inducement, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao immediately returned and no longer made any movement. Li Fan then continued to examine the book in front of him. The female great heavenly lord was sealed into a heavenly pillar, and her past memories were all frozen page by page. Although they were just countless still pictures, it did not prevent Li Fan from peeking into her past. The female great heavenly lord's name was Yi Yutong, and she was originally an ordinary mortal in the Xuanwang realm. Because her family was sheltered by the Xuantian sect, the family enshrined a faceless Xuantian god statue. Later, although the Xuantian sect ordered the collection of the statues and no longer enshrined them. However, based on the simple heart of gratitude of mortals, Yi Yutong's parents still secretly kept the statue. Secretly worshipping day and night. Originally, everything was safe and sound. Although the Xuantian sect had issued an order, it did not conduct a large-scale investigation. It seemed to be just a formality. However, one day, when she woke up, Yi Yutong was horrified to find that her parents had both died suddenly in their beds. And the reason for their death was because their faces, like the Xuantian god statue, had disappeared. Losing their facial features, unable to breathe, they were suffocated to death. Fortunately, all these strange changes happened in their sleep. They did not feel any pain, and they passed away peacefully. Under the rule of the Xuantian sect, the lives of mortals were also lives. The sudden death of two people in a family, and it also involved the Xuantian god statue. It immediately caused a sensation. People were talking about it, and at the same time, their hearts were full of puzzlement. Why would worshipping the merciful and compassionate Xuantian god statue actually lead to disaster? The Xuantian sect quickly sent people to come forward and quell the storm, saying that this family had violated the Xuantian decree and maliciously worshipped, so they suffered backlash. Yi Yutong was also brought to the side of the Xuantian king. Yi Yutong still remembered the extremely surprised look on the Xuantian king's face when he saw her for the first time. So he took her in the sect. It was not until later that Yi Yutong understood the reason why the Xuantian king was so surprised. It was because he had found a qualified successor. In fact, the young Yi Yutong would follow her parents every day to worship the faceless Xuantian god statue. But she just happened to not have any changes occur. According to what the Xuantian king said, and Yi Yutong's own speculation, it should be that she was subtly influenced by the faceless god statue when she was still in her womb. Not only did she not die because of this, but she was also safely born. So she had a natural adaptability to the power of the statue. It was because of this innate unique physique that she was able to save her life in the later disaster. And then she was valued by the Xuantian king, saying that he valued her. In fact, he did not give her too much care. Or, in order not to let others notice her special features. In short, Yi Yutong's first half of her life was spent growing up with countless orphans adopted by the Xuantian sect. Except for the Xuantian king occasionally coming secretly to teach her cultivation methods and check her physical condition. Her treatment was no different from other orphans. In this way, Yi Yutong slowly grew into an adult. For some reason, her cultivation speed was much slower than her peers. Even if her talent was 10 times or 100 times greater than others, it seemed that there was always an invisible hand suppressing her from above, making her progress speed only able to proceed according to the planned progress. The ridicule of her peers, the pressure in the sect, made Yi Yutong collapse and cry countless times. When she was rarely alone with the Xuantian king, she could not help but question him. The Xuantian king only said the difficult-to-understand words, because it is slow, so it can live, so it can win. To win is to live forever. Full of grievances. Fortunately, she finally survived. In the year she was 29 years old, she finally achieved the Golden Core realm, officially stepping into the threshold of cultivators. Although it was slow, it was still able to serve the sect in the future. It's just a pity that later, on that day, the sect suddenly became a mess. Countless extremely terrifying powerful auras attacked. And the Xuantian sect, which had always been heavily guarded, was unable to organize a decent counterattack force for a time. She, a small golden core cultivator, could only drift with the tide and flee in panic with the crowd. In a trance, she seemed to hear the voice of the Xuantian king. It was just that the situation was too chaotic at the time, and she didn't know if it was an illusion. Outside the Xuantian sect, there was the slaughter of countless cultivators who were encircling and intercepting. These sects, which usually followed behind the Xuantian sect and seemed loyal, were merciless in killing Xuantian disciples at this moment. Fortunately, Yi Yutong was only a golden core cultivator and was not an important figure in the sect. At the cost of serious injuries, she barely managed to escape by luck. Later, her injuries were too serious and she fainted directly. During this period, she seemed to have a very long dream. When she woke up, she had inexplicably become some Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord. In addition to the past Heavenly Lord's records and memories of the Xuanwang realm, there was also a piece of advice from the Xuantian king. Roughly speaking, this was a backhand left by the Xuantian king. If he encountered an accident, then the means he left on Yi Yutong would take effect. She would automatically succeed to the position of Great Heavenly Lord. Inheriting the Great Heavenly Lord, in theory, requires passing a specific test. However, according to the Xuantian king, she had passed the Great Heavenly Lord's test and became a Heavenly Lord candidate when she was very young and had just joined the sect. Yi Yutong had no memory of this at all. Originally just a golden core cultivator, but when she woke up, she inherited the strength of the Great Heavenly Lord. The power that could easily suppress Dao integration cultivators between raising her hands and feet made Yi Yutong tremble all over. The first thing that floated in her mind was to find the treacherous and ungrateful people of the Immortal Dao 10 sects to take revenge. But her own warning as the Great Heavenly Lord jumped out at this time. Once you become the Great Heavenly Lord, you must not abuse your power and kill innocent people because of personal grievances. In other words, although she had mastered incredibly powerful power, but she couldn't even take revenge. And she couldn't even abandon this responsibility. The tragic deaths of her companions who grew up together, who died tragically at the hands of the 10 sects, were still vivid in her mind. Letting her put down this hatred, and even helping in coordinating the Immortal Dao 10 sects, which replaced the position of the Xuantian sect, to maintain the safety of the Xuanwang realm. How could she accept this? She had tried to resist the restrictions of the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord on her body. But in the face of the heart fire penalty that could burn herself to ashes once violated, Yi Yutong was still afraid. She couldn't ignore her own life for the sake of revenge. This made her feel even more ashamed. Every day as the Great Heavenly Lord was an ordeal comparable to purgatory for Yi Yutong. Faced with the diligent requests to see her from those hateful enemies, Yi Yutong could only choose to refuse. Out of sight, out of mind. While handling the affairs of maintaining the safety of the Xuanwang realm, Yi Yutong secretly searched for news of the Xuantian king. She really wanted to return the position of Great Heavenly Lord to him. And then openly go to the 10 sects for revenge. But she traveled all over the Xuanwang realm, but could not find the figure of Zhan Yuanong at all. It seemed that he had fallen in that turmoil. However, her intuition in the dark told her that the Xuantian king should still be alive. So over the years, Yi Yutong has never given up hope of finding him. It's just, originally, she thought that she would always remember her hatred for the 10 sects. But time ultimately has the power to heal everything. 50 years, 100 years, 800 years, 3,000 years. As time passed slowly, the figures of her former companions had long been blurred. And the culprits of the turmoil back then didn't even need her to take action. Most of them had already died of old age. It was not until this time that Yi Yutong understood somewhat what the Xuantian king had said to her back then. Because it is slow, so it can live, so it can win. To win is to live forever. The thought of revenge slowly faded. But the position of Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord was what Yi Yutong always wanted to unload. 1560. The first generation was a fairy puppet. After serving as the profound yellow Great Celestial Venerable for 10,000 years, theoretically, Yi Yutong could have ended her mission. However, finding a suitable successor was not easy. When the probability becomes small to a certain extent, it is no different from impossible. Yi Yutong searched bitterly for another 6,000 years, almost turning the entire profound yellow world upside down, but still could not find someone who could meet the requirements for succession. Only then did Yi Yutong truly understand why Zhan Tianhuang was so surprised and lost his composure when he discovered her back then. After searching for a long time without success, Yi Yutong gradually became indifferent. In her spare time from handling profound yellow affairs, she devoted herself to the landscape, preparing herself to live and die with this world. Until the profound yellow Grand Origin World War broke out, a rift appeared in the sky, and the scene of the profound yellow true immortal breaking through in the face of battle and turning the tide was presented to the world. As one of the people in the profound yellow world who had the most profound understanding of immortals, she recognized the unique aura belonging to the true immortal realm almost the instant that person revealed their strength. Then, a surge of doubts arose in her heart. Clearly, the path to immortality had been severed, and even a genius like Zhan Tianhuang could only achieve the half-immortal realm. How could a new true immortal appear in this world? Later, after that true immortal bloomed with boundless light, they vanished like a shooting star in an instant. Only then did she feel relieved. However, at the same time, an uncontrollable impulse arose in her heart. If I had the strength of a true immortal, perhaps I could ignore all the constraints of this great celestial venerable. After all, the immortal realm has already been destroyed. Once the thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Therefore, she took a great risk and left the profound yellow world for the first time in her life, heading to the Grand Origin world. You must know that the vast majority of her strength came from the blessing of the profound yellow great celestial venerable. Once she left the profound yellow world, she would be no different from an ordinary Dao integration cultivator. Yi Yutong was very clear about how many Dao integration cultivators had fallen on that land. Even if the war had subsided now and there was no threat from the Grand Origin cultivators, no one could say what dangers she would encounter in a foreign land. But Yi Yutong still went. She not only visited and paid homage to the place where the profound yellow true immortal had fallen, but also admired that shocking sword mark. After returning, Yi Yutong indeed gained something. The aura left behind by that profound yellow true immortal made Yi Yutong feel very familiar. This sense of familiarity came from Zhan Tianhuang, whom she had contacted in the first half of her life, and also from the faceless statue of God that she had worshipped since childhood. So that's how it is. I was wrong. Since there are still immortals alive in this world, it means that the path to immortality has not been severed. The end point called becoming an immortal is always there. What was destroyed was only the immortal realm. It's just one of the paths leading to the end point. With this sense of familiarity, Yi Yutong seemed to be able to vaguely touch the boundary of immortality. While painting, her thoughts, following the connection of familiarity in her heart, drifted out of the profound yellow world. In a trance, she saw a vast and continuous landscape of mountains and seas. Li Fan slowly closed the book of Yi Yutong, a solemn expression on his face. She actually glimpsed the scene of the infinite sea and the mountain above during her enlightenment. This was clearly something that Yi Yutong's talent could not have achieved. The only possible explanation was that she was affected by the so-called erosion of familiarity. Just like Li Fan, who would occasionally see a towering figure sitting on a mountain and watching the sea. This scene was not something he had personally witnessed, but a change that occurred after he practiced the hill-guarding scribbles and entered the Dao path inherited by the hill-guarding duke. So the source of Yi Yutong's enlightenment of mountains and seas is. Now that Yi Yutong has transformed into a celestial pillar, existing like a tool. Li Fan used her as a medium to completely occupy her mind and carefully study the source of her familiarity. It's not Zhan Tianhuang, but the faceless immortal. After some BNBA, Li Fan came to a conclusion. After all, in the past reincarnations, Li Fan had been deeply entangled with both of them. Especially the faceless immortal, who had even once fallen into the other party's net. Like Yi Yutong's parents who died unjustly, he lost his own face. But the current Li Fan is no longer what he used to be. He has even seen powerhouses like the hill-guarding duke, Ziyi, and the Taishan emperor who can cross the eternal silent void. What is there to fear from this little faceless immortal? The perception is so close, indicating that it is still within the open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket possibility. It is not a transcendent powerhouse. Li Fan's eyes flickered, and thoughts surged in his mind. But in the end, he temporarily suppressed all kinds of thoughts and waited until he had dealt with other matters in the profound yellow world before talking about it. Looking at Yi Yutong's memory, her narration to Li Fan was indeed half true and half false. The first-generation Great Celestial Venerable did show tyrannical emotions, but it was a sequela of the separation of immortals and mortals. Later, when the symptoms became severe, the first generation tried to seal himself off as much as possible and no longer meet the world. He began to look for a second Celestial Venerable candidate early on. And the reason why the first generation's bloodline was able to escape was precisely because it was the result of his intentional indulgence. It was precisely because of the past achievements of the first generation Great Celestial Venerable that even if his descendants committed many evils, Zhan Tianhuang did not kill them all when he liquidated them. Knowing that there was no hope of ascending to immortality, the first generation later gave up the plan to return to being an immortal. He simply gifted his immortal body to the succeeding Profound Yellow Celestial Venerable as a trump card in times of emergency. Immortal artifacts, immortal bodies, and the power of Profound Yellow. These laid the foundation for the supreme position of the Profound Yellow Great Celestial Venerable in the Profound Yellow world. The current location of the first generation immortal body. Li Fan found the answer in Yi Yutong's memory. The next moment, he instantly teleported to the corresponding location. So it's here. The space-time in Li Fan's mind changed, connecting this place with the scene 10,000 years later. It was precisely the Celestial Spirit Province where the One Beginning sect built the Five Elements Grand Grotto Heaven. It's just that at this point in time, the space called the root of heaven and earth has not yet been occupied by the One Beginning sect. And the first generation immortal body was quietly lying in it. The immortal body emitted traces of immortal power, nourishing the Profound Yellow world. With Yi Yutong's memory, Li Fan smoothly broke through the layers of restrictions without any hindrance. He came to the first generation immortal body. Not weak. No wonder he was entrusted with important tasks by the immortal realm, Li Fan said lightly, observing from a distance. Judging from the aura exuded by this body, although it has not yet reached the realm of the nameless, it is stronger than the two immortals of Shi he met in the Shuo Star Sea before. A true immortal's shell, or a body completely without self-awareness. It is truly the best material for refining puppets, Li Fan couldn't help but be moved. The first generation immortal body has been lying quietly in the Profound Yellow world for 10,000 years, and no one can do it. It is definitely because the great celestial venerables of the past dynasties have been helpless. Even if there is no autonomous consciousness, the immortal spirit power spontaneously protects the body, and not everyone can break through its protection. But it can't stop Li Fan. Perhaps Zhan Tianhuang also has this ability, but with Zhan Yuanong's character, he may not be willing to do so. Li Fan didn't care. In his view, everything in the world could be used by him. And he used it without any psychological burden. This world referred not only to the Xuanwang realm, but to the entire Shanhai mortal world. Although he had the idea of making the best use of everything, Li Fan did not take it lightly. He carefully checked the first-generation immortal body again and then set up a formation on the spot. After ensuring that there would be no problems, he began refining the immortal puppet. This time, Li Fan deeply absorbed the advanced experience of refining puppets and clones from the previous reincarnation. He adopted a state between a clone and an independent puppet. The immortal puppet still possessed its own independent consciousness, but Li Fan also had the ability to completely control it. Even every thought born in his mind had to be under control. When necessary, Li Fan could also temporarily freeze the immortal puppet's thoughts, gaining control of the body. Killing the immortal puppet's consciousness in an instant and creating a new intelligence, starting everything anew, were all applicable functions. This time's immortal puppet refinement was truly a culmination of Li Fan's abilities. With his current half-immortal realm, refining it took a lot of effort. Fortunately, with the immortal power support of the Taiyuan realm's protective ancient immortal formation, he finally successfully completed the refinement of the first-generation immortal puppet. As the puppet's spiritual intelligence slowly awakened, the immortal power that originally radiated naturally to nourish the Xuanwang realm was also withdrawn. Almost instantly, the Xuanwang heaven and earth seemed like a bright flower, its colors fading. It became somewhat different. If it was previously in a thriving state, now, having lost the nourishment of the first-generation immortal body, it instantly turned from prosperity to decline. Although this change was still extremely subtle and only a few people in the entire world could detect it, it was conceivable that as time went on, this change would become more and more obvious. Even the degree of change would become faster and faster. No wonder Su Bai didn't bring the first-generation immortal body with him when he wanted to escape the high wall. If there is no support from the immortal body, it is hard to say whether the Xuanwang realm can survive for another 10,000 years. While Li Fan was pondering, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao consciousness, which had just sensed the changes in the world, hurriedly descended and appeared. It was possible to feel his shock and anger. But after seeing Li Fan, it froze instantly, turning into resentment and flattery. Very good. It seems you are learning quickly. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. He separated a small portion of the immortal power drawn from the Taiyuan ancient immortal formation and set up an immortal formation here to supply the Xuanwang realm. Anyway, with the infinite nature of immortal power, even separating a portion would not have any substantial impact on Li Fan. And since the Xuanwang realm was his foundation anchor point in the river of time, Li Fan would not sit idly by and watch it fall into turmoil. The Xuanwang heavenly Tao, which had regained nourishment, instantly turned from worry to joy and happily left again. It had no idea how terrible it was that its lifeblood was now controlled by Li Fan. As for Li Fan, he didn't pay too much attention to this Xuanwang heavenly Tao. He was trying to peek into the life of the first-generation Great Heavenly Lord through some residual memories in the immortal puppet's body. It must be said that the first-generation Great Heavenly Lord really had some tricks. This division of immortals and mortals was indeed quite thorough. Even though Li Fan had completely cleaned the body, he only found a few of the most profound memory fragments. These memories occupied an extremely important part of the first-generation Great Heavenly Lord's life. They were deeply imprinted in his essence, and even the separation of immortals and mortals could not erase them. This is the annihilation calamity of the Tao. The first generation watched with his own eyes as the immortal realm in the distance collapsed silently. The magnificent heavenly palaces instantly plunged into a dark and silent void. And this silence was rapidly spreading towards his location. Countless immortals, like ants, disappeared in this terrifying calamity. They couldn't even cry for help or wail. They simply vanished completely. The first generation's heart was filled with a sense of despair. He didn't even have the thought of running away. Because he knew that there was no way to escape. Just as he was closing his eyes and waiting for death, a figure that looked slightly thin but was actually incomparably majestic suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. All the immortals were retreating in panic. Only he faced the annihilation tide of the Tao, heading straight for it. One person, like a mountain, like a dam, he stood there, and the terrifying surging tide in front of him, which devoured everything, could not advance an inch. An extremely obvious dividing line cut the field of vision into two halves. On the other side of the dividing line, it represented death and nothingness. And on this side, where the first generation was, it represented vitality and light. Just like all the rescued immortals, the first generation stared blankly at the upright figure in front, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until a long time later that the first generation learned the name of this peerless powerhouse. Lord Shukyu, Lord Shukyu couldn't do it, and he, the celestial emperor Tianluo, can do it. The first generation seemed to be arguing with someone. Even though the other party was trying hard to persuade him, the first generation's heart was still filled with anger. He has no self-awareness. And yet, he has attracted a group of people to follow him. No wonder even Lord Shukyu had to leave. The immortal realm is beyond saving. Once this thought arose, it echoed constantly in the first generation's heart like thunder. It could never be calmed. I heard that the celestial emperor Tianluo is strictly investigating matters of resisting the celestial government. Especially the many true immortals who have fled from the lower realms. The voice of the first generation's friend came at this moment. This is the rotten K-Dao field. Now that you have come to join us, just choose a world of cultivation. The first generation's divine sense swept through the countless divided cube spaces. Suddenly, when he saw one of the realms, he stopped abruptly. If I am not mistaken, that one seems to be, in this world, the first generation actually discovered an extremely familiar figure. When he followed in the footsteps of Lord Shukyu, he had seen him from afar standing beside the celestial emperor. Shish, a knowing chuckle came from the person beside him. The first generation had no choice but to stop speaking. Sure enough, my choice was right. Then choose here. There's nothing wrong with a place where these big shots stay. He is dead. Such a strong person can actually die. And die in the mortal world. The first generation looked at the slowly forming, other illusory Xuanwang realm. His heart was filled with shock and incomprehension. The other party's fall was certainly unexpected. But the birth of this illusory world was equally shocking to him. Though illusory, it is real. It does not need a foundation in reality. Even if the annihilation calamity of the Tao comes, it can be like a wooden boat, floating on top of it.